Hey, hello, welcome. Oh, let me get my Discord off the screen. Just in time. Hi, everyone. Hey, Did Swipey, how's it going? Got some dolls to do before getting to the Umineko. Episode 5. Oh, probably gonna finish episode 5 today. Lots of fun stuff to come. Yeah. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. All right. 22 million views, so this song sucks hard. It almost sounds like Hot and Cold by Katy Perry, but that's way too early for that. This Planet of the Bass? Oh, hold on. Wait. Sounds like a club banger. Yeah, Finishing episode 5, this is about to be a long stream. Probably about 6-7 hours, yeah. I feel like I should really know this. This is not Rhythm as a Dancer, right? Like, that was my thought initially. I should have guessed it. I'm gonna try it. Okay. Oh. Oh my god, what's this called? This is called Around the World? What is that called? It goes around. I don't know the name of it. Is it called La La La? All right. We got there. Okay. Yeah, that's then the whole crowd went banger. Be My Lover is a good guess too, yeah. What was even better with a yeah, sure. All right, dance. Paper. Cacti. Nope. Okay. Oh. Of course it couldn't be that. The A. Oh. Ace. ML. Okay, we got there. Record store. Weird. Funny. Curious. Weird. Off. Peculiar. We got post, mail, letter, stamp. That's definitely wrong. Position, job, station, store. That's also probably wrong. Post, position, coin, 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 record, record, store. Was that a Scooby-Doo monster coin? Yeah, it was. The mummy. Guy. My ass playing Johnny and Strive. Alright, that's enough of that. Pose. Not even one off. Job, position, station, door. Post, obviously. Assignment. Shaggy was so brave. Shaggy's always brave. Well, I guess it's not really bravery when you're that powerful. You're not really taking any risks, right? Is there any bravery without risk? Record, letter, stamp. What the hell would this be? Reaction? I had forgotten about Ultra Instinct Shaggy memes. Those were a meme. Oh my god. What is this? Chemical. Mail. Call. Stamp. Stamp rally. Comic Con. Letter of the law. Mail. Letter. Reaction. Coin. Stamp. Coin. Stamp. Record. Store. Comic book. Stamp book. Record book. Coin book. Plastic collection items. Okay. Store, letter, reaction, mail. No clue. Chain blank. Okay, whatever. Okay, Doku. Water, dragon. Oh, Kingdra. Fighting dragon. Is that Goku? Ground dragon. Goto. Water. Mudkip. Oop. Paldea and Area Zero DLC. Ogre Wellspring Mask. Gibble is Dragon Ground. Goat. We love a Gibble. Ogre Pawn. Cornerstone map. Johto is it's not the first region, it's the second region. Isn't that Mudkip? What's the other water starter? Johto fighting. Hitmontop. Nice. It is that region. Johto ground. Ground from the second area. Second game, what's that? That go gold and silver, and ruby and no, silver and gold. Silver and gold. What the frick were the starters there? Was it Mudkip? How was it? Oh. Wait, is it Mudkip water then? Does Mudkip not evolve into Quagsire? I want to force it. It said no, so I don't want to force it. What's a fish? Quillfish. Nailed it. Okay. We get one more of these. I guess dragon and fighting is the closest thing we can do that we might actually get. Dragon and fighting. Is there like a Goku function? Gouging fire. Okay, that's probably fire type in hindsight. Komo. Gator was the starter? Gator was... Oh, it was Totodile, wasn't it? Isn't Quagsire its own base? That doesn't come from Mudkip? Oh, it evolves from Wooper. Oh. What does Mudkip evolve into? Marshtomp. Swamp ass. All right, August 21, 2009. August 2009, summer blockbuster season. Circa 2009, Weinstein Co. Monka W. 38 mil in its first week with Brad Pitt. Brad Pitt 2009. Tarantino thought so. It was the Inglorious Bastards. Sony Pictures. Down 18 million in its second week after making Infinite in its first week. With Charlton Copley. 2009. You are not welcome here. Get out. That's, I mean, kind of made sense. Obviously, this would not be the top answer in Get Out, though, so I don't know what I was thinking. You are not welcome here. Jason Cope. 30 years ago, aliens arrived on Earth, not to conquer, give aid, but to find refuge from their dying planet separate. Oh! The old District 9. The prawns. Forgot about this movie. Everybody... This is the middest peak that's ever existed, right? Alright, Paramount. 12 mil. Down a bunch in its third week. Made a crap ton, though. With Channing Tatum in 2009. Is this Jump Street? Dennis Quaid. No. Channing Tatum, Dennis Quaid. When all else fails, they don't. This has to be like... The Guys. Some, like, mercenary movie. From the Egyptian desert to deep below the polar ice caps, the elite G.I. Joe team used the latest next gen... The G.I. Joe... The Rise of Cobra? Yep. Did not realize that was a Channing Tatum flick. Warner Bros. 9 mil. Did not make a lot of money. It's in its second week. Eric Bana. This Hulk? Nope. From the acclaimed bestseller. Hello? Can you help it a little bit? Rachel McAdams. Oh, this is romance movie. Eric Bana, Rachel Adams romance movie. Due to a genetic disorder, handsome librarian Henry de Tumble involuntarily zips through time, appearing at various moments. Is this the time traveler's wife? It is. Did not know that was Rachel McAdams. And I've not seen this movie. Sony Pictures, 8 mil, third week, did pretty good at the beginning. Meryl Streep, 2009. Is this Julie and Julia? I know my Meryl Streep, dude. Do not challenge me on my Meryl Streep. Here's where it's going to be a Meryl Streep movie, and I'm not going to know it. This is Hitman. This is... Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. This is... What is it called? The Candidate? No, what was that movie? This is Harry Potter and the Philosopher's. This is a movie I have not seen. This is quirky English guy, does not fit in with rich family, but falls in love anyways. This is 4 Weddings and a Funeral. Alright, give me Nar. Male, top and else, melee or ranged, earlier than 2014 is male. Give me Pantheon. They call him a support. They made a legal duel? Yeah. This person is either an aspect or a human. Probably a human. Male that can be support or top. Is melee. Was released in 2010. Does not have mana. Does not have mana. Ah, this is Shen. Easy. Nobody going to heaven asked for that. To the volley bear, the 1,000 pierced beast. Give my people the resilience of the wilderness and the fear. Could this be volley bear? Maybe. Oh. The Ooter. And does she have all the time to say this when she's getting one-shot by the enemy assassin? This is... Garner. This is... Acid. This is... Pike. This is Ghostwater Dive. This is his W. Emoji. Rain. Cannon. Rain gun. Water gun. Jinx. Water gun gun. Samira? Gangplank. Duh. This is... Rengar. This is Pike. This is... Zoom me out a lot more, because I'm not getting this. Who has claw hands? Who has claw hands like that? Ivana? This is Ghost. Dark Flame Shyvana. This is Ruined Shyvana. Alright, Myrtle. Inspector Irashino and told Logico that Mondays were an acquired taste, but Logic thought he was joking. Take this one, for example. Forest Ranger had been killed in a nature resort. Okay, we got Major Red, Grandmaster Rose, Principal Applegreen, and the Viscount Eminence. The weapons used were Poison Tea, a heavy code book, a venomous spider, and a brick. The locations were the ancient ruins, the hot spring spa, a high-end tent, and the party lake. Each suspect brought one weapon in one location. As always, Detective Logico began with the facts. A message from the band of the tree gave Logico a notebook that read... The... something... suspect, the tallest suspect, had a heavy code book. 6'2", 5'7", 5'11". So Major Red had the heavy code book. Forensics determined a weapon made at least partially out of paper was present at the Hot Springs Spa. Code book? Okay, has to be the code book. Code book was at the Hot Springs Spa. Which means Major Red was at Hot Springs Spa. That's huge. We have Major Red completely pinned down. Principal Applegreen kept accusing the person who had a brick. The shortest suspect had a weapon made of a live animal. Okay, the shortest suspect had the spider. The Viscount Eminence had the spider. Which means Principal Applegreen did not have the brick. Which means Principal Applegreen had the poison tea. So we actually know everyone's weapon. Principal Applegreen would not have the brick if he were accusing someone who had a brick. It was not permitted to carry a venomous spider at the party lake. That is definitely a party foul. So the venomous spider is not at the party lake. Grandmaster Rose was in a place coincidentally referred to in Dame Obsidian's famous unauthorized autobiography. Think about that all the time. When it's like I'm transported back in time, how do I explain? Shortly after the crime took place, in a high-end tent, but the dawn of the next day, the person will be dead. In other words, the high-end tent is where Grandmaster Rose was. Grandmaster Rose was in the high-end tent, which means the brick was in the high-end tent, which means the spider was in here and this was in here. We actually have all the info, right? Because we know that the poison tea was in the party lake. So we have the entire info. The body was found by the ancient ruins. So it was the venomous spider and the Viscount in the ancient ruins. Ding, ding, ding. That was a fast one. 5 minutes. Let's see our marrow. Murder Tarot is this. So, this was the thing today. Today's Myrtle solution consisted of the Viscount Evidence, a left-handed Pisces, which suggests you are holding on to things, and a venomous spider, which corresponds to building a home for yourself. This will lead ultimately to the ancient ruins, generally signifying an honest, devoted friend, regret, wistfulness, and or something that once was / always will be. If this is what you desire, then you must seek out a venomous spider today. Well, these cards tell you this is garbage and gibberish, right? Suggests you are holding on to things and trying to build a home for yourself. And this will lead to an honest, devoted friend, regret, an honest, devoted friend, regret, wistfulness, and or something that once was / always will be. So it could mean literally anything. Truly a tarot of all time. Am I forgetting any dolls? Oh, Daily Dozen. NFL. QB Mike Glennon signed a 3-year, $45 million deal with this NFC team in 2027. The same year, they drafted a QB into the top 10. Tampa Bay Bucks, baby. This San Francisco Giants third baseman hit a career-high 43 home runs during the strike season. Sammy Sosa. Maguire. Bonds. During the lockout-shortened season, Jerry Tlusky finished top 5 in regular season's goals while playing for this Eastern Conference team, Rangers. Okay. Diamonds are a solidified form of what periodic table element that begins with the letter C? Carbone. Celebrity mashup. Whoa. This is very shiny. Is this Jeremy Renner? And I think Amy wants to say like Mandy Moore. Oh wait, is this her name? Anne Hathaway? Oop. Did I get either right? It is Jeremy Renner. Chain restaurants marketed toward adults at a higher quality burger would fast food chain released the Arch Deluxe in 1996. Higher quality burger? Not Five Guys. Arch Deluxe. Is this McDonald's? Yeah. Television. What You Talking About, Willis was Gary Coleman's character catchphrase on the network sitcom that ran. This is a different strokes. Movies. Jeff Bridges reprised his role from a 1982 sci-fi, and this is Tron Legacy. Music. Today, I don't feel like doing anything. I just want to lay in my bed. Are the opening lyrics to what Bruno Mars song? This is called the Lazy Song, I believe. Oh, yeah, double dip me on this. Jeremy Renner. It's Anna Kendrick. Nope. Emma Stone. This is Emma Stone? That my head went there, but I didn't want to guess it. That's what I know. Do one more dull because it's still not 6 yet. We can do a guess the game. This is Morrowind. Whoops, I hit skip. It's not Morrowind. Metacritic scores 68%. This game is ass. This is Metal Gear... What is it? Acid? This shit. PS3 and Xbox 360. This Devil May Cry 2? RPG post-apocalyptic. Wait, I think I've played this game. 2010? What the f... This game? Hey, Moon Tower, thank you for the follow. Hope you've been good. What is this game? This looks like some Prince of Persia wannabe from that like era. If this is called like Balls or something. It's called... Huh? This is Nier? Like, I've played Automata. You could have never told me this is Nier. Wow. Okay, beautiful. There's no other dulls, right? Am I forgetting any? Oh, we gotta do the Bazingle. Not found. What do you mean? These words don't fit. They make these puzzles so hard anymore. What if we did like... Oh my goodness. Oh, I put the A in the same spot. I'm so silly. Let's see. Let's just find where the A is, right? Oh, wait. That was actually a really good hint. Oh, of course. Man, that's a tough one. I'm usually pretty good at this. I usually get it in one. But it took me 4 today. Kind of tough. Oh, is there a video game hurdle? I'm gonna need more than that. Sounds like Somnium Files. I'm also not that good with video game BGM. Sounds like... Okay, it's just Minecraft music. Umineko time. The plan today is to finish episode 5. Maybe also be able to do the tea parties. Depends how long things run. Hope y'all doing well. Spoilers ahead if you've not seen through episode 5 of Umineko. Let's get it. Adler returned to the guest house at 3 a.m. Then, the rest of you split up about 30 minutes later, right? Yeah, that's right. Drowsiness was finally starting to catch up to us. We decided to take a short rest and then start up again. Smoke out the murder of the first Twilight, Erica closely questioned everyone involved to check their alibis and evidence. To confirm these, she went around the mansion with them, and when needed, took several trips out to the guest house through all the rain. Her vitality was impressive. Though she was an uninvited guest, everyone had long since stopped feeling anything strange about the way she played the detective. Boom, 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 boom. It seems Erica is also steadily building her foundation. It's useless. Whether alibis exist or not, she cannot deny our existence. Kinzo escaped through the window and is now one with the mists of Rokenjima. We most certainly won't be able to capture or deny him. When all's said and done, she could say he's escaped to the underside of the chessboard. In that case, maybe it would be appropriate to say he's now been stowed away. Come to think of it, about those corpses from the first Twilight, they've been stowed away too, right? Yes. They've been put away in my darkness, which lies between this world and the next. Yubi, thank you for the head pat. And that detective wannabe won't be able to find them. Of course she won't. It'd definitely be impossible for a human. Wanna check? Just in case. And we also need to re-examine what Lady Berncastell's goals will be from now on. You know your enemy? You need not fear the outcome of 100 battles. That's Sun Tzu. You know the truth. You can win 100 battles without fighting. My. Gap opened up a large hole in the sky and had it swallow all of them up. She invited Beato and Renov to the gap between worlds where she had hidden the corpses. That place was nowhere in this world, and existed at no time of this world. In other words, it truly and literally was a place not of this world. In this place, questions such as, where is this, and what time is it, have no meaning. Every single place led to here, but no place could be reached from here. Furthermore, all times connected to this place, but no time could be passed to from here. In short, this place was just what they say it was, the underside of the chessboard. No. Perhaps it would be most appropriate to call this the captured pile, where pieces that have left the game go. Then, through the pitch-black world, a glow like a faint spotlight shone, and 5 corpses came into view. The 5 pitiful corpses with their necks sliced open had been arranged neatly. Their eyelids were shut and their hands joined. Apparently, even Gap had respect for the dead.
Why?
There were 5 sacrifices for the first Twilight in this game, not 6. Oh, it's you, Sensei. I was worried about where you'd gone. The game has already reached the first Twilight, and as you see, the first victims have appeared. So, it's finally time. I'm getting all excited. I see. The you that is here looks to be in high spirits. I'm pleased. I've got high spirits and a captivating body. Add in my charming disposition, and you've got my only strong points. For some reason, Vergilia praised Beato for being in high spirits. Though Beato was taken aback at such a granny-like words coming out of Vergilia's mouth all of a sudden, she pounded her chest and answered. Vergilia had been absent often during this game. She might even have been absent when Battler solved the epitaph, as well as during the uproar that followed. Apparently, she'd been absent for so many critical points that she did not really understand much about what had happened so far in this game. Right now, 5 corpses have appeared. As you can see, their necks have been slit. George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, Genji. All 5 of them had their necks sliced open by something sharp. The wound opened wider than their mouths, and made it feel as though they no longer needed their mouths to breathe. I see. So anyone looking at George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, or Genji's corpses could confirm at a glance that they are dead. Red? Well, there's no point in me holding out against you. That's right. At a glance, anyone could confirm that these corpses are dead. So it's absolutely impossible that they are just playing dead. Why did Leah use the red? Who knows? However, she is always thinking of what's best for Milady. She probably has some idea in mind that will benefit her. But they'd hid the corpses here, specifically so that no one would be able to use the red. However, Renov was right. Vergilia always thought of Beatrice first. A slightly displeased expression rose to Gap's face, as she saw that the corpses she'd gone to great lengths to... As she saw that the corpses she'd gone to such lengths to hide had now been confirmed dead in red. However, in the end, she remembered that she was only a guest and shrugged. Why did you have Gap hide the corpses? As to that, since the epitaph has already been solved, this game of mine is different from usual. I now have serving and protecting Natsuhi as my goal. How would concealing their corpses protect her? We've more or less figured out what our opponent's moves will be. This is probably a trap meant to corner Natsuhi. Most likely, they'll sort through alibis for the first Twilight and find them for everyone except her. Last night, Natsuhi was the first to leave the family conference, and then rested alone in her room. Unfortunately, she had no alibi whatsoever until the next morning. We've already made Kinzo's existence impossible to deny. However, there is a single move remaining to our enemy that might cancel that out. I see. So they'll corner Natsuhi and make her confess that Kinzo doesn't exist. Indeed. The enemy is probably after something like that. By watching the movements of the pieces involved with the family conference, we quickly realized that Natsuhi was isolated. Noticed the trap of theirs and countered with this move. The corpses disappear. Everyone has alibis, and no one exists who could have moved them. Not only does this support that claim that a witch exists, it also throws doubt on whether there were actual corpses in the first place, just barely allowing Natsuhi to escape being a suspect. In other words, it's possible for Natsuhi to claim that these sacrifices of the first Twilight were only playing dead. You mean, even though many people confirm their death without fail in the cousin's room? Mere confirmation of facts doesn't even approach the red truth. No matter how much everyone claims to have truly witnessed their death, the red truth doesn't exist in the human world. Because the corpses don't exist, Natsuhi can discount their words as a mistake, some sort of trick, or she can say they were all lying. And it's possible for her to do this over and over to buy time for herself. In the human world, which lacks the red truth, perpetual checks is a valid move. An endless argument where both sides deny the other. Not pretty. True. However, beauty is something to be sought only after victory. When those without victory seek it, it is naught but poison. This is really good advice. If you're playing to win, make sure you win first. Then try to look cool doing it. Then try to be elegant doing it. Then try to look pretty doing it. Don't try to look cute first. You will lose. Well, they do say might makes right. And even if I don't think it's beautiful, those Voyager witches will probably like it and say it isn't boring. I see. I've managed to grasp the flow of this game. I imagine it will get quite nasty. We're fully aware of that, and we already know that Natsuhi is probably about to be lured in yet another trap. A trap? Indeed. Someone Lady Lambda Delta created, who calls himself a man from 19 years ago, has already threatened Natsuhi. He was ordered to go into a closet in a certain guest room in a few minutes at 1 p.m. and hide there. Kraus was taken hostage, so Natsuhi can't resist. I see. How relentless. Can you protect her? Of course. After all, Natsuhi isn't the culprit. No matter how much she's treated as the culprit, both the truth and phantoms are on our side. There's no way we'll lose. Natsuhi threw her cup of tea to the ground in protest, expressing the anger that flowed through her entire body. What do you mean by that? Are you saying you suspect me? You told me you left before anyone else, returned to your room, and didn't leave that room until morning. However, if you cannot prove that, it doesn't count as an alibi. Prove? How could I possibly do that? It doesn't matter how. Objectively speaking, it'll all be fine as long as you prove it was impossible for you to commit the crime. Everyone else is cooperating. I want you to stop being so hostile and give me your alibi, along with proof. That's right. Almost the whole night is a blank space in time for Natsuhi. She might have left the conference, saying she wanted to rest before us, then gone to the guest house and attacked the others and George. Please don't be such a fool. Why would I kill George? And on top of that, my own daughter, Jessica. Calm down. We're all equally suspicious. It's sad, but we all have to prove our innocence. Yep. We've been thinking frantically about how to prove our alibis for last night, so that we could clear up the suspicion against us. I know you can't like being suspected, Natsuhi. If it frustrates you, then shouldn't your first priority be searching for some way to prove your own innocence? The relatives spoke as though they were all under equal suspicion, but the mood about the place didn't feel so peaceful. Erika was still in the middle of confirming all of the facts, but except for Natsuhi, who was uncooperative when it came to proving alibis, everyone else had an alibi that was reasonably credible. Only Natsuhi, who claimed that even being suspected was an insult, was uncooperative with Erika. And her position began to grow more and more perilous. This parlor was no longer a place of comfort for Natsuhi. The sound of the cup smashing made that decisive. That's ridiculous. Why must I be suspected when I've lost a daughter? You're maliciously trying to make me look like the culprit just because I went to bed early last night. I cannot stand this humiliation any further. Oh, so what are you going to do about it? Show us some kind of alibi that proves your innocence. As if you could. Give me George back, murderer. Stop it, Ava. Natsuhi, you're probably a bit tired too. Same goes for us, of course. Why don't we take it easy for now? Seriously, we're a little too high-strung. Aunt Natsuhi, where are you going? Searching for alibis or the culprit would be truly laughable at this point. When the typhoon passes and the police come, everything will be exposed to the light of day. There's no reason whatsoever for us to play at being detectives. Am I wrong, Erica? Generally speaking, you're right. However, I do have the authority to do this. Who gave her that authority? No one asked. It was an authority given by words of power from a higher world, so the pieces weren't even allowed to doubt it. I'm leaving. I have no intention of going along with your pointless questioning before the police come. If you suspect me, feel free to do so. I'm counting on the police to clear away that suspicion. It may be a bit late to mention this, but then again, I guess this happens every time anyways. As usual, the phone couldn't connect to the police. Natsuhi said the police would be coming, but that wasn't exactly true. Strictly speaking, the boat would come tomorrow, and they would use that radio on the boat to contact the police. Well, it's not like I'll let everyone live that long anyways. Heh. Natsuhi, it's dangerous to go alone. Perhaps it would be better if we all stayed here. Why not let her? This might make for some very good proof. If Natsuhi gets killed in her own room, that'll be excellent proof of her innocence. Come on, Aniki. It's probably best if we can get a bit of rest. Our bodies won't last until tomorrow. If we're gonna take a break, we still mustn't let our guards down. Got it? We might not make it through the night, much less tomorrow. Natsuhi, if you're returning to your room, make sure you lock it tight. Close the windows and shutters and stay safe. I don't want to suspect anyone. And more than that, I don't want there to be any more victims. Thank you, Battler. Then, I'll return to my room. Goda, you're in charge now. I know this is a horrible situation, but see to it that our guests have everything they need. Yes, madam. I shall do so. With everyone watching her, Natsuhi left the parlor. From their faces, she could tell they were expecting the classic mystery pattern. That the first person to quarrel and leave the circle would become the next victim. Natsuhi couldn't disobey because of the threat against Kraus, who had been taken hostage. Very soon, it would be that promised time, 1 o'clock. She was to hide for an hour in the closet of a specified guest room. It was easy to suspect that this bizarre order was a trap to select her as the next sacrifice. She thought of various ways to resist, but all methods would be useless against a culprit who had a hostage and was observing her from close by. So Natsuhi could do nothing but obediently follow that order, and then claim that she'd been forced to do this for her husband's safety. When the promised time had drawn near, Natsuhi had intentionally acted annoyed and smashed the cup on the ground to give her an excuse for slipping out of the parlor. At any rate, no matter how cowardly a trap it may be, I cannot disobey now. I am not the one who carries the burden of the one-winged eagle. Now that my husband Kraus has been captured, I must protect it even if I have to crawl through the mud. Of course, I am prepared to do so. I am Ushiromiya Natsuhi. Even if I am not permitted to bear the one-winged eagle on my clothes, Father gave me permission to bear it in my heart. I managed to get this far by plausibly dashing away in a rage. So far, everything has gone well. Before my eyes was the doorknob of the specified guest room. However, I wonder if it's locked. The servants are normally ordered to lock any unused rooms. What will I do if it's locked? I had dashed away from the others, pretending I was returning to my room. Popping back and asking a servant to unlock this guest room would be obviously suspicious. If I can, I'd like to get this eerie hide-and-seek over with without anyone noticing. In that phone call from the one who claimed to be the man from 19 years ago, he said I would win if no one found out, but lose if anyone did. He said my husband would be released whether I won or lost. But as a person with a hostage taken against me, I'd rather not lose. I don't like it at all, but I have to go along with this game. When I softly gripped the doorknob, I could feel that it was unlocked. Did Shannon and Kumasawa forget to lock it after cleaning? Or did that man unlock it in advance? That man couldn't be waiting for me in this room, could he? And then he'll... All that about hide and seek might have been a mere excuse. I kept the fact I was coming here secret, and all the others think I'm resting in my room. If I were to be killed in this situation, it might create a new baffling murder case, like an extension of the one that occurred this morning. That might actually turn out for the better. Perhaps this is a good chance to confront the culprit directly. Natsuhi had some experience with using a naginata, though only casually. Unlike Eva, she couldn't brag about being able to hold off any single ruffian indefinitely. As she was now, she had no realistic chance of challenging a man with malicious intent and winning. She readied herself and slowly opened the door. She couldn't just stand around in the corridor and risk being seen by someone. The atmosphere inside the guest room was frigid, and she could sense no trace of anyone waiting impatiently for her. All she could hear were the unsettling sounds of the wind and rain. At first, this seems to prove that there was no one here to threaten her. But soon, it only made an uneasy feeling rise up inside her even more strongly than before. The closet was just off to the side of anyone entering the room. Lined up inside it was a set of hangers for coats. The closet, which had nothing hanging in it, was large enough for even an adult to hide in. She softly opened the closet. Of course, there was nothing inside. She would have to hide quietly in here for an hour. The room had a wooden floor, but something like a carpet had been laid in the closet. It seemed sitting down wouldn't be a problem. She had been sure someone would be waiting for her in this room, or that a strange letter would be lying in the closet. In the worst case, she had even imagined that her husband's corpse might be inside there. However, hold on. However, none of these things she imagined turned out to be true. The only thing there was a cold guest room, and a lifeless closet that silently urged her to enter. And he told me to hide in here for an hour. He's mocking me. Natsuki shrugged, turned around, and then locked and chained the guest room door. This way, no one will be able to get into this room. In other words, no one will be able to find me for the next hour. I win. What a stupid game of hide and seek. There surely must be a total victory in the hide and seek game against the mystery man. However, it was such an easy victory, it made her feel uneasy. Normally, this would be against the rules of hide and seek. Even if she had won, wouldn't this displease the culprit? And now everyone thought she had returned to her room. If they found a room with a chain set, that would make it an impossibly closed room to them. Erica had dashed throughout the mansion to confirm alibis or something. If she noticed that the chain was set on this room, there would probably be an uproar that would end in them cutting the chain and searching the room. If that happened, Natsuki would be found hiding in the closet right away. It would be easy to honestly confess as to why she's been hiding. However, that man had insisted that she not reveal that. If she did talk, she might endanger her husband. Thinking of it that way, setting the chain, no, even the lock might be a bad idea. That's right. This room was unlocked when I came here. If it were to suddenly become locked, it's conceivable that it might catch someone's attention. Better if I don't do anything unnecessary. That man only told me to hide. So in the end, I have no choice but to do what he says. Hate doing it, but I cannot disobey. I undid those two precious locks. I went to the dimly lit closet filled with the smell of old wood and managed to close the door from the inside. Pitch black. It reminded me of when I was young, when I used to hide somewhere and then surprise my mother. But that peaceful recollection wasn't enough to kill off my anxiety. It really is pitch black. From here, I won't even be able to check my watch to see if an hour has passed. I'll probably need to open the door a crack every once in a while to let in enough light for my watch. For now, I'll crouch down here. I thought about clutching my knees, but it hurt my back when I tried. I'm not as young as I used to be. Even though I was made to sit on the floor holding my knees in every PE class as a grade schooler, I now have to struggle just to sit down. Just crouching down here for an hour will probably hurt a lot. I can't believe I'll be hiding in the darkness for a full hour with nothing to hear except the wind and the rain. Ironically, Natsuki had made Jessica do the exact same thing in the past. She had done it when Jessica was a little girl, to scold her for her persistent bad habits and teach her a lesson. She'd thought that making Jessica stay put in the darkness would sprout a desire to reflect on her mistakes, and that this way she would understand what she had done wrong. This is really bad. I wonder if this is on purpose, if this is to show Natsuki what she did to Jessica. It almost feels like I'm being made to do the same thing. If that's the true purpose of this hide and seek, how naive of me. This must be my naivete, the hope that if their goal is to make me repent, nothing will happen here during this hour. Uncertainty and fear of that man's shadow are not what I need right now. Will someone suddenly come to this room, open this closet, and do some horrible thing to me now that I've come in here in total secrecy, as promised? That's what I should be worrying about. The culprit, or one of his accomplices, is very close by. If they weren't, they wouldn't be able to observe me so thoroughly. I don't want to think it, but it's highly likely that the culprit bought off one of the servants. The culprit hid an eerie card with an autumn written on it in my room. My personal room is always locked. That trick would not have been possible without a key. Instead of believing that they obtained the key when the servants weren't looking, it's much more realistic to assume that one of the servants lent the culprit a hand. I think it's possible that Natsuhi is both of these people. Natsuhi is the person on the phone, and Natsuhi is herself, of course, and that she's imagining all of this. But how? How did they know that autumn is my favorite season? How unsettling. The thought that this mystery man might be peeking into my heart sent goosebumps running across my whole body. It's true that I like autumn, but I've never said it out loud. I don't think anyone's ever heard me say it. If I asked even my husband what my favorite season is, he probably would be stumped for an answer. No. Just once, I told it to a single person. That's right. Shannon. On an autumn day long ago, I happened to be in a good mood, and I mentioned that autumn was my favorite of the 4 seasons. So the culprit, or one of their accomplices, has to be Shannon. The fact that I like autumn can only be known by Shannon. I mean, that's a little much of a stretch, Nazi, don't you think? In that case, this is clear proof that Shannon is involved. That card with autumn on it is proof. Outrageous. Even though she served the family for 10 years. I trembled and shook with rage. Didn't Kinzo once say that anger is the fastest sedative to cure fear and uncertainty? It's easy to tell the most fearful humans from within a crowd. They're always the first to get angry. I remember him telling me that. So I realized that this anger was a sign that I was actually frightened, and I tried my best to remain calm. However, this is a vital clue for turning things around. Shannon may not be reliable as a servant, but if she's an accomplice used by that mystery man, this might actually be convenient. A weak-willed girl. If I threaten her, she'll probably spill the name of the mastermind in an instant. I'd secretly tell the police about this. It might become a big clue towards arresting the culprit. That card was probably meant to shock me and get me to do what he says, but he's actually dug his own grave. I never told anyone except Shannon that I like autumn. That's in red. This is unshakable proof that she's working with the culprit. Though I once thought this time in the closet would crush me with uncertainty and unease, it actually had given me the start to a counterattack. If I wasn't given this time in the darkness, I probably wouldn't have noticed it. I'm almost grateful to the culprit for making up this foolish game. My mood brightened. I still can't guarantee that my husband is safe, but I'll definitely get him back and force the culprit to face judgment. I clenched my fists tightly and further strengthened my resolve to avoid losing this fight at any cost. At that time, I heard the sudden sound of someone trying to force the locked door open, and my heart leapt. Oh, it was unlocked. The voice was Hideyoshi's. I heard that quiet voice as though he was talking to himself, coming from what was probably the hallway. Apparently, he had thought it was locked and tried to unlock it. Okay, so this is the culprit telling Natsuhi to be here because the culprit is Lambda Delta, and Lambda Delta knows what's going to happen. So Lambda Delta is just setting up Natsuhi to observe this, but had ended up locking the unlocked door instead. Once again, there was the sound of the lock turning, and now the door opened with a faint sound. Why is Hideyoshi in this room? Footsteps that sounded like his came in, and there was the sound of him closing and locking the door behind him. Then came what seemed to be the sound of him setting the chain. Don't tell me Hideyoshi is the mastermind. Or else an accomplice? Is he planning to do something to me in this room? It would take some time to unlock the door from this side, much less remove the chain. If Hideyoshi doesn't intend to let me escape from here, he won't give me enough time to undo the chain. In that case, if he opens the closet door and sees me crouched in here pathetically, just what kind of fearsome words will he say? I don't want to be found. I don't want to be found. I beg you, pass right on by the closet door. Please keep going into the center of the room. My head was so filled with throbbing sound that it felt like it was about to explode, and I almost missed hearing his noisy footsteps. So when I heard a clunking sound come from the center of the room, I finally realized that he'd passed by the closet and was deeply relieved. Just in case, in this weather, it's pretty much night out there anyways. As he whispered, he did something that made a clunking sound. He was probably closing the shutters on the window. Just in case. In case I try to escape out the window? Now that can't be right. That's right. When I left the parlor, everyone was talking about possibly taking a break. After all, several murders have occurred. Oh, he's just going to smoke a cigarette. He's just trying to smoke a cigarette and not have anyone know that he's doing it. After all, several murders have occurred, and that weather's bad. There'd be nothing abnormal if someone chose to rest in a guest room here instead of returning to the guest house. In that case, locking up and closing the shutters to guarantee safety is the proper course of action to take. When he finally finished closing the shutters, there was a thunk, as though he'd flopped over onto the bed. It was surprising how much of the situation could be grasped just by sound. What's going on here? Did the man from 19 years ago plan all this out to put me in the same room as Hideyoshi? No, that probably isn't true. He probably planned on me hiding here, but Hideyoshi coming to take a rest here might have been outside the scope of his plan. Thinking about it that way, having him in the room might be odd, but it also might guarantee my own safety. Unlike his wife, Hideyoshi is the kind of person I can talk to. If Ava comes, things will probably get complicated. Maybe I should slip out of this closet now while he's just alone. Reveal everything to just him and ask for help. But if I do that, my husband might be killed. Until my husband is released, I shouldn't do anything rash. Should I go out and talk or hide in here? Moaning from my headache and biting my lower lip, I resisted the urge to crawl out of here. Even if I talk with Hideyoshi, I don't know where my husband is being held. I'm sure the traitor who's observing me is nearby. Just talking to him won't solve everything. I suspect that Shannon is the traitor, but there's no proof that Goda and the others aren't. It's all useless, I guess. Leaving here and confessing is too dangerous after all. Eventually, I heard a strange, sobbing voice. Whose voice was it? I strained my ears, trying to hear the strange voice, and was shocked to discover that it was Hideyoshi weeping. Hideyoshi, who had lost his only son, was finally able to shed tears and cry, now that he was all alone like this. Thinking that he needed to support Ava in her distress, he acted as though he alone was standing firm. However, he had as good a right as any to cry. And now that he's found a place where no one can see his tears, he finally let himself do it. And I've lost my daughter. I haven't seen her corpse with my own eyes, so it still doesn't really feel like she's dead. But if the one who carried her off was the culprit, and he had some repulsive motive for doing it, just thinking about it makes me feel as though my chest will tear itself apart. The reason I'm hiding in here now is that I'm thinking about my still living husband than more about my still living husband than my dead daughter. But if I were given the chance, I'd be wailing at the top of my lungs too. However, I still cannot let myself do that. It isn't because the man from 19 years ago told me to hide. It's because I'm the final head of the Ushirimiya family. I've been completely overshadowed by the recent uproar, but last night, Battler found the hidden gold and even gained the head's ring from that mysterious envelope. At the very, very end, when it's all over, I probably won't be able to prevent his ascension as the head. But when everything regarding the distribution of the inheritance is revealed, that the Ushirimiya family honor and glory passed down from father will plummet to the earth. So, I am the final head. Battler will probably inherit the remaining wealth of the Ushirimiya family. However, its history and honor will all end with my generation. Therefore, I am the final head. I must not cry. Not yet. Until I get my husband back and avenge my daughter, I will not be able to shed tears. In the closet, I silently hung my head as I listened to Hideyoshi's sobs. Whoa. Who are you? Huh? My heart leapt. I heard a sound that must have been Hideyoshi, who had probably been lying prostrate on the bed, bounding to his feet. Did he notice me? How'd you get in here? What's that? Wait a sec. Wait. It was clear he was clearly in a struggle with someone. Who on earth could it be? No, it doesn't matter who it is. It's probably the culprit, and they're probably trying to take Hideyoshi's life. Shouldn't I jump out of here and help him? If I can't help him, shouldn't I call for help? No, but if I do something like that, I'll be questioned about why I was hiding in here. However, if Hideyoshi gets killed like this... No, now isn't the time to be saying that. At this rate, he'll certainly be killed. I'll jump out of here and help him right now. But if I do that, even if I can save him, I might be abandoning my husband's life. Hideyoshi's life and my husband's life. How sinful it would be to try to weigh those against each other. At this time, there was a loud sound at the door as the door opened and the chain was pulled tight. Someone was trying to open the door despite the chain being set. Dear, it's me. Could you open up? Ava? Dear? What's happening? Dear? Open up. Oh. Open up, dear. Someone. She opened and closed the door over and over again with all her might, but of course she couldn't snap the chain. Ava called for help in a loud voice and raced through the hallway. By this time, the room had settled back into silence, and that earlier sense of Hideyoshi being in a noisy struggle had disappeared completely. What's going on here? But right now, I'm in the same room as the murderer who killed Hideyoshi. In that case, the culprit should try to escape from the room as soon as possible. So why are they hiding in here? Hi, Sky. I haven't heard anything. Nothing that might have been the culprit who attacked Hideyoshi rushing away. No matter how much I strain my ears, I can't sense anyone in the room. In fact, it's so silent that it makes what happened just a second ago feel like an illusion. In other words, does this mean that the culprit is hiding his breath, standing just outside the closet, waiting for me to stumble out? I don't even know what I should be scared of anymore. If only I could just melt away into the darkness of this closet. I mustn't remain in this room any longer. I get the feeling I have more to worry about than just my personal safety. But what should I do? I don't even know if it's a good idea to leave this closet. Eventually, the clamor of many rushing footsteps approached. I'll hold my breath again and melt away into the darkness of the closet. This makes me think Natsuhi's doing it. Ava dashed back, bringing everyone with her. Goto was gripping some wire cutters to cut the chain with. After trying to open the door again and confirming that the chain was still set, she yelled through the crack in the door. Here, we're gonna open this up. Cut it right now. Yes. Goto stuck the large wire cutter, which looked like it could slice off a whole finger, through the crack of the door, and easily severed the chain. Here. As soon as it was severed, Ava pushed Goto aside and dashed in. The others tried to follow her, but they bumped into Ava, who had fallen to her knees, moaning. So even though they couldn't tell much of what was going on inside the room, they could tell by Ava's moans that they were too late. What the hell? Dear? Nanjo, look at my husband quickly. I'll do it right now. You've got to be kidding me. It's only been about 10 minutes since Uncle Hideyoshi went out saying he wanted to rest. Is there anyone in the bathroom? No, there's no one here. What could have happened? Dear? I'm afraid to say that there's nothing I can do. Nanjo stood up, hanging his head. It was only natural. Because anyone, even if they weren't a doctor, would think that at a glance. Yeah, this is clearly a closed room. Natsuhi's in it, though. I think Natsuhi has to be the one doing all this, and, like, she's just not aware that she's doing it. Hideyoshi was laying face down on the bed, and stuck deep into his back was something like a blade with an intricate demonic design on it. When Ava pulled it out with all her might, they could tell that it wasn't a blade, but some kind of stake, and its sharp tip had penetrated nearly 15 centimeters in. It had probably dug deep into the lungs. If it had been stuck in any harder, the tip might even have pierced all the way through to the surface of his chest. Didn't I tell you to wait for me? Why did you go on alone? The culprit probably waited for us to get careless and split up. That bastard. So he still hasn't had enough blood. So he really is hiding somewhere in this mansion and coming after us? But there's something strange here. The doors and windows to this room are completely sealed. That's right. The shutters are all shut, and the door chain was set until a second ago. Huh? But that's crazy. In that case, how did the culprit attack Hideyoshi in this room? It is nice to see that, like, I think all the couples really do have a sincere, like, care for each other. They just all have their own, like, faults that, like, fuck them up, too. Maybe they threw the stake through the crack in the door. Hideyoshi's bed is a total blind spot from this crack. You couldn't even kill him with a gun. This really is strange. It's a closed room murder. A closed room murder? It's a bit too early to be sure about that. Maybe he removed the ceiling in the bathroom and escaped to the space above it. Or maybe you can close the shutters from outside. The shutters, they didn't budge an inch from the outside. I just went and checked. Ugh. No wonder everything felt so quiet and relaxed. At some point, Erica had split from the group. Just now, she had finally arrived and poked her face in from the hallway. When she heard that a crime had occurred in this room, she had watched everyone rush toward the room, but circled around the outer wall herself. And she had gone all by herself to check that the shutter was down on the window, that you couldn't do anything with it from the outside, and that there was nothing out of the ordinary. Is the inside of this room just like usual? There's no need to say it like that. My deepest condolences. So, what's the situation inside the room? A Nazi has to keep hiding? The chain was set on the door, so we cut it and entered. And all the windows have shutters down. They're locked tight from the inside. What are they bickering about in there? Ava was arguing with Nanjo about something. Apparently, she wanted to carry the corpse to the parlor. Nanjo tried to calm her, saying that they should leave the crime scene as untouched as possible until the police came. What happened to the other corpses? The culprit carried them off somewhere, right? And maybe that the culprit isn't satisfied with just killing, but intends to do something with the corpses. So no way. No way we're leaving my husband all alone here. Ava does have a point. After all, the victims before now have been carried away after we were shown their terrible wounds. You got 10 cosmic bolts? Heck yeah. Erica, you'd probably like to preserve that crime scene, but could you just let this one slide? $3 each? $3 each isn't bad. The foils are going for infinite. They're going for like hundreds, which is like dumb. Do whatever you want. All I'm interested in is the fact that a closed room has appeared that's much more serious than Kinzo's study. 50 each? I saw someone buy for like 200. That might have just been a snap, like, dumb to... Oh, playset was 200. Okay, that makes more sense. I thought it was a single one for 200. I have no interest in corpses, so do as you please. Because I think it only came in Sapphire Pack. Battler's expression was clearly unhappy, but she ignored him completely. Feel free to carry out that corpse out anytime. Or am I in the way? Erica backed away from the door to open a path. She showed no trace of any sadness for the dead. Her eyes simply blazed with thoughts of this closed-room murder that had appeared. In any event, the great detective had given her permission. Ava and some others wrapped Hideyoshi up in the sheets, and Goda and Rudolph carried him out. The sheets were quickly stained red. It was so painful to see that Shannon and Kumasawa stripped the blanket off the bed to further cover the corpse. Hey, out of the way. Yeah, I am out of the way. Let's go to the parlor. Yeah. Dear. Listen up, everyone. From now on, we'll always move as a group. You must not let yourself be isolated. When the culprit attacked Genji, he probably got a master key. It's clear that even locking up will no longer make you safe. But even the chain was set. How did they do it? Fertile Ground is really good with RE2, but it definitely doesn't feel... Yeah, Fertile Ground almost feels like a bit too much of an extra step. I don't know. It really depends where the format's at, because we also haven't seen the format play out without Outlook. Like, Tristan might just be going, like, full-bore Ripper Slice and Dice now, and might be a hyper-aggro deck. It's impossible. The shutters in the chain were firmly set. Even with a master key, it'd be impossible to force your way into that room. It must have been Beatrice's doing. There's no way Beatrice did this. The epitaph has been solved, so there shouldn't be any more reason to hold the ceremony. Of course, we can't understand it. This would be impossible for anyone except a witch. Impossible for anyone except a witch, you say? Good. Has a nice ring to it. Erica, are you listening? We've decided to stick together from now on. First, we're carrying Hideyoshi's corpse to the parlor. Can you hold off playing detective until we get there? When she heard the words playing detective, Erica grimaced visibly. Then everyone stumbled out, and she took a single step into the now empty guest room, looked around, and burned the scene into her eyes. Erica claimed to have a photographic memory. If that was true, those few seconds were more than enough for her. Later on, she could sip black tea in the parlor while perusing the photograph of the scene inside her memory, playing the part of an armchair detective. Then suddenly her eyes stopped on the closet off to the side. A closet for hanging overcoats. It was large enough to fit a coat on a hanger. A person should be able to hide in it. Slowly, Erica stretched her hand out toward the closet. Huh? Erica's shoulder was grabbed roughly from behind. Let's go, Miss Detective. Don't you ever learn how to stick together in school field trips? Well, wherever I go traveling, someone always dies. Hey, what do you think you're doing, brats? Come on, quickly. Rudolph told them to hurry. After clicking her tongue and glaring at the closet, Erica followed Battler back to the parlor for the time being. Natsuhi narrowly escapes getting caught. The sound of the footsteps finally faded. The time of terror, when I feared that even the dripping of the cold sweat covering my cheeks might be noticed, had finally ended. Natsuhi's got to get to her room, like, now. With my hand that still couldn't stop trembling, I slowly opened the closet door and dashed out into the hallway. It's okay, no one's found me. Still, it's a good thing they didn't lock the door. If they had, I would be able to lock it behind me after I left, and they'd find that suspicious. Anyway, I should leave this place. Then I'll return to my room and pretend that I was sleeping the whole time. Yes, if I don't go back soon, a new murder has occurred. They'll probably try to tell me about it, and they'll probably do it shortly after they carry Hideyoshi's corpse back to the parlor. I can get around a phone call by saying I was asleep and didn't notice, but if they come knocking directly, that'll be bad. I have to get back quickly before they try to force their way in. I don't know whether I should run out all noisily, or hide my footsteps and walk in secret, or walk around normally as though nothing has happened. At the very least, it'll be bad if I bump into them on their way back to the parlor. Anyway, I'll head to my room, at a quick pace, without being noticed by anyone. I pass through the hallway to the lobby. I go up the big staircase in the lobby. My room is just a little bit... Natsuhi? Just as she was about to go up the large staircase, Natsuhi heard Erica call out to her, and was so surprised that she visibly jumped. I was just about to go and tell you the news. Oh, thank you. Did something happen? Just now, Natsuhi. You were climbing the stairs, right? Your room is upstairs, isn't it? Erica coldly pointed out this strange fact. Natsuhi cursed her bad luck. I couldn't sleep, so I was going to return to the parlor, but I wasn't sure whether I had locked my room or not, so I was about to head back. I'm a worrier, so this sort of thing happens a lot. That's so true, Natsuhi. I do that all the time. Don't worry about it. Yeah, that sort of thing does happen a lot. It's a common quirk among people who aren't confident in their memory. Normally, since Erica was clearly making fun of her, Natsuhi might have looked annoyed. Me driving to work in the morning? Yeah, me like laying in my bed being like, did I lock the front door? However, right now, Natsuhi was extremely relieved to hear Erica admit that this sort of thing happened a lot. It's bad. It happened to me again today too. I just kept driving and might have left my garage wide open, but I did not turn around. Why are you by yourself, Erica? I thought I'd investigate the guest room. Guest room? Yeah. This situation's gotten pretty serious, hasn't it? And investigating the scene of the crime is my right. Erica's probing gaze peered deep into Natsuhi's eyes. She could tell. Erica already suspected Natsuhi. Judging by that subtle nuance in her words, she must be planning to make me slip up and reveal that I know about the crime with Hideyoshi, when I supposedly haven't been told about it yet. Natsuhi played dumb and asked what had happened again. Is something wrong? No, it's nothing. This is just a repeat of the first crime, isn't it? What do you mean? Again, you were in your room. And again, you can't prove your alibi, can you? I'm afraid I don't know what you mean. To turn it around, how can you prove that I wasn't in my room? Ah, that. Let me take this one step at a time. Please worry about your lock later. I have something vitally important to discuss with everyone. I'll come back after I check my lock. Please get started without me. Hideyoshi has been killed. We'll be talking about that. Huh? You plan on using the need to check her lock as an excuse to escape to her own room, after which she would claim to have a sudden headache and stay in bed the rest of the time. However, now that she had been informed of Hideyoshi's murder, it would be clearly suspicious to postpone that and escape to her room. She was already under suspicion just because she'd been seen heading up the stairs to the second floor. She couldn't afford to do anything else suspicious. Natsuhi gave up and headed for the parlor as Erica had urged her to do. When she opened the door to the parlor, Ava's sobs poured out, and everyone glanced at Natsuhi with grave faces. Those gazes almost made it look as though they suspected Natsuhi. It was now painfully apparent to Natsuhi. This must have been what that man was after. It was a trap to create a baffling closed-room mystery and try to frame her for it. However, she couldn't have resisted. She couldn't sacrifice her husband's life. And while it's true I hid in the closet, that's all I did. I definitely haven't committed murder. I might be extremely suspicious, but I'm not the culprit. And most importantly, I'm not under suspicion yet. I'll tell the police everything. I have to endure until then. I'm sure one of the servants is a traitor. Even in a situation like this, if I mention my husband being held hostage, the culprit will hear and might use it as an excuse to kill him. Natsuhi just came back. Natsuhi-san has just come back. Now that we're all here, I have something very important to discuss with you all. Something very important? Yes, it's very important. I'd like to lay out everything in front of you all, starting with the first crime. Then, please do that with just the others. I think we should leave that sort of thing to the police. I'm not interested. Since I have it all laid out, this is a very important thing to discuss. Neither you nor anyone else has the right to refuse. Huh? Erika used her detective's authority to proclaim the start of an assembly. None of the pieces could disobey. Praying that she wouldn't become the topic of conversation, Natsuhi reluctantly sat on the sofa as she'd been urged to. Oh, sorry. Could you also close that door for me? Yes. Shannon and Cannon closed the door. Since it had been decided a short while ago to lock all doors and windows carefully, Cannon locked it. That lock, which existed to protect the safety of this room, felt like a lock to a prison cell to Natsuhi. One that would hold her in place and prevent any escape. Natsuhi still hadn't noticed. Though Erika had gone into the corridor to check the crime scene in Hideyoshi's room, her goal had changed. In other words, from Erika's point of view, the sound of that lock was truly... Checkmate. Erika said that suddenly. Baron Castell said that suddenly. Oh, fast! Wow, so you figured out the culprit already? We barely got into any of the crimes, right? You could have just let me kill a few more and gathered a few clues. Okay, Lambda, gather all the pieces. Now we're getting to the most interesting part. Let's both enjoy it to the fullest. Well, let's see. Why don't you show me what you've got? To think she'd lay down the challenge without waiting for the game's set at 2400. What a hasty person that Lady Baron Castell. It is quite an early challenge. To think that she's already managed to obtain a winning hand at this stage. Normally you call a win just by claiming that a witch exists. Normally you can win just by claiming that a witch exists. But with Natsuhi and Kinzo, we've got a lot we need to protect this time. Sounds like this fight will be a pain. That's no problem at all. I won't let them do as they please with my golden island any longer. Bring it on, Lady Baron Castell. Perudo Erika. Ooh. In the Golden Land, the endless rain continued to fall. Battler was nowhere to be seen. It would very soon reach the time that Battler had joined in on the 5th game, and control of the pieces would be passed on to him. In other words, he would only be officially added to the game now, in its final stage, where Baron Castell had pinpointed the culprit. He had left the Arbor a short while ago. It has to be Natsuhi or Kraus as the culprit, right? Now the only ones in sight were Virgilia, who continued to knit silently, and Beto, who just sat there blankly amidst the smell of her black tea, not even putting the cup to her lips. Virgilia stopped knitting for a moment, and looked over across the vast gold rose garden that extended as far as the eye could see. I believe it's safe to say that at least in the game over who the culprit is, Battler has gained such strength that he will never surrender again. By the 4th game, you had sent him all your messages. In other words, at this time, Battler is capable of realizing the truth at any moment. However, he is still soft in some ways. So, even if the games continue like this 100 times, we won't solve it for all eternity. He'll just wander forever, like someone trying to find the blue bird. And that is you, Beatrice. It's the same for you. Even if this game continues hundreds more times, you will never reach the answer you seek for all eternity. Baron Castell will abuse this game without a doubt. Lambda Delta will also churn this game about with the utmost arrogance. Yeah, that's right. So, Lambda Delta and Baron Castell want this game to go on forever. Especially Lambda Delta wants it to go on forever. And I think that's because she wants to keep what Beatrice wants to reveal to Battler away from them. At a glance, that may be humiliating and appear to you and Battler as though the game has been stolen from you. However, that is something the two of you need right now. To end Battler's naive softness. To end your hesitation. And that's why you called the two of them here. To end the eternal torture between you. So she called the other witches here. Those two will bring you either victory or defeat. But no matter how it goes, that result has already been filled with compassion. You should understand that as well by now. Virgilia faced Beto, whom she had come to adore as a daughter, with cold eyes that she must not have shown often. It was like the gaze of a mother who, instead of scolding, silently urges their child to recognize their mistake. Beatrice, how long do you intend to stay there? Neither alive nor dead, not rising up to heaven, nor falling into hell. There on the peak of Mount Purgatory. I am Virgilia. I have guided him through Purgatory and brought him to you at its peak. And you are Beatrice. You must choose whether to take his hand and rise up to heaven, or grab him and fall into hell. Did you know that the Discord called Purgatory, which lies in the gap between heaven and hell, is sometimes more torturous than even hell itself? Me and the 40-man VC, while everybody's just playing their own game and narrating to nobody. On the gates of hell it is written that you must abandon all hope. A human without hope can accept their suffering and give up. However, the residents of Purgatory have hope. A hope of possibly reaching heaven. A hope that cannot be abandoned. And it tortures them. Even in the depths of hell, no greater torture device exists than the single pin known as hope. Fly. Fly from the cliffs of Purgatory. Take with you the regrets caused by your fleeting, fragile, foolish hopes, and open up Pandora's box. Are you scared? Scared of opening the box? Beto was silent, but with a single tear she nodded slightly. Is the cat in the box alive or dead? The time has now come to check. If the cat is dead, quickly hold a funeral for it and have it rise to heaven. If the cat is alive, quickly feed it and give it all your attention. Whether it is alive or dead, your cat box eternally desecrates the cat. The key to the box that you were afraid to open has been brought to you by these two. Beatrice, it's time for you to die now. I hope that your heart is stopped by the hand of the person you desire. Right, we are entering the climax. Big things about to happen here. Going all the way to the end. All the way to midnight. End game. We're skipping right to the end game. Okay. Before, this is going to be a long one. We need to take a break here. Make sure we're ready for this. This is going to be a long chapter, so be ready. So, with that, I'm going to run an ad break. I'm going to grab some water. I expect you to do the same. Let us enjoy the end of this episode. Let me get my ad break ready. RB. The reprogram looks really good, by the way. I'll be right back. Minute of ad break. Yeah, they showed the reprogram for Path of Silver. It looks pretty good. I saw they posted a little bit of lore. The, like, Proxia and Luxera story. That was cute. I definitely don't care that much about the reprograms. It's cute. It's a cute little story. Do not care about the reprogram as far as collecting it, but it does look really good. So, happy about that. That it's not, like, super necessary. Definitely not giga concerned about the Arasana stuff either. Twitter. And they're in Merlin's Marketplace if you want to look there quick in the announcements. I'm curious what the Academy guides are going to look like, and then I don't know from there. Okay, we're back from the ad break. Got me water. I got some chips. Yeah, it's Freydish. It looks really good. That one getting 4 of is going to be, like, impossible, though. And because it's not a permanent, like, so here's what I've been doing that I kind of like doing. I have one Arthur CSR, right? And then just whenever I play Arthur, I swap that out and just put it on top of that Arthur. Like, with permanents, I feel like it works pretty well. But the reprogram is going to be a weird one. That's one where you're going to actually want the 4 in the deck, probably. 70,000 score. It's a shame it's in Singapore because I feel like we could reach 70,000 score threshold for the, like, the foil version of it. The non, like, CSR, Mystique, Charm, and Grace versions. We could probably get just the regular ones if we entered a Path of Silver. You just need like 50 foils and make some of the theme bonuses happen. Which is certainly doable. Well, there might be a Path of Silver at the December Ascent. We could go hard for that. Because if I would enter, and if I won one, I'd pass it on. I'm not super concerned about having one. Especially because that card feels like cheeks in most formats. Okay. It's time. This is like a 3-hour-long chapter. This is the climax of episode 5. And is basically the end of the episode, so get ready. Sorry, I wanted to eat another chip first. Okay. I'm chewing so loud. I was hungrier than I realized. All of the pieces from the game board are gathered. All of the humans, furniture, witches, and the witches on an even higher level had gathered in one place. Whoa. That place was like a solemn cathedral with an unbelievably high ceiling. White stonework. Golden ornaments. Though there were windows, there were no entrances or exits. It was a strange, strange place. But for some reason, no one wondered where this strange place was, because they were not given the right to think of this place as strange. Have all the pieces been gathered? Yes, they have. Well done. What a show. I wonder just how many people there are here. No matter how many we see, every being outside the 18th is a phantom. Making you acknowledge them is what the game's all about. The 3 witches were seated on special thrones set upon a very high balcony. In the center sat the game master, Lambda Delta. On either side of the semicircular balcony sat Berncastel and Beatrice facing each other. Below them, Erica ran forward, lifted the corners of her skirt, and bowed respectfully. Great Lady Lambda Delta, we thank you for granting our requests of assembly. On Great Lady Berncastel, my master, please look forward to it. Though it may be only for a short while, I will most certainly make my master forget about the poison that torments her. Yes, I am looking forward to it. I'd expect no less from my double. My peace. Erica and Berncastel exchanged cruel smiles that'd make anyone want to avert their gaze. Listen up, witches and humans. I hereby announce that with this assembly of the witches gathered, the Court of Illusions will now begin. The commander of the game spoke with words of power. Though her words were spoken with such a vast space, they rang out with the force of a bell in a bell tower. Our lives and roles as they correspond to this game are over. The 5th game is now closed, and the midnight answer session shall begin. We'd like to get started quickly, but why don't we have everyone quickly introduce themselves first? After all, there are so many people here. I am Lambda Delta, the Witch of Certainty and the new commander of this game. Berncastel, the Witch of Miracles. My goal is to penetrate Beatrice's illusion of the witch. I am the Endless Witch, Beatrice. My goals are to claim my own existence and to protect Natsuhi and Kinzo. Battler-sama, you come next in rank. Oh, Battler is like first human in rank. Or 4th witch in rank? I am Ushiromiya Battler. I'm fighting against Betos. No, against the witches. That's all. As I believe you know, you joined in on this game partway through. At the time of this assembly of witches opens, you have yet to participate. Do you understand? I get it. You probably mean I don't have the right to speak for a while, right? Thank you for understanding. Even though Battler held a rank near that of witches, he sat on the foremost of the benches shared with the other relatives, all by himself at one end. He met the gaze of Beto, who was up on the balcony. You might have said you were my archenemy. Well, you aren't necessarily my only enemy. Let's take this game back. It belongs to us. Yeah. I almost said I was fighting against Beto's illusion of the witch. Since the beginning, Beto has been my only enemy. But right now, Erika and those witches who started toying around with Beto's tail are also my enemies. Who should I fight and how? Maybe it's a good thing I don't have the right to speak for a while. I'll calm down and coolly watch over everything. I am the detective and the one who called for this assembly of witches, Furudo Erika. I will expose the culprit of the 5th game and stick a charming period on the end of this tale. Erika greeted the witches above her head and the humans behind her once again. I am also looking forward to that. Okay. Remaining pieces, introduce yourselves in whatever order. Humans, introduce yourselves, all of you. When 45 urged him to introduce himself, Kinzo stood up. I'm Ushiromiya Kinzo. I slipped out of the study window and am hiding somewhere on Rokenshima. I am Ushiromiya Kraus. Currently, I have been captured and am being confined somewhere. I'm Ushiromiya Eva. This is so cool. I'm alive. I'm Rudolph. The rest of us are all Ushiromiyas too, so I'll leave off the family name. I'm Rosa. I was killed in the first Twilight. Jessica. I also died on the first Twilight. I'm George. I also died on the first Twilight. Maria. I died, but look, I'm here talking. See? Dying isn't that big a deal, right? I'm Ushiromiya Natsuhi. I am alive. Hideyoshi here. I was killed just a short while ago. Kiri? I'm still alive. Nanjo. Still alive. My name is Genji. I passed away on the first Twilight. I'm Shannon. I'm still alive. I'm Canon. I'm also alive. I'm Goda. Pleased to meet you, everyone. Kiss ass. I am Kumasawa. Pleased to meet you. Now, on to the witches. Everyone, introduce yourselves. Whoa, special effects. Virgilia's group could also be seen. Unlike the floor Beto's group was on, the second floor had a balcony that looked like a raised audience seating, and they sat there looking down as though they were a theater. My name is Virgilia. I am Beatrice's teacher. I'm Gap. Making corpses disappear is my job. Renov. I'm in charge of making black tea. The god. I greet you in the name of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory. I served the murder of Hideyoshi in the second Twilight. Let us have Lady Erika's furniture introduce themselves. Gertrude. I am an assistant inquisitor of heresy. Cornelia. I am an assistant inquisitor of heresy. The two of them could also be seen in the second floor audience seating. They sat apart from Virgilia's group. Then Delanor, who was seated between the two, slowly stood up. She had a presence and dignity about her, as though she was overseeing everything from that place. Delanor A. Knox is my name. I am Lady Erika's primary assistant. Butler, I expect much from you. Please don't disappoint me. Let's just both give it all we've got. Most of the time, there'll be no need for Delanor to step forward. However, when the witch's side plays around with ugly word games, I'll need to have her convict them. A miracle like the one in the study won't happen again. Finally, we shall introduce ourselves. We are the Chester Sister Imperial Guards, who have been tasked with management and proceedings at this assembly of witches. Hi, everyone. Yeah. This ends the introduction of all the pieces. A total of 38 people are present here. "38 is interesting. If you take the 18 people who supposedly are on the island from the start, and you add a 19th person, and then you double that, you get 38. That said, 7 of them are the 7 stakes of purgatory, so like, could it be argued that of the 18 people that we know of, Kinzo included in that 18, one of the supernatural beings we've seen is one of them? There's just a one-to-one correspondence. And then there's the killer, and the killer's one-to-one correspondence is Beatrice. It's actually very possible. But there's also like Erica and Baron Castell and stuff, and like it probably doesn't add up if you actually tried to map it out. But if you added in the pieces from the previous games too, it would probably rise even higher. This game, which had so often been likened to chess, now has far more pieces than a chessboard. Very well. Then I guess we shall get started. Let the person who called this meeting begin. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Goat. Refill my drink. And some popcorn for me. Yeah, that's right. The one who decided demons ought to eat popcorn when watching a play was you, after all. Yes, I intend to enjoy this. And could I get some black tea and mustard miso? Ew. Erica, begin. I'm already starting to get bored. Yes, master. Leave it to me. Order? Silence. At the sound of her voice, the Chester Sister Corps straightened up, lifted their right knees, and stamped down hard on the floor with their heels. It became a low, deep rumble in the ground, and all chatter in the cathedral disappeared instantly. As their eyes and expressions became even more hollow and empty, the room fell back into silence, almost as though they were a collection of wax models. Amidst this heavy silence, there was the sound of footsteps as Erica walked out into the center, where she could catch everyone's attention. When she signaled with her chin, a goat attendant appeared from behind a pillar, carried a single, plain chair out into the front and center of the room. It must have been the defendant's chair. I, Fruto Erica, will make an accusation. The murderer of the 5th game is... Gotta be Natsuhi, right? Yeah. You are the culprit. Erica pointed at Natsuhi and spoke. The Nazi waxed all alone, shook and regained its expression. It was an expression of panic. Chester Sisters, please take the defendant to her chair. Understood. Wait, what are you doing? Let go of me. 45 and 410 both pinned Natsuhi's arms behind her back and led her to the chair in the center. Natsuhi resisted, but the Chester sisters were surprisingly strong, and she couldn't do anything. She turned to the relatives for help, but they just remained silent like wax models. I, Fruto Erica, will now reconstruct why the crime was only possible for Ushirumi and Natsuhi. Beto, of course you'll be challenging this, right? Naturally. I am the Ushirumi family alchemist, Beatrice the Golden. Fruto Erica, I challenge you. I'll take these false accusations you're trying to place on my master and tear them apart. Beatrice! Fear not, Natsuhi. You are my master, and you are the true head, with the one-winged eagle engraved in your heart. Do not fear a crime you have not committed. At those words, Natsuhi jerked back and gulped. Her panic finally disappeared, and she stood up straight. That's true. I am Ushirumi Natsuhi. I will confront any challenge that would disgrace the Ushirumi family. How can you try a bluff like that in a situation like this? You really are the bullied kid in every single fragment. So, Baron, make your claims. I, Baron Castell, claim that a human, Ushirumi Natsuhi, is the culprit in this game. And you too, Beto. Okay. I, Beatrice, claim that the culprit in this game is not human. I am the culprit. Baron Castell, who smiled daringly, and Beatrice, who smiled firmly, crossed gazes. Listen, witches and humans. Two claims have appeared from a single truth. Is the culprit a human? Ushirumi Natsuhi? Is the culprit a witch? Beatrice. If the witch wins, the truth about the 5th game will disappear into darkness. If Erica wins, the illusion of the witch will be wiped off from the game board. In other words, for Beato alone, this is a battle that must not be lost. Are you prepared? And what am I supposed to be preparing myself for? This has always been just what I wanted. If Erika wins, the illusion of the witch will be destroyed. That means the existence of the witch will be denied. Beato was fighting for her life. However, this wasn't the only time she had been fighting for her life. It had always been a life or death struggle, even when she fought with Battler. Because if Battler had won and destroyed the illusion of the witch in the previous games, Beato would have been destroyed. That's dirty. Erika alone has nothing to lose if she fails. I wonder. Lady Ben Castell is not a compassionate person. I can't imagine she'd give a warm treatment to a piece that didn't perform to her expectations. It was inconceivable that the ruthless Baron Castell would place no blame at all on a piece who had suffered defeat. Erika was probably fighting for her life just as much. The two claims would clash, and one would be weeded out. One would fail, and would not leave this place alive. The only ones who truly had nothing to lose were those witches. Okay, no problems. Get started. In that case, I would like to go first. The murder of Hideyoshi is very simple. It should be impossible to suspect anyone other than Natsuhi. Except for a victim and Natsuhi. All of us were in the same room, correct? And that really was simple. Except for Natsuhi, everyone had been inside the parlor. And because it was so simple, it was decisive. No matter how you look at it, the one who killed Hideyoshi was Natsuhi. No, it's the other way around. No matter how you look at it, no one except Natsuhi could have killed Hideyoshi. There's no room for discussion or debate. I'm telling you that's a mistake. Maybe I don't have an alibi. However, I don't believe a lack of an alibi proves that one is the culprit. We know that Natsuhi is the only one without an alibi. But wait, the scene of the murder was a closed room. It should have been impossible for anyone, including Natsuhi, to have committed the crime in that room. Except for me, since I could have done it with magic. I'll explain the closed room trick, the how-done-it, later. For the time being, I'll start with the who-done-it. Because of the aforementioned, it is impossible to suspect any character except Natsuhi regarding the murder of Hideyoshi. Milady, it may be dangerous to press any further on this. I agree. The fact that Natsuhi was hiding in the closet of the room. When it comes to repeating things in red, they'll check to see who's in the room and you'll be cornered. Probably. Lady Lambda Delta is the commander of this game. If it suits her fancy, she'll set up Natsuhi as the culprit regardless of these facts. If the typhoon passes and the police come to perform a scientific investigation, perhaps the true culprit will be identified, and the false accusations against Natsuhi will be lifted. However, in these closed-off Rokkenjima, the police will not arrive for all eternity. In other words, the real truth will not be revealed. Inside the cat box that will never be opened, false charges that everyone accepts are worth no more or less than the truth. Their aim is most likely to use the simple murder of Hideyoshi to give the impression that Natsuhi is the culprit, before moving on to the first Twilight's reconstruction, which has more uncertain elements. Not good to move forward with the Game Master suspecting us. We should take the initiative. Sure. Lady Lambda Delta, as you are well aware, a fair number of murders were committed during the 5th game, and we are skipping a rather lengthy chunk of time from midnight until early morning. Skipping to Hideyoshi's murder, and stepping backwards and forwards in time will only lead to confusion. It is my belief that we should follow events chronologically and in order, though the decision is yours, of course. Objection. In the process of prosecuting the culprit, chronological order has no significance. Objection. Furuto Erika is trying to mix up the chronological sequence in order to create a false impression of events. I'm not a fan of confusing things. I accept Beato's claim. Erika, start with the first Twilight instead of jumping to the second. I definitely saw Erika click her tongue. I understand. So this is a way of telling Rokkenjima's tale. I was guided by Virgilia, met Beatrice, reached the peak which you can see everything below you, and finally understood the truth of this world. This is that thing you were talking about earlier, Virgilia. Yes, that's right. Truth is very fragile in this place. As long as each side makes its own claim, different truths can exist at the same time. Yes. This really is a trial. Both sides put forth their own truths. This here truly is the Brown Table trial that Vergilia once used as an analogy. Then I will allow Lady Lambda Delta's orders. I will follow her orders and start from the first crime in the first twilight. As you know, at midnight on October 4th, the first day, following a short break in the family conference, Natsuhi left on her own, saying that she was going to bed early. Therefore, her alibi is completely lost from that time until the next morning. The culprit is Ushirimi and Natsuhi because Natsuhi is the only one without an alibi. Is that so? I believe there are several people besides Natsuhi who have dubious alibis. Unless you can clear suspicion from all of them, I cannot allow you to call Natsuhi the culprit. Whoa, hold on. This is a lot. I literally looked down for a second. Oh, is this so? I believe that several people besides Natsuhi have dubious out. Unless you can clear suspicion for all of them, I can allow you to call Natsuhi the culprit. The claim has been made that Natsuhi was the only one lacking an alibi between midnight and 1. This is being used as a basis for claiming that she's the culprit. However, as long as the following possibilities exist, it is impossible to conclude that this is the case. Yeah. However, as the following possibilities exist, it's impossible to conclude. Was the crime also possible for Battler, Nanjo, Goda, Kumasawa? Okay, so it's just everybody. Is it possible that there was a way to reach the second floor without passing through the lounge Erika was in? So they got a checklist of things that they got to get through. True. If Erika's going to call Natsuhi suspicious so confidently, she's first got to show that everyone else has an alibi. True, if Erika's going to call Natsuhi suspicious, so... Right, Bryn? Yes, of course. Erika will explain that perfectly. The culprit is Ushimi and Natsuhi because we will prove that everyone else has an alibi. Of course, my master. In that case, I would like to explain things in order. Let's forget about Genji's murder for now and focus on the crime in the guest house. For this case, you'd like to suspect the servants who were in the guest house, right? On that night, Goda and Kumasawa were there. Isn't that right, you two? When she turned to face the direction where those two were seated, those two wax models alone came back to life. They probably weren't even granted souls until they were allowed to speak. In that case, it would have been better if Natsuhi's soul could have disappeared as well. Natsuhi, who was in the defendant's chair, kept her soul the whole time and was constantly hanging her head looking nervous. Goda hurried to his feet and answered Erika's question. Yes, that is correct. On that evening, I was alone in the guest house servant room. Well, look at my age. Staying up all night would be a heavy burden. So I returned to the waiting room in the guest house and went to bed right away on my own. Yes, yes. Doesn't that mean Goda and Kumasawa have lost their alibis? Kumasawa claims that she was sleeping alone in the waiting room. Goda claims he was alone in the servant room. Either of them should have enough time to go to the cousin room and commit murder. Nonsense. Why would we do something like that? That's right. How could I ever kill someone? We cannot conclude that Natsuhi is the culprit. After all, was the crime also possible for Kumasawa or Goda? Natsuhi said it all. Both Kumasawa, who was sleeping alone in the waiting room, and Goda, who was alone in the servant room, are in the exact same situation as Natsuhi in her room. Both of them have lost their alibis. Have no fear. I guarantee that neither of these two are murderers. First off, following dinner, Kumasawa left the mansion with me and the others and went to the guest house, entered the waiting room, and slept until morning. It's the same for Goda. Once he finished with his job, he chatted with us in the lounge and went to sleep afterwards. Neither of them had the opportunity to commit murder. We're finally here. I see it's time for me to stand up as well. Your turn is over already, Erika. Go summon that bodyguard you rely on so much. Beto glanced at where Delanor sat on the second floor audience seating. However, Delanor just stared back with those expressionless eyes. Repeat it. We have absolute proof of Goda and Kumasawa's alibis. We refuse. Why give a hint to an enemy? There's no way we'd answer. Did you hear that, Lady Lambda Delta? They say they have no proof. How could they claim that Goda and Kumasawa have alibis without proof? Good point. What do you say, Burn? Erika? How can you claim that Goda and Kumasawa have alibis? Fall back, Erika. My opponent is Delanor over there. A mere human like you can be no match for a witch. No. There's no need for Delanor to step forward. In fact, it's precisely because a mere human will defeat a witch that the illusion of the witch will now be denied. So go ahead. Use the red and blue as much as you like. I'm ready for it. In response to Erika's challenge, Beto smiled boldly yet gracefully and slowly stood up. And they glared at each other between the floor and the balcony. Alright, is Beto winning? Maybe? Goda and Kumasawa have no alibis. The two of them were in the guest house and could have reached the cousin's room to commit murder at any time. Unless you can deny that possibility, you cannot treat Natsuhi as the culprit. Beto's blue truth struck out rapidly. Oh, whoa. This track goes nuts. The curtain had finally dropped and the battle had begun. A human like Erika can't use any red. How could she turn this around without calling Delanor? Though Erika cannot use it, her master, Baron Castell, can. We mustn't let our guards down. Blue truth valid. What do you do, Bern? Will you or Delanor step in instead? It's still not my turn. And it's not Lady Baron Castell's turn either. Yeah, that's right. I guess now the truth is to make it so Natsuhi can't be the culprit. Well, yeah, because you figure Erika opened up with, it has to be Natsuhi because it couldn't be anyone else. And if you then prove that it can't be Natsuhi, it had to be a witch. Yes, that's right. There's no need for us to show up for something like this. This is important precisely because a mere human like Erika will defeat you, Beto. Because you'll be defeated by a human. We'll know. We'll all know that the fake witch who calls herself Beatrice the Golden is nothing more than a subhuman phantom. If you really could do that, it'd be totally entertaining. Very well, Erika. Let's see what you got. Explaining it for the first person, Kumasawa, is extremely simple. Kumasawa, stand. Yes. Kumasawa, from the time you went to bed last night to the time you were informed about the crime in the morning, did you ever leave the waiting room? No. I was sound asleep until morning. I really was. The truth is, after dinner last night, I had a chat with Ava, and she told me something very interesting. I tried that out myself. And what is that? You don't mean... That's right. It's what cornered and sealed Kinzo in his study. I learned that you can create a seal by putting something between the door and the frame. Ah. Are you kidding? Did she actually do that to Kumasawa's waiting room? Erika was in the guest house, so there's no obstacle to her having been capable of doing that. After all, it was an unsettling night, and a massive amount of gold had just been discovered. Many sorts of crimes might have occurred. Where there's a detective, there will be a crime. I foresaw that some kind of crime would take place, so I used this to seal away people whose alibis might otherwise be lost. Erika held a small folded piece of brown paper high in the air. After I watched Kumasawa-san, who returned to the guest house with me, say goodnight and enter the waiting room, I used this to seal the door. Then, in the morning, when the crime was discovered and caused a big uproar, I immediately went to check Kumasawa's waiting room, where I confirmed that the seal was still set. Therefore, I can prove Kumasawa's alibi. Kumasawa has an alibi. This is sweet. Good. Well, alibi. Not a single gap. Kumasawa returned to the guest house with Erika, went to the waiting room to sleep, and never left the room until morning. In other words, after Kumasawa returned to the guest house, she never went to the second floor until morning. The proof Erika had shown was elevated by Baron Castell and became Red Truth. This truth, which had become red, could no longer be overturned, even by Beto. In other words, in that instant, Kumasawa's perfect alibi had been absolutely guaranteed. Then what about Goda? Goda holed up in the servant room right after reaching the guest house. I sealed him up in the same way. Then, when Rosa returned at 1, I happened to notice her when I stepped out into the corridor. I let Goda, who was still in the servant room, know this. At that moment, the seal was still in place, so from the time we arrived to the guest house until 1, Goda never left the servant room. And afterwards, he was with me in the lounge until 3. And after 3, I was on the second floor, so I can guarantee that Goda didn't come up to the second floor. Erika's seal proves that Goda was holed up until 1, and Erika has proven his alibi from then until 3, since she was passing in the time in the lounge with him. And Erika also has proven that he never set foot on the second floor until the morning after. In other words, after Goda returned to the guest house, he never went up to the second floor until morning. Goda has an alibi. Do we know that the cousins were killed on the second floor, though? What if they were killed and then brought to the second floor? Red Truth valid. Well done, Erika. The alibi due to your seal on that door has been acknowledged by Baron and elevated to Red Truth. Thank you very much, my master. I am the detective. I may be human, but I can use the Red Truth despite that and surpass humans. So now you have claimed to have surpassed humans? It's 1,000 years too early for you to talk like that, conceited brat. It'll be a pain to have you try anything funny, so I'll make this clear now. In fact, I should have done this in the beginning. I apologize for being so roundabout. This is the situation around the guest house at midnight. The gold was found, an emergency family meeting was called for, and Battler went to the mansion with the relatives. I, the 3 cousins, Dr. Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa, remained in the guest house. I have already explained Goda and Kumasawa's alibis. George, Jessica, and Maria were playing cards in the cousins' room. I actually joined them for just a little bit, and I clearly witnessed that they were alive at the time. My master, I ask that you repeat this. Yes, I'll respond. At midnight, in the guest house, George, Jessica, and Maria were alive, and in the second floor cousin room, Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa were on the first floor. And since there's no need to hold off on it anymore, I'll confirm that all of the victims so far are dead. George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, and Genji really are dead. How could they be playing dead with their necks sliced open like that? No murder occurred before midnight. Okay. We guarantee that George's group is dead. Okay. Before midnight. So, before midnight it moved up there is unlikely. Thanks for repeating that, my master. If we hadn't made these things clear, you might have started going on about how they were already dead before I guaranteed everyone's alibis. Or that they weren't actually dead at all. Unsurprisingly, Beto's side couldn't get away with the simple plan of claiming that the victims were only playing dead. But in order to overcome Goda and Kumasawa's alibis, it shouldn't have been possible to suppose that the crime occurred before those doors were sealed. However, the opponent had predicted this move perfectly. It had been shown in red that the crime did not occur before the time period covered by Erika's alibis. Got it. That's the last time the victims were confirmed to be alive. I wish you'd said that in the beginning. This means we can ignore everything that happened before midnight. To go even further, at midnight, Natsuhi, Kraus, and Genji were in a corridor of the second floor of the mansion. All the remaining people were at the family conference in the dining hall. Of course, at that point in time, no murder had occurred. Oh, so did Baron Castell figure out the knock and everything? Genji was also alive. This isn't something Erika observed, but we can't move the game forward without settling it. Very well, I'll acknowledge that. Thank you very much for that red truth, my master. These deletions go hard, yeah. Since Erika had been in the guest house, it was only natural that she could explain the situation there. However, since she had been in the mansion at the time, explaining the situation over there would have been extremely difficult for her. Beto would normally have attacked there with the blue truth, saying that people in the dining hall had all agreed to keep the same story, that someone had snuck out of the dining hall, and that they might have committed murder in the guest house. However, because Byrne had instantly settled that matter with the red, Beto had completely lost her chance to strike back. Turn skip. Damn. Very troublesome. To think that we would be put at such a disadvantage. This is almost the exact opposite of Rysair's fights with Battler. In fact, the situation may even be worse than it was back then. At a glance, the fight between the two of them resembled our previous fights. However, there were some vital differences. The first was whether or not Beto was the Game Master. The Beto who fought against me was the Game Master, so she knew all the truth. That's why she was able to use the red text at will. However, the current Beto is not the Game Master. She's just a single piece on the game board. In other words, even Beto doesn't know the truth. So you could say that Beto is now in the same position I once was. Also, though Erika may seem to be in the same position I was, the situation for her is totally different. She's connected to the witch called Bern Castell. Even though she isn't the Game Master, she's capable of elevating Erika's statements to become red truth. Because of this, Erika can use the red truth, even though she's neither a witch nor the Game Master. Beto, who's supposed to be the witch, possesses no truth nor red she can use. And yet, the detective Erika can use it. The advantage has completely flipped over to the other side. Perhaps you could say that the current Beto is in a much worse position than I was when I fought with her. After I got used to that game, Beto stopped responding to my demands that she use the red. But in the beginning, she had responded to almost all of them, giving me quite a few hints. That's why we were able to fight on par. However, Bern Castell is different. She fully understood the rules of this game and is prepared to corner Beto without even a hint of restraint. And because of this, I knew. In the past, Beto went easy on me so we could fight on par with each other. Oh wow. This has become quite an amusing fight. I see, so I must fight from the position Battler once stood in. Beto. In the past, I've insulted you and called you incompetent. I can handle much, much worse than this. It's now impossible to suspect Goda and Kumasawa. You can't win by arguing that point any longer. Yes, let's switch to a different approach. The next in line would probably be Nanjo. He was also in the guest house. Nanjo was in the lounge with Erika. However, I believe the time periods before and after that have been left open. That's right, I'll strike there. Nanjo. You were relaxing in the first floor lounge of the guest house with Erika and Goda, correct? Yes. I was with Erika the whole time. And during what time was this? From about 1 to 3 a.m. Yes, that's right. It was the period between 1 and 3. Dr. Nanjo, Goda, and I were relaxing in the lounge. Repeat it, my master. I'll respond. From 1 a.m. to 3 a.m., Erika, Nanjo, and Goda spent their time in the lounge on the first floor of the guest house. Though she had flat out refused to repeat what Beto told her to, she responded to Erika's demand immediately. The red truth was starting to corner Beto. She grimaced as though in pain, but she still struck back with the blue truth. No, perhaps she really was in pain. Now that the characters apart from Natsu have had their alibis established, the illusion of the witch is also being denied. Beto perceived the denial of her existence as pain. Even so, he shouldn't have an alibi for the time period before and after you were in the lounge. It was possible for Nanjo to commit the crimes too. That's right. I get that Nanjo was in the lounge with Erika from 1 to 3, but what about before and after that? What about that, Erika? Yes. First, the alibi for before. This is no problem at all. I played cards with the cousins in their room until midnight, and then went downstairs to the lounge where I met Dr. Nanjo. That's right. At midnight, I met Erika after she came down the stairs and spoke with her, learning that she was quite the connoisseur of the mystery genre. I realized that I had found a kindred spirit. When I went into the library to solve the Epitaph's riddle, I noticed that there were several original copies of famous foreign mystery novels stored there. So, I wanted to discuss them with the actual books in hand. We moved to the library and we were talking the whole time, constantly, until we moved to the lounge. Cramped though it was, the book storage room in the guest house was stocked well with well enough that it was fair to call it a small library. In it were several famous foreign mystery novels that Kinzo had once taken a liking to. Of course, they were all originals and in English, but English was no problem for either Erika or Nanjo. For this occasion, they had borrowed the key to the library one more time from Goda in the servant room. At that point, Erika checked the seal again and, of course, reset it. Damn her. Even though she keeps it sealed off for anyone else to enter or leave, she alone enters and leaves whenever she pleases. I see. So from midnight until 3, when you went to sleep, you were with Nanjo the whole time. That means Nanjo's alibi is the most rock-solid of them all. Yes, that's exactly right. My master, repeat it. I'll respond. After midnight, Erika was with Nanjo the whole time until 3 a.m. At midnight, the crime in the cousin's room still hadn't occurred. So, this way, an alibi had been established for the period before the time they were in the lounge. After that, we walked out of the library and into the hallway at 1. When we did, we just happened to bump into Rosa. I then told Goda about that. I figured it was probably a servant's responsibility to welcome in a guest. Goda asked if we should bring a towel, but Rosa refused. She quickly headed up to the second floor. At this point, Erika, Goda, and Nanjo gathered together and decided to have a drink. Their alibis in the lounge up until 3 have already been proclaimed in red, so there are no problems there. Let's continue on after 3. This is Dr. Nanjo's alibi after we split up. At 3 a.m., Battler returned and the people in the lounge went their separate ways. Dr. Nanjo, Battler and I went up to the second floor. Then I said goodnight to Dr. Nanjo. At this time, of course, I put a seal on the door to the doctor's room as well. And I went unchanged until the crime was discovered. I flew out of my room at the same time as Battler's scream, and checked to see that the door to Nanjo's room was still sealed. Therefore, Dr. Nanjo's alibi is perfect both before 1 and after 3. So she was able to check all the seals really fast. Worth noting. Probably can't be denied, but she was able to check all those seals really fast. And I think I see where this is going because I don't think Battler could have an alibi for the cousin's murders. Planet Erika, both your seal and your red truths are perfect. Nanjo had the alibi of being with Erika until 3 a.m., and he didn't leave his room until after 3 a.m. until morning. Hey, Fragment Voyager, I still got no idea how this isn't cheating. Yeah, right? Like, having Bern Castell to just, like, red truth everything you're saying feels like cheating. But it also does have to be valid. You can't just make up a red truth. So she has to have had this set up from the beginning. Erika made use of the seals on the doors and was granted red truths from Bern Castell one after the other. For me, demanding that Beto repeat something had been about maneuvering and tactics, but it's totally different for Erika. For her, it's like having a trump card that can make reds whenever she wants. This concludes the proof of alibis for all suspects in the guest house. Any problems? I do have a problem. And that problem is, Beto racked her brain to find some point to latch onto, but Erika's red had been ruthlessly perfect. I mean, you got to blame Battler here. There was no point she could take issue with. Beto kept thinking hard, trying to fault Erika on something, but her expression was so wrought with desperation that anyone could tell by looking. Beto's complaint is rejected. I can't sense any problems at all. It's totally pop, cute, and perfect. Alibis for all humans in the guest house have now been proven. Wait a sec, Erika. Are you trying to leave me out of this? Ushumiya Battler also should have had a chance to commit the crime. After all, I was in the same room as the victims all night. I'm not gonna let you skip past that part while ignoring me. What? At that time, an arrow twisted like a golden snake and hit me. It didn't pierce through me, but it slapped me hard on the cheek like a whip. Battler, your right to speak has not been recognized. Be warned. What? Yeah, I understand, Battler, and my apologies, forgive me. Erika, you still haven't shown an alibi for Battler. Battler is the man who was sleeping alongside the victims. Shouldn't he be placed under suspicion more than anyone else? Beto's right. You can't go skipping Battler. My apologies. I had completely forgotten. After Battler returned at 3 a.m., you went up to the second floor with him. And I believe you also went to your own room and slept. You may have gone to the cousin room at midnight, but I don't think you went there after 3 a.m. You will now claim that you went to crawl into Battler's bed later on? Well, if you say you were looking at Battler's sleeping face all night, long to confirm his alibi and... Wait. Well, if you say you were looking at Battler's sleeping face all night long to confirm his alibi in the cousin's room, then I'd accept it, right? Battler's never been to court. Yeah, a little bit of order in the court action. Yes, I listened to him breathing in his sleep all night long. Got a problem with that? Oh. I, Bruto Erica, can prove that Battler returned to the cousin room at 3 a.m., that he went straight to bed afterwards, and that he went straight to sleep. And I could prove that until he woke up, noticed a gruesome situation in the room he was in, and let out a scream, nothing happened in that room. So now you have no need to worry. Battler isn't the culprit. He's just the charming first discoverer, who entered the murder scene without realizing it was one and slept until morning. How? How? It shouldn't be possible for you to prove that with those seals you love so much. How can you prove this? That's ridiculous. At that time, I entered the room alone. Erica probably went into her room too. How can she say something like that, as though she saw the whole thing? She never said she saw it. The room Erica was assigned to, where was it located? Erica, please tell me, how can you prove so much about Battler? I'd expect no less from a true detective. My room was right next to the cousin's room. There was only a single thin wall between them. You don't mean you put your ear against the wall to check what was happening? Yes. My ears are perfect. Right after Battler entered the room, I put my ear against the wall and checked to make sure nothing strange happened. You said you could prove that nothing happened until Battler let out a scream the next morning. You don't mean... Yeah. I put my ear against the wall and listened in the room until morning without sleeping a wink. Broken? Everyone was stunned into silence. She put her ear against the wall, and for the entire time until morning, she listened to what was going on in Battler's room. That's freaky. That's freaky. Just what that have looked like? Until dawn, she had killed her breathing in a pitch-black room, clung to the wall she shared with the cousin's room, like some kind of creepy venomous spider clinging to the wall of a darkened room. Like, Erica would have had to know that it was the cousins who were gonna die in the first Twilight then, right? Like, Erica would have had to know that, because why wouldn't you have your ear up to Kumasawa's bedroom all night? Or why wouldn't you have your ear up to Goda's bedroom all night? I mean, if somebody went and killed Goda, the seal would have been broken, and he would have died. Like, there's no... You gain nothing from that. This only pays off. This only pays off if you know that the cousins are going to die on the first Twilight. Due to the progression of the game, I realized that Battler, the one who had received the head's ring, would be a key player. I was sure that Battler would be a victim of the first Twilight. Oh, okay, we're just saying fuck you to me then. Yes, so just as my master told me to do, I put my ear against the wall until morning without a wink of sleep, checking to make sure nothing unusual happens. Erica has a photographic memory, and her hearing ability is on par with a tape recorder. It would have been impossible for him to deceive Erica's ears, either to kill George and the others or to make those wounds on their throats. Okay. Well, we gotta probe Rosa next. She went into that room at some point and laid with Maria. We gotta put Rosa on this list. Even though Rosa died, we gotta put Rosa on this list. It was an accepted power of the detective's authority. I have no choice but to acknowledge it. I'll confirm it in red. Ushiromiya Battler returned to the cousin room at 3 a.m. and fell asleep. After that, until the discovery of the crime, absolutely nothing out of the ordinary happened in that room. In other words, it was impossible for Battler to commit murder or damage the corpses. It feels like these two are teaming up on Beto now. The red from the pair forced Beto to show an expression of considerable anguish. It was only natural. Those red truths not only guaranteed Battler's alibi, but a number of other things as well. First off, it meant the murder was impossible for anyone after 3 a.m. And since the cousins were confirmed to be alive as late as midnight, the time period of the crime actually became between midnight and 3 a.m. That meant the alibis for all people who weren't in the guest house before 3 a.m. also had been guaranteed automatically. It is impossible for a crime to have occurred after 3 a.m. Right, because Erica listened straight through. That one hurts a lot. After 2400, Erica was in the guest house the whole time, so it should have been difficult for her to prove alibis of other people in the mansion. It should have been almost impossible to prove alibis for Ava and the others. But now, all she has to do is prove that they never visited the guest house in those 3 hours, and she can prove those alibis. Anyway, we'll have to construct it so that the murders were possible before 3 a.m., and we'll have to prove that it was possible for one of the people in the mansion to do it. The people who had been in the guest house all had alibis. The crime didn't occur before midnight. The crime couldn't have occurred after 3. In other words, there was no way for murders to happen unless someone from the mansion committed the crime between midnight and 3. In order to protect Natsuhi, she had to establish that it was possible for someone other than her to commit the crime. Ironically, the witch had to prove that a human had committed the crime. I came right to the chapter 5 banger arc. Yeah, this seems really good. Still, this is getting pretty difficult. Until 3 a.m., Erica was in the lounge, and you have to pass through there to reach the second floor. In other words, she's practically like a manager for the guest house second floor. This tactic may be a bit overused, but it was possible. If it was possible for someone to get to the second floor without Erica noticing, we should be able to prove that the crime was possible for anyone. It's probably possible for a human to climb up to a second-story window if they really wanted to. Could there possibly be a way to reach the second floor without passing through the lounge Erica was in? No, Erica probably closed all the windows. Of course, Beto had also thought of striking back that way, and Baron Castell must have thought this as well. Battler Nanjo Goda Kumasawa. We realized that the crime was impossible for all these people in the guest house. However, what about the humans in the mansion? As I've already said, and as my master has even proclaimed with red, I was in the lounge on the first floor of the guest house. And, to reach the second floor, one must pass through the lounge. In other words, it was impossible to reach the second floor without me seeing it. And what if it wasn't impossible? For example, what if someone placed a ladder against the outer wall of the guest house and snuck in through the second-story window? There must be a way to reach the second floor without passing through the lounge. That way, it would be possible to reach the crime scene without you seeing it. Beto finally struck back. Before now, she'd let Erica take total control and attack her with the red over and over. During that time, Beto's counterattacks with the blue truth had been few in number, even including this one. Of course, I knew you'd try saying that. I couldn't have my lookout in the lounge become meaningless. So first, I must prove that my lookout was perfect. It's impossible to reach the second floor lounge without me seeing it from the lounge. There are no places undercover, nor are there any physical or mental blind spots. My master repeated, it is impossible for someone to reach the second floor of the guest house without anyone in the lounge noticing it. Though of course, this only refers to reaching the second floor from inside the building. Aha! Good, my master. So next is Lady Beatrice's theory that there might be a way to reach the second floor from the outside. This really is a problem. After all, there are trees that could probably be climbed, and someone could have used a ladder. Even crawling up the rain gutter can't be ruled out as impossible. But I can't let you do that. Oh, you won't let me? And how's that? Did you stay up all night circling the guest house? No, you couldn't do that. You were in the lounge. From the lounge, you can only see a small part of the outer perimeter through the window. That's true. I couldn't prevent all methods of climbing up to the second floor from the outside. However, I was able to prevent all entry to the second floor. Prevent entry? I had already foreseen this move. How terrifying that she would be so persistent. Because of how the guest house is constructed, the windows are the only method of entry from the outside to the second floor. The locks? Not important at all. I only had to prove that none of the windows or shutters were opened even once. After I witnessed the location of the hidden gold, I returned to the guest house and immediately began severing all methods of entry to the second floor of the guest house that didn't pass through the lounge. Yes, it's exactly the same. No different from the rest. Don't tell me. You used that seal of yours on all the windows in the guest house? In that weather? Dressed like that? She's got so much tape. Well, I don't have my swimsuit from when I drifted here. You're insane. At a house where you were welcomed as a guest, you did something like that in the middle of the rain, even though nothing had happened yet? For a normal human, it would have been an action so suspicious as to be completely impossible. However, she is the witch's piece. In the middle of all the rain, Erica sealed all the windows from the outside to create an alibi showing that no one could have snuck in the guest house from the outside. How did she seal all the windows from the outside? Hold on now. How do you seal all of the windows from the outside? She climbed up the wall herself. Oh. She climbed up the wall herself and did that all to all the windows on the first and second floor. No, to all things that could have possibly permitted entry. Although, after hearing that she'd listened to the cousin's room all night long, without even sleeping a wink, this new bizarre action didn't seem quite so impossible. This had probably also looked like a venomous spider. A disgusting spider crawling over the outside of the guest house wall during a storm. Just what do you think of this Ushirimiya family? Is this how you repay us for welcoming you in as a guest? Imagine losing after all that prep. I sincerely hope she loses super hard. I want her to just get exploded. To a detective, the Ushirimiya family is nothing more or less the stage upon which a crime occurs. Before the outbreak of the crime, it was important for me to memorize the names of the characters, memorize the layout of the land, and prepare for the upcoming crime by devoting my time towards collecting and creating all possible alibis. From my perspective, detectives who don't prepare anything before the outbreak of the crime are pretty third-rate. After all, we all know that someone will die whenever we spend the night. Furthermore, at the time the crime was discovered, Erica confirmed that none of these seals had been broken. That's why Erica wasn't the first one to reach the cousin room when the corpses were found. Even without inspecting the corpses, she could be certain of several things thanks to the red truth. It was more important to check the seals and construct alibis. My master is perfect. All I did was prove everything perfectly by following my master's orders. Well done, Erica. My double, my piece. What do you think, Lambda? Doesn't this prove that Erica's lookout in the lounge contains absolute reliability as far as constructing alibis? We are losing ground, lads. Yeah, I acknowledge it. Erica, your seal is perfect. I'll acknowledge it in red. It was impossible to reach the second floor of the guest house without passing through the lounge, and impossible to reach it at all without Erica, who was in the lounge, knowing about it. Thank you very much, Lady Lambda Delta. So, you know what's coming next, Great Lady Beatrice. Therefore, the time of the crime is limited to the single hour between 2400, when they were confirmed to be alive, and 1 a.m., when our party in the lounge started. Well then, how did Natsuhi do it? I've already said it, but at 2400 I went down to the lounge, hit it off with Dr. Nanjo, and was engrossed by a discussion of the mystery genre in the library until 1. A bit embarrassing, but I grew so wrapped up in that discussion that I wouldn't have noticed if anyone had passed through the corridor during that period. She left herself a window to blame Natsuhi. Quite a regretful mistake for a detective. After doing all the maneuvering and setting up seals to guarantee a perfect alibi, she became too engrossed in a mystery discussion and left an opening? Her relaxed smile was completely shameless, the total opposite of her words. It almost seems like this is the other way around. It's enough to make you think that this was an intentional trap. To make it clear that only Natsuhi didn't have an alibi between 2400 and 1 o'clock.
つまり、逆説的に申し上げると、こういうことです。
In other words, it paradoxically means this. The only ones who could have reached the cousin's room and committed the crime are those characters who have no alibi between 2400 and 1 o'clock. Her eyes clearly hinted that Natsuhi was the only one who fits this description. Destroyed that. It should have been a crime whose time and location were completely unknown during that long night. But because of the alibis Erica had constructed, it had been limited to a 1-hour time period between 2400 and 1 o'clock. Erica left the cousin's room at 2400. That marks the last confirmation that George and the others were alive. And after the party in the lounge started at 1, it was impossible to reach the cousin's room by any method. Damn her. And from a mere human. This is quite bad. The night has been sealed up in an hour. And at this rate, there won't be many suspicious pieces left. Damn it, Lady Bernkastel. Nicely done. Unlike Battler, I'm not an idiot. After watching this game 5 times, I got more than enough cards in my hand. Then let us continue. Let's examine the alibis of the remaining suspects, the people in the mansion. After all, we only have to worry about a single hour between 2400 and 1 o'clock. That shouldn't be difficult at all. Let's start with 2400. At this time, Natsuhi, Kraus, and Genji are in the second floor corridor, and all of the others are in the first floor dining hall. This has already been shown by my master's read. Oh, they're gonna say Natsuhi ran down, dropped the letter, knocked on the door, left the main mansion, went and did the murders, and then got back. That's right. At midnight, Natsuhi, Kraus, and Genji were in the corridor on the second floor of the mansion. The rest of them were in the dining hall on the first floor. And as you know, there was a mysterious knock, and a letter with the one-winged seal had appeared. This discussion surrounding that continued on until 1 o'clock. I will say it with the red truth. Of all the people in the dining hall, not one of them left the dining hall until 1 a.m. Since the possible times for the crime had been limited between 2400 and 1, the adults in the family conference, who were confirmed not to have left the mansion between 2400 and 1, all had proven alibis. And how do you intend to prove that? Erica's in the guest house. Did someone prove it by using one of your favorite seals in the dining hall door? You have no convincing evidence or proof. The red truth is simply truth, and there is no need to provide evidence, proof, or room for a counter-argument. You made that rule. She can just say it? The overbearing red truth hadn't only given alibis to the adults in the dining hall, it also gave alibis to Shannon and Cannon, who had come to serve tea, and even guaranteed that they never left the dining hall. In other words, the only ones who didn't have proven alibis were those 3, Natsuhi, Kraus, and Genji. No, there were only 2 left. If Kraus and Genji had their alibis proven, it proves that no one but Natsuhi could have been the culprit. Let's do Genji next. He's a victim, but you can't deny the possibility that he committed the crime in the cousin room and was then killed himself. This is so much BS, knowing what happens a bit later. Oh no. And furthermore, though he was on the second floor corridor at midnight, he then returned to the servant room to transfer phone calls for Natsuhi and was completely isolated. That's right, Natsuhi got a phone call. Which means it was possible for Genji to commit the... I'll say it in red. When Genji finished transferring the call, he immediately returned to the waiting room. That's just a cold, hard truth without any evidence, proof, seals, or alibis. Got it? But, like, what? It's not even a game at that point. You're just, like, saying stuff and being like, yeah, there you go. It's I win. Like it has to be the truth. So in some, yeah, like you're saying, like at least they're not making stuff up. But you know, why have all the formality if you're just gonna say it at that point anyways, right? Like if you're just gonna say it, get it out there immediately in red, because you're not really fumbling or stumbling your opponent there. I don't think you're just saying it. Then at 1 a.m., there was another break in the family conference, and Rosa returned to the guest house. At that time, I'm truly thankful for your cooperation, Ushimi Eva. Please rise. Erika wasn't the only one, okay? I was also certain that something would happen that night. She's the person who taught me how to make those seals, and she helped me to check the alibis of those people under suspicion. During the break at 1 a.m., I went to Genji's waiting room and used the same seal as Erika. In other words, if it wasn't broken, it would mean that no one entered or left that room between 1 and the next morning. Ah, okay. Now Kanon and Kumasawa, please rise. Kanon rose expressionless, and Kumasawa got to her feet timidly. In the morning, you two went to wake Genji because he had slept in, right? And at that time you noticed the door was sealed, broke the seal, and opened the door. That is true, they did bring that up. Yes, I thought it was some kind of prank. I didn't think deeply about it at the time. I'm not asking for your opinions. We're just here for facts. Did you break the seal and enter the room? Yes. With that red truth, I guarantee that Eva, Kanon, and Kumasawa's statements just now are the truth. At 1 p.m., Eva sealed Genji's waiting room, and that seal was broken by Kanon and Kumasawa in the morning when the crime was discovered. This will be a pain, so I'll add some more. During the short break at 1 a.m., the first two to leave the dining hall were Rosa and Eva. Until Eva returned, everyone in the dining hall remained there. After seeing Rosa off, Eva went to the waiting room and sealed it. Of course, she did not enter the room at all this time. This is all information gathered from the people involved. It isn't a red truth without basis. It's a truth due to proper reasoning constructed from testimony. Not only testimony, but the limits of scientific investigation such as collecting fingerprints were used here. After all, Kinzo studies a treasure vault with all kinds of chemicals. I obtained all sorts of results to create an ultimate truth, infinitely close to the red truth. This isn't a science mystery, so I'll spare you the details. Oh, okay, so she like checked fingerprints and stuff too? That's annoying. As Erika swaggered around in the cathedral, she arrogantly touted her scientific knowledge. She had thorough knowledge of all the chemicals in Kinzo's study and had used them to conduct a scientific investigation, which had been acknowledged and made into red truth by Bernd Castell. She didn't explain the details, but she had obtained results that were convincing even without the red truth. Collecting fingerprints with aluminum powder. Component analysis of the mud under someone's shoe and various chemical reactions from the clinging rainwater. Erika just walked into someone else's study several times and used several chemicals however she pleased, all without asking the family's permission. However, no one could fault her for this. The pieces couldn't hinder any action and the detective might take for the investigation. This is the power of the detective's authority. You're so annoying, man. You act like you own the place. From now on, I'll tell everyone I meet, if someone claims to be a detective, never welcome them into your house as a guest. That's probably a good idea. Giving shelter to a detective is just about the worst omen of misfortune out there. Because of this, it has been proven that it was only possible to reach Genji's rating room and commit the crime between 2400 and 1 a.m. And furthermore, by Erika's investigation, it has been proven that it is impossible for Genji to reach the cousin's room. It has already been made clear in red that after transferring the phone call to Natsuhi, Genji had gone straight back to the waiting room, and because of Erika's scientific investigation, further red had been added, saying Genji never left the mansion after midnight. Because of this, it's been made clear that Genji couldn't have reached the guest house, much less the cousin's room. Genji has an alibi. Now, only Krause and Natsuhi remain. Everyone else has had their alibis proven, haven't they? Impossible. Natsuhi's mouth flapped open and shut like a suffocating goldfish, and that's an accurate analogy. Natsuhi's mind was blank and spinning out of control, and she felt as though she really would suffocate. Ushimi and Natsuhi, I'll give you one last chance. Confess that all of the crimes were the work of your husband. Cool. Do I look like the kind of woman who would falsely accuse her husband? Beto, Natsuhi's denied it. I'll give you the same chance. You understand, right? Or wait, don't tell me. You aren't going to take advantage of the fact that Kraus is missing to try to pull a devil's proof on me, are you? How about Kraus? Beto realized that they were rapidly... Oops. Sorry, I hit my microphone. Beto approached that they were rapidly approaching the end of this battle. Normally, Beto should have been able to argue against these alibis of Erika's in several ways, using the blue truth. However, all of these alibis had been accepted by Bernkastel and Lambda Delta as red truth, and Beto no longer had any room to argue. It's like those witches are distorting things so that they match with a plotline Erika's drawn up. That's right. If the Game Master, Lady Lambda Delta, accepts the truth, its authenticity will not be questioned. The world that comes after will be formed based on the final remaining truth. This happens no matter how far this final truth is from the real truth. There's no way Uncle Kraus is the culprit. He's being held prisoner somewhere. Wait. We can't deny the possibility that Aunt Natsu was skillfully tricked into believing that during the phone call. Do you suspect Natsu and Kraus, Battler? Well, Erika's truth has been constructed in a cowardly fashion, but it is a proper truth. Though the witches did conspire with her, it has still been acknowledged as a red truth. In other words, it cannot be a fake truth built solely on lies. This means that even Erika's truth is supported by logic. The truth about Natsu and Kraus being culprits is also very possible. Even if it's a mixture of truth and lies, it makes sense logically. It's a mixture of truth and lies that is just as valuable as truth is. Which of these two truths will you believe? That is up to you to decide. No. I'll trust Aunt Natsu and Uncle Kraus. I realize they're in some money trouble. But even so, I don't want to believe that they're the culprits. No, I can't believe it. On this game board, where the red is steadily cornering Natsuhi, how do you intend to let her escape? I don't know. However, I seriously don't want to give up. Aunt Natsuhi was just caught in a cowardly trap. Erika's reasoning has fallen for that trap completely. So whether it's intentional or she's being manipulated, Erika is aiding the culprit. Erika has accused Aunt Natsuhi of being the culprit, but even if everyone here believes that, in fact, for that very reason, I want to be the one person who trusts Aunt Natsuhi. If everyone believes it's her, will that become the truth? If everyone accepts a lie, will that become the truth? Must an honest person be dragged up to the guillotine all alone and taunted by liars? I don't like it. If no one else will believe in Aunt Natsuhi, then I will. The real truth isn't something that's determined when everyone accepts it. It's something you find after thoroughly investigating both possibilities. So this trial is a downright lie. This trial exists for no reason other than to set Aunt Natsuhi up as the culprit. Beto is doing all she can to plead Natsuhi's case, right? Wrong. Beto is trying to refute Erika's argument. She's just defending. You can't fight in this trial by simply resisting all of your opponent's claims. This is why Beto always cornered me in the past. She isn't going to beat Erika by finding flaws in her reasoning. She has to find a different truth and show Lambda Delta, the commander of this game, that her truth is more correct than Erika's. Can anyone create a truth where Natsuhi is not the culprit, without violating the red truths that Lady Bernkastel has shown? I don't know. I think the truth that... I think you could claim Rosa did it. I think you could claim Rosa was the culprit. But as long as I don't believe that Aunt Natsuhi is the culprit, there's got to be a different truth. It's even okay if the culprit for the crime was... It's even okay if the culprit for the crime was a witch. That's better than having Natsuhi be framed by an incorrect truth. So, no matter how much red truth you are shown, you won't believe that Natsuhi is the culprit, correct? Yeah. For all things, there should always be some people who believe and some who don't. No matter how much evidence is stacked up against her, someone has to believe that she's innocent. There must be several truths in the world that cannot be proven with evidence. I don't even want to accept that something's true just because everyone says it is. How can you be sure that there's nothing on the backside of the moon if you've never seen it? Is there some reason that you have to believe it? Until you see the back of the moon with your own eyes, you can neither deny the possibility that nothing's there at all, nor the possibility that there's a thriving culture of space bunnies. You should never assume something is the truth until you actually check it. This court is a malicious thing, trying to force a single interpretation on a truth that cannot be checked. I believe there was a civilization on the backside of the moon, but that was in elementary school, and I was made fun of and laughed at, so I thought it was embarrassing to think that a civilization lived on the moon. And I threw away that belief. I've been told by a book my mom read me that rabbits lived on the backside of the moon, so I believed that for a long, long time. But when everyone said it was wrong, I abandoned that truth without even trying to check it. Even without evidence, I abandoned the truth I believed in. And now everyone is starting to believe that Aunt Natsuhi is the culprit, even though no decisive evidence has been shown. Even without evidence, Erika's words sound reasonable, so they're probably the truth. Is that why you're throwing away your belief that Aunt Natsuhi is innocent, despite a lack of proof? If no one else will believe, then I will. I believe that the real truth only appears if you look with both eyes, one denying and one affirming. No matter how much she tries to make us believe that Aunt Natsuhi is the culprit, I believe she isn't. I won't abandon that belief. Understood. Then I will give you just a single red truth. I will give you the single bit of power, so that now that you possess the will to fight in the truest sense. Why can she just do this? Power? By the name of the finite witch Vergilia. No. As the former witch Beatrice, I will grant you this red truth. Ushuramiya Natsuhi is not the culprit. What? A plea bargain. If you acknowledge that Kraus is the culprit, Erika will suspend the pursuit of Natsuhi. From then on, the investigation will proceed assuming that Kraus, whose location is unknown, is the culprit. What do you do, Beto? At this rate, Natsuhi is in serious trouble, right? Yeah, but even though we just heard that red truth from Vergilia, even if we didn't hear this, look at how confidently Bern Castell's side is pushing the truth here. There's no way they would offer this plea bargain if they had concrete proof on Natsuhi. You never accept this. Even without the red truth that Vergilia just gave us, you would never accept this because you'd be like, you just gotta prove you have it, right? You have your culprit. You have Natsuhi. The question is, who set Natsuhi up here? Will you accept the plea bargain? If you're willing to abandon the Tsushimiya family honor thing, Bern will be kind enough to let you get off with a draw, okay? Kraus is currently missing, and it's unknown whether he's alive or dead. Like Kinzo, he's no different than a cat in a box that has disappeared into the mists of the island. A cat inside a box is unfixed, and no interpretation of it can be denied. They ask her for a confession because they have nothing on her. Exactly. If you don't need a confession from the culprit or a plea bargain, if you've got it, if you've got them dead to rights, you don't need them to do anything for you. A cat in a box, it's the root of an endless interpretation, the true source of the endless witch's power. In other words, no matter how much Bern Castell claims that Kraus is the culprit, she can't make that the sole truth. In other words, the Kraus culprit theory and the witch theory can be in almost perfect balance. It would mean making the game a draw. Yeah, why would she offer a draw if she were winning? This was cajolery, offering her a second chance so if she abandons the honor of the family she swore to protect, and consents to a fragment that stomps all over that honor. There's no room for false confidence. For Beto, to lose is to die. In this game, she should always choose a draw, unless she has an overwhelming advantage. Hell no. I won't allow you to treat my husband like the culprit. My husband is the successor to the Ushiromiya family headship, the only person who will inherit the glory of the Ushiromiya family. I will never let you treat him like a criminal. Are you sure, Natsuhi? If you refuse to suspect Kraus, then you'll be the only one left. Alibis have been proven for everyone else. In other words, Hempel's Raven.
Rysair VT Dance, Rysair VT Dance.
Hi TJ, thank you for the resub. 15 months of support. Welcome back to the tournament staff. I appreciate the support. Hope you've been well. Thank you for the resub. Even without any evidence, it will be determined that you are the culprit. And if I'm the only one left, what then? I am Ushiromiya Natsuhi. I will not run or hide. I am innocent. And I am the representative of the noble head, with the one-winged eagle engraved into my heart. If you wish to insult me, go ahead. If you wish to ridicule me, do as you please. No one can damage my honor with a mixture of truth and lies. With a dignified voice, Natsuhi stated her case openly before the witches above her. However, this response of hers might have been exactly what Baron Castell had intended. Natsuhi refuses the deal. And you, Beto? You understand, right? The instant Natsuhi is specified as the culprit, Lambda will make her verdict. As soon as that happens, the illusion of the witch will be denied, and you'll disappear into the mist. Do you plan to let Natsuhi's foolish bragging drag you down to the depths of hell? Rysair, you fought well. This is our chance. Convince Natsuhi and try to work out a compromise. Both Lady Lambda Delta and Burn Castell have boredom, not you, as their true enemy. They probably want to have this game repeat and play some more. They see that you're willing to make a concession. They will most likely accept it gladly and move on to the next game. If we move on to the next game, then what will happen to Natsuhi of this game? The Natsuhi of this fragment? Now isn't the time to be worrying about that, right? Natsuhi is just a piece. Even if she gets removed from the game, she'll show up again in the next one. But that doesn't apply to you, milady. I believe you know what Lady Berncastel plans for this game. It's a more realistic goal to make use of that and aim for victory in the next game instead. Accepting Lady Berncastel's deal might be our one and only good option right now. Throw away that useless pride of yours. Neither Kasparov nor Deep Blue won every game. Godlike. The person that wins more games wins in the end, right? If a witch gets too attached to a single match, a single life, a single piece, that witch dies. Curious. My apologies, but I cannot do that. I know the strength of a man who believed, even though everyone said he was wrong. Yeah, there's a ton of chess references in this. And I knew the suffering he went through when he was forced to abandon that belief. I will not abandon Natsuhi. Why? Because if everyone else suspects Natsuhi, then someone has to believe in her. Because truth can only be found in the gap between those who doubt and those who believe. I won't abandon her. Even if everyone believes that Natsuhi is the culprit, I will still claim that I, the witch, am the culprit. If I can't even make that claim, my existence isn't worth anything. I cannot lose. The truth isn't something anyone gets to deny. I can't lose. The truth isn't something anyone gets to deny. Only when you doubt and abandon yourself does it disappear. Is that your answer, Beto? Yeah, of course I refuse. Ushumiya Kraus is not the culprit. Yeah, Beatrice is kind of amazing. Cool. I won't let you take that back, okay? Here's what you get for being a quick-tempered moron. By the name of Berncastel, Witch of Miracles, I speak with the red truth. Ushumiya Kraus is not the culprit. And he was killed long ago. Oh. Yeah, you heard his voice over the phone. Whoa. No. Here. Berncastel's cruel and ruthless red blade gouged Natsuhi. It was totally merciless. Natsuhi had been crushed with uncertainty, not knowing whether Kraus was alive or dead. But she had still been capable of believing that he was alive. And now that hope, that expectation, had been crushed without any chance for a miracle. I think we did see that he died there. Beatrice in episode 3 kind of shows her empathetic side, but also that was a bait. She was like baiting Battler in that. But she might have just been playing tough. I don't actually know. She had now lost her daughter and husband and everything she had gained since marrying into this family. No, even after all of this, one thing still remains. If her husband has been lost, then right now, she is the last person who can protect the honor of the Ushumiya family. She still couldn't let it end here. Even wrapped up in so much sadness, Natsuhi could do all she could to protect that honor, with this final bit of strength. Nope, it's all over. It's been determined with the red truth that none of the remaining people in the dining hall left that room until 1. In other words, alibis have already been proven for everyone except Natsuhi. What can we say here then? Well done, Erika and Brinkastel. You've fully proven that the crime was impossible for everyone except Ushumi and Natsuhi. Why don't I start reading aloud from the verdict? Now we have to prove that it was impossible for Natsuhi. And then we're getting somewhere. At midnight, on October 4th, 1986, the defendant, Ushumi and Natsuhi, left before the others while pretending to return to her room to sleep. Now, we could also argue that Natsuhi maybe did kill these 6, or these 4 or 5. Maybe Natsuhi did kill them, but did she commit all the murders? Just because you prove that she committed these murders doesn't mean you can prove that she committed all of them. And murdered George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, and Genji one after another during the 1-hour period before 1 a.m. Let me tack something on. Due to circumstantial evidence, include the murder of Kraus. Yeah, that's right. In this situation, it's unthinkable that anyone except Natsuhi could kill Kraus. Who? Who could be the culprit other than Natsuhi? For these murders, nobody. For these murders, it's nobody. But for Hideyoshi's murder... it could be other people, potentially. We don't know that Hideyoshi entered that room alone, for one. That's like a really simple one. We don't know that Hideyoshi entered that room alone. But, yeah, for these murders, if a human did it, it had to be Natsuhi. Which doesn't surprise me. During the hour before 1 a.m., Kraus, George, Jessica, Maria, and Genji were killed one after another. It's only possible for any of these murders to have taken place between these hours. The only person without an alibi during this time was Natsuhi. From this point forward, the defendant will be treated as the true culprit. Furthermore, because it has been fully proven that the crime was possible for humans, Beatrice, Endless Witch, this court of illusion hereby denies your existence. You'll be given a chance to plead your case, but can you prove an alibi for Natsuhi? Or can you prove that it was possible for someone other than Natsuhi? If you can do that, Natsuhi will stop being one shade short of absolutely guilty, and the denial of your existence will be put on hold for this game. If Natsuhi had an alibi, Beata would have been shown it long ago. In fact, wasn't the whole point of that trap to make her lose her alibi? Even if her alibi is not proven, I will believe in Natsuhi's innocence. No matter how much you try to pin your fake truth on her, I am the true culprit. Natsuhi is innocent, even without any proof. The truth is known only by the master of the night on this island, Beatrice the Golden. I am Ushiromiya Natsuhi. Now that my husband has passed away, I am the head of the Ushiromiya family. My determination will bend no matter how you try to humiliate me. Why, you ask? It is because Father gave me permission to engrave my family crest on the one-winged eagle onto my heart. How do you intend to disprove the existence of this honor with your evidence and your alibis? You cannot. The Ushiromiya family crest engraved into my heart is immortal. Now that Natsuhi and Beatrice had practically been placed on the guillotine, they cried out with all the strength of their determination. However, that did nothing but bring a cold smile to Lambda Delta's face. Erika had constructed a truth that Lambda Delta could accept, and no one could construct a more convincing truth to deny Erika's. In that case, the most convincing truth would swallow up everything else and become the one and only truth, even if it happened to be different from the real truth. The truth of those in the past is swallowed up by the truth of those in the future. This can happen even for a mixture of truth and lies, as long as everyone acknowledges it as true. Sheesh! Stop howling already. I like it best when witches sob and beg for their lives when they're about to be burned at the stake. Again, this shouldn't deny the illusion of the witch because we still have Hideyoshi's murder. When they try and bluff like you do, it's such a killjoy. In that case, I guess I'll send you one final gift. A red truth to smash that bluff wide open. What do you mean? Stop, Lady Brinkastel. Hasn't it already been overwritten in the truth you wished for? The truth and Natsuhi shouldn't be able to This truth and Natsuhi shouldn't be able to coexist. Please don't defile it. Please. What's she gonna say? Natsuhi. When did Kinzo ever say... Oh no! That was in Natsuhi's delusion. Natsuhi imagined that he said that. He didn't actually say it while he was alive. Natsuhi, when did Kinzo ever say it was okay for you to engrave the one-winged eagle onto your heart? Those were just the words of the Kinzo from your delusions, weren't they? You know, the real Kinzo. Not once in his entire life did he ever trust you from the bottom of his heart. Yeah, it's a question in red. I don't know, they're really loose with the red truth. And not once did he ever consider letting you bear the family crest. When that heartless announcement was made, Kinzo stood up. Natsuhi, don't listen to this. No one can defile the crest engraved in your heart. This also kind of harkens back to the red truth has been established. Like, the red truth has been established to be an absolute truth that you can't contest, as a power that a witch can have. But I think it's been said here pretty clearly. That doesn't mean it is the only truth. It means it's the accepted truth from the perspective of the observer of the situation. In this case, Lady Lambda Delta. Lady Lambda Delta is the game master here, is looking over the game. So if something is said in red, all that affirms is that that is something that Lambda Delta believes, not that it actually happened. And I think that's kind of important. I think that's important to make that distinction. Similarly, when a red truth was listed in a previous game, that is the red truth as seen by... That is the truth as perceived by Battler or Beatrice or whoever has authority over whether or not it's true, essentially. And that doesn't necessarily mean it's the only thing that happened. And it certainly doesn't mean that it's the only thing that could have happened. That is yours alone. Don't let your pride as the final family head be forgotten forever. Just shut up and disappear, you miserable delusion of Natsuhi's. Cringe. Can't erase me. You can't erase my soul. Not as long as the crest is engraved on Natsuhi's heart. That's enough, you lying illusion. The real Kinzo wouldn't say that. Disappear. You, the illusion of Kinzo inside Natsuhi's mind, beautified by Natsuhi to suit her own purposes. A bright red flash of lightning smashed Kinzo over and over again as she screamed. Whoa. Then he crumpled like a doll and sat back down in his chair as though nothing had happened. The fierce emotion had left Kinzo's face. He had truly become like a wax model, and so he would never again share kind words with Natsuhi. That's right. The true Kinzo never once trusted Natsuhi during his entire life. The true Kinzo never once considered allowing Natsuhi to bear the one-winged eagle. Because, of course, Kinzo had already vanished before the start of the game. The Kinzo that appeared in this game is nothing more than Natsuhi's delusion. Every part of this Kinzo, who believed in Natsuhi and entrusted her with protecting the family honor, was a phantom, created by Natsuhi. Pitiful woman, you will now face the truth that you never gained Ushirimiya's trust as long as he lived. Damn. Natsuhi, don't cry. Kinzo entrusted the Ushirimiya family to you, right? No, he didn't. Not only did he not entrust her with that, he never even said hello or met her gaze even once. Natsuhi's cry was a mixture of sadness and many other emotions, and it echoed throughout the cathedral. Natsuhi could no longer stop her tears. Some last, faint element that had cheered her up until today, that had allowed her to endure as an Ushirimiya, as the wife to the head's representative and as the final family head, had been torn to bits. Natsuhi no longer had anything left. Natsuhi could no longer allow herself to even call herself an Ushiromiya. Those difficult days, those painful days, those days where she still gave everything she could for the family she'd married into despite all this. Very few happy days among these. All of these flitted through her mind one after another and disappeared. All these once beautiful memories were then crushed by Baron Castell's red truth, smashed to bits and scattered, plunged deep into her hands, and smeared red with mournful blood. It was the red of sadness and truth. That's all. Just because the crime exists as it does, this level of reasoning is possible for Furuto Erika. What do you think, everyone? The manga version was graphic in this part of Natsuhi. Oh man. Lambda Delta clapped. Then a bit later, Baron Castell also clapped, looking pleased. The expressionless wax figure-like audience followed suit, and the unshakable verdict was welcomed with a great applause. And so, the truth of this tale was decided. Right now, no humans exist on this island except for those in this parlor, and with one exception, it has been shown that none of them have committed murder, and the culprit is among these people. Whoa, whoa. In that case, it's conclusive, isn't it? Unless the culprit is a witch who committed murder with magic, that is. It was you? You killed George? You killed my husband? Why? I didn't kill anyone. I didn't. In a panic, and with a voice that was far from calm, in a manner that was, to put it coldly, unsightly, Aunt Natsuhi denied the suspicion placed upon her. However, there was no longer any way around it. She stood up, brushed back her long hair, pointed at Aunt Natsuhi, and said one more time, "You're the culprit, Ushiromiya Natsuhi-san." I feel really bad for Natsuhi. Red-faced and tear-streaked, Eva walked up to Natsuhi and grabbed her by the collar. Then, wordlessly, he slapped Natsuhi's cheek. Natsuhi, who had never been slapped in her life, was shocked by the taste of iron, which she was feeling for the first time. It turned into a scuffle between Eva and Natsuhi. Battler immediately tried to stop them, but Eva planted a sharp knee into Battler's gut and he doubled over. This is where the images in the prologue started? Yeah, it must have been, right? Give them back. Give George and my husband back. Why did you kill them? You're a murderer. Sobbing, Eva kicked Natsuhi, who had fallen to the ground over and over. Battler tried once more to cut in and stop them, but he was brushed aside. And after that, no one tried to stop them. Repeating her son and husband's names over and over, Eva kicked Natsuhi and kicked her. Then she started grabbing whatever her eyes fell upon and throwing it. Natsuhi was hit with a steaming teacup and a can of black tea whose tea leaves fell out all over her. Oh, she was kicked, her hair pulled and dragged up, her cheeks slapped so many times that it started to swell. No one tried to stop it. It wasn't because they were worried about Eva kicking them too. It was because they thought it an appropriate act of retribution for a person who had lost her beloved son and husband. A proper retribution. A proper truth. Everyone in the parlor accepted that Natsuhi was the culprit. They accepted the truth Erika claimed. So it became a proper truth, and Natsuhi was designated as the proper culprit. She had already lost the husband and daughter who might have protected her, and even Kinzo, who should have given her a final bit of strength, had already vanished like a bubble in the ocean of illusion. No longer would anyone protect her. No longer would anyone believe her. She was now the true culprit. Eva's shoulders heaved with her heavy breathing. Apparently, her anger still hadn't been abated. Erika patted her shoulders and made Eva take a step back. Of course, this wasn't to protect Natsuhi from violence. It was to further humiliate Natsuhi, now that she had been branded as the culprit. Even if Nazi and Ava are pieces on the game board, they're still people. At 100%. I treat all of the characters in all of the games, you know, as they are originally to be. Nazi have solved 2 of the 3 riddles: the whodunit and the howdunit. The final riddle, the whydunit, must always be confessed by the culprit herself. Please follow the rules of the mystery genre and confess. The whydunit refers to the motive. If this was a third-rate mystery, you would let out a high-pitched laugh about now, confess to the crime, and start telling the story of her sad past. Don't tell me you intend to make me explain that part as well. I am not the culprit. Someone, believe me. I just had my husband taken hostage, was threatened, and fell into a trap. Nazi, with her hair a mess and her face red and tear-streaked, protested to everybody. But no one met her gaze, because it was already been resolved that Natsuhi was the culprit. Because Lambda Delta had acknowledged that the culprit of the tale was Natsuhi, and had woven it that way. None of the pieces would pay any heed to Natsuhi, the culprit's words. Natsuhi isn't the culprit. I am the Golden Witch, Beatrice. I am the one who commands Rokkenjima's night, and who has reigned since long before the time you were still scared of the dark. Why can't you just call it my sin? Why must you suspect Natsuhi? Acknowledge me. I committed all those crimes. There's no way a human is the culprit. The illusion of the witch has already been crushed, and Beto's voice didn't reach anyone. The verdict had already been made. Everything had been decided. No one can hear you. You're a phantom, a mere illusion. Go back to being a simple portrait. You're a faint phantom of a witch, born when Kinzo shared his illusion with his relatives. That's the truth chosen by this world. So, great Lady Lambda Delta, now is the time for you to bury the ridiculous and foolish illusion that this witch claims is the truth. Goodbye, Beatrice. I made you a witch expecting that you'd either become my friend or help distract me from my boredom. I made you a witch. Oh, interesting. And you've answered to my expectations. The second one, that is. Why is she blushing? Oh, good question. She's just laughing so much, I guess. I am a witch. Even if Lady Lambda Delta doesn't acknowledge it, I'm a witch. Oh, sure. But you wouldn't even be capable of believing that if I hadn't become your guardian in the first place. Yep. This is game over for you. You'll be buried in accordance with the rules of your game board. What happens to losers in your game again? Beto has already shown that clearly in a previous game. You get made into a mound of living flesh before being tossed into the goat's dinner party and getting chewed to bits. Now there's a fitting end for you, Beatrice. And I did come all the way here just to hear the death cries of one as haughty as you. Hanger is near. Let's go. I mean, we're approaching the end here. Something's gonna pop. One by one, a massive number of goat attendants slipped out from the shadows of the pillars and began to fill the cathedral. The goats paid no attention to Natsuhi, who was seated in the center, but the crowd completely enveloped her. From Beto's point of view up on the balcony, it probably looked like a huge boiling pot of goats. That's right. The contract has been like this since the beginning. Yep. Our contract said that whenever you stopped entertaining me, you would relieve me of my boredom with your life. Come, strip the title of witch from this woman and throw her into a pot of goats. So Beatrice made a contract with Lambda Delta. Suddenly, there were goats standing right behind Beto. They lifted her up roughly. Is this all in Act 2, though? Let me hear some nice screams. You're the wine I've been fermenting all this time. Then perhaps refusing your request will be my final strike back at you. Yeah, I made her say it. The best screams always come from a girl who's just said some tired line like that. Fall. The goats carrying Beto no longer viewed her as their master. After holding her above the pot of clamoring goats, which were snorting heavily in anticipation, they threw Beto's slender body into the air. All at once, the squirming goats faced the heavens and raised their arms. It was almost as though they would be able to forget their pain for just a short while by devouring her flesh. As she flew through the air, Beto tried to smile boldly, but it was so stiff that it seemed even more pathetic, much to Baron Castell's amusement. Can you play as the goat in the fighting game? Probably. When Beto fell into the pot, the goats caught her. Of course, they didn't do it gently. The arms of countless goats pulled at her flesh to keep it for themselves. They tried to tear her to bits. It didn't have to be flesh. Hair, fingernails, shoes, even bits of her dress worked just fine. The mouths of these goats were the gateway into hell. However, Beto was too big to enter into that gateway, so they had to chew and tear her into bits small enough to fit into it. Beto let out a bold laugh. She laughed from inside the pot of goats. However, her expression was very different from the one she had wanted. Virgilia summons the goats as supers. Oh, neat. But of a single human yelling in their death throes. Whoa. Red truth? Then the sea of goats parted. The Lanor leapt forward, slicing all the goats in her path with a single flash of her longsword. It was a clean slice, like cutting through butter. Delanor? The goats were surprised by Delanor's sudden appearance and stepped back. In the center, Beatrice cowered in tatters, sobbing. What's this supposed to be? Delanor, Inquisitor of Heresy? Is Delanor gonna fight these two for running a kangaroo court? Wait, that would be so sick. If she runs if she's like, you are running an unfair trial, I'm about to put an end to this. Dude, Delanor is climbing the tiers. My apologies, but I have something to say. There's someone who has an objection to this ruling. His name is Ushiromiya Battler. Oh. All the goats stared at Battler. What is unsatisfactory about the court's ruling? Do you possess any new evidence or truth sufficient to request a retrial? A retrial? I get it. Lanore's offering me a helping hand. If she hadn't jumped in here, it'd be all over. And now I fully understand how I'm supposed to fight. But because I understand how, I am unable to fight right now. After all, I can't win by simply countering Erika's truth. If I want to deny her truth, I'll need to present a different one. And I still don't have a clue what that truth is. There's nothing that is not healed with time, and there is no truth that cannot be reached if you spend enough time searching. However, all trials have a limited time in which the truth must be decided. Therefore, a truth that cannot be reached within that limited time cannot become truth. Yeah, I know that. By now, everyone is certain that Aunt Natsuhi is the culprit. It might be too late now, even for a real truth. Aunt Ava's violence will probably go unstopped, and no one is even thinking about protecting Aunt Natsuhi. It's no longer a situation where we can say, oh, the truth will eventually be found. And in this world, the time remaining to expose that truth is very short. It's already midnight, at the game's end. The police won't come. The truth won't be revealed. Only the truth decided upon here and now will remain. Battler's gonna have a hard time now considering he has to deal with the Nox's commandments as well. Yeah. Battler needs to level up. I feel like Battler will level up. I think he's a witch, honestly. I'm still believing that. He's like, I think he might be the most powerful person in the game. I slowly stood up, walked in front of Beto, and faced Delanor. I have no plan. I don't know the truth. However, if I don't jump in now, I won't get another chance to fight. The red used by Erika's group is mercilessly strict. I seriously doubt that I could put together a truth where Aunt Natsuhi is not the culprit without violating that red. Why the uncertain face? How pathetic. Damn it. Battler, I'll be the one to kill you. I want to keep that promise. And yet, right now, I don't have any plan at all. That's okay. In this world, there is no truth. The truth is made later on and overwrites that comes before it. Real truth doesn't exist anywhere. Now this is a splendid scenario, Delanor. It just wouldn't be interesting unless the knight appears before the princess's execution. And there's nothing better than watching heads roll before your very eyes. Erase your old piece, the old piece, and the unneeded player all in one go.
良いです
As you wish. Glory be to the great Lady Baron Castell.
我こそは首席異端神
I am the head inquisitor of heresy, Delanor A. Knox. Step forward.
後ろ宮
Ushurmiya Battler. Damn it. I've got nothing more to lose. If you want to see me struggle, I'll show ya. The only reason Erica's theory is so strong is because of those seals. She was given red so quickly just because Lambda Delta... Wait. This track. Oh, this track goes crazy. They were like... Hey, I'm about to write that trial music for Umineko, and they're like, all right, but careful, the paper's flammable. Don't write too much fire. And the whole building burned down. I still hate how Umineko is mostly known for power scaling when it has so many amazing moments like this. I could see why people would just power scale it, right? Because it is literally a tiered system of, like, powers. Wait, this shit goes crazy. She was given red so quickly just because Lambda Delta easily brought the alibis created by these seals. But these seals aren't red truth. Just sticking paper in a door crack is far from perfect. There's no way something like that can prove anything with certainty. Begin, Battler. Ready to let these goats turn you into a pile of meat along with your beloved Beatrice? Yeah, no, most people... I don't know. There's a lot I love about this series so far, and very little of it has to do with, like, magic or power scaling. A lot of it is, like, the kind of overarching themes of, like, I guess truth versus perception, you know, reality versus memory, intention versus, you know, outcome. A lot of, like, Angie's story with, like, kind of nostalgia and letting go of the past and memory versus, you know, what actually happened. Taking poor, like, Maria's magic in the 4th episode, taking poor circumstances and turning it into good things. Like, all those philosophies and themes, I think, are, like, I don't know, they're really, really good, and they're really, really well fleshed out in something like this. And, you know, I'm saying you know a lot, but, like, also creating your own version, you know, of the life you want to live is kind of the overarching theme of this entire story so far. Is, you know, witches are real, period. And because you're saying that, it's real, and no one can tell you otherwise. And anyone who tries to tell you otherwise can kick rocks, basically. Like, you know, that's what I love about this story. Oh, and I'll mix the leftovers from your precious sister into that pile. Umineko and their whole themes go so hard. Yeah, like, I don't know. Saying life-altering, especially at my age, is a little extreme, but, like, if I had read this 10 years ago, I would be probably very similar, because I share a lot of the philosophy. Like, yeah, I share a lot of the philosophy that I'm discussing here, and maybe I'm viewing it through the lenses of my own glasses that already see things this way, which is funny because that's kind of one of the themes. But, like, essentially that's what this is saying, right? It's like, Kinzo is the best example. I mean, in a lot of ways, you could really talk about, I could talk about Kinzo probably, I could probably talk about Kinzo for, like, hours. And how it's like, there's so much you could talk about just with him. With, like, you know, bullet point number 1, he was clearly an abusive, horrible father. OST is called Final Answer. Thank you, because this shit goes so hard. But, like, he was clearly, objectively, watching Ava now versus 20 years ago. Yeah, very similar, right? Like, watching Evangelion as, like, a high schooler versus watching Evangelion, like, later after having learned lived experiences becomes so different. But, like, Kinzo, objectively speaking, if you just look at facts, was an abusive, horrible parental figure. And then there's, like, everybody kind of views him a little, like, everybody kind of looks back on him with like a lot of with like this whimsy that he was this like extraordinary being, and some of that is like cope for just being like, well, he must have been horrible for some other reason. And honestly, that's kind of relatable. You know, sometimes we look at like ancestors or older relatives who are like not good people, but you have to be like, well, what is their motivation? You know, what is their lived experience? And, you know, he has this kind of whimsical legacy of like the legend of the witch that's left behind. And it's something you can latch onto, and you can be like, you know, this was his truth. This was something that he like believed in beyond being this like horribly just toxic, evil person. And, you know, as we look into what that philosophy is, it's kind of different for everybody, but like, I don't know. It brings this like level of whimsy, and it's entirely just like, my reality is my reality, and you are nobody to tell me differently. And if you tell me in evidence, you know, if you give me a red truth that tells me what I'm believing is wrong, as long as I'm not harming anybody, if you tell me the reality I believe in is wrong, I am just going to come up with another blue truth that tells you that Spider-Man Sam Fisher climbed up the wall to make it happen, and you're going to have to deny that too. And we're going to be in this for a long time because I'm going to keep coming up with outcomes, and you're not going to tell me otherwise. And I just think that's super rad. And I think that's a way people need to live their lives. Again, with the caveat that they're not harming others by doing so. And Kinzo and everyone's truth of him, it's such a hard concept to explain without 100 to 200 hours of reading this story. But yeah, I think Kinzo is one of the best examples of that. And probably once we learn more about the truth of Beatrice, like, and again, when I say truth here, I mean the real world events that happen surrounding this person or thing named Beatrice. Once we learn what that actually is and the perception of her, it's gonna crescendo over the top, because it's going to be all of that times like 20, and it's gonna just go over the top. I can't wait. Then we can wrap it up in a dumpling, steam it, and maybe add some soy sauce. These two, I can't stand these two. I always think I'm coming around on these two at like about halfway through every episode, and by the end of every episode, I cannot stand their fucking guts. I hate them so much. No, the best way would be to... Okay, I would just... God, I hate them so much. Can't we doubt the reliability of the seals of Erica's? Something like wedging some paper in a door can't create a perfect alibi. I wanted to like Erica because like, I feel you, right? I know who they are, or I know the look and stuff from Higurashi, and it's like, she's just a rat. She's the worst. It might be that someone noticed by chance and happened to put it back in the same place. The blade of my blue truth should have slashed diagonally through Delanor's chest. However, Delanor's expression did not budge in the slightest, and there wasn't a single wound on her chest. I was wondering what you'd throw out there, but this is ridiculous. Allow me to explain. This is what I sealed the doors with. Did you think it was paper, Battler? Erica once again held up the thing that looked like brown paper. This is packing tape, and its adhesive power is extremely strong. I used scissors to make it easier to tear. Furthermore, I wrote my signature, which cannot be reproduced, in 3 places: across the tear point, across the edge between the door and the tape, and across the edge between the tape and the door frame. Therefore, it is impossible to tear it off without leaving a mark, and it's impossible to reattach, too. Yeah, I feel that. Right, it's like, what was that? I was talking with Shaylee, and I'm like, I do not like Rosa. And he's like, what do you mean you don't like Rosa? How can you not like Rosa? Rosa has been through so much. You have to understand the position she's in. She's always getting shit on by the family. And I'm like, oh yeah, Rosa is an incredibly well-written character. Like, everything with her is consistent and makes sense. She is still the worst, one of the worst people in the, like, worst acting people in this game. Hands down. Like, I completely understand why she is the way she is, and it's incredibly well established and shown. It doesn't mean I like her. Permission to unsheath the red key. Oh no. Due to the above, the seals are guaranteed to be perfect. Miss Erica's seals were not broken by anyone, and deception is impossible. I'll acknowledge Erica's seals. However, Aunt Ava's seal on Genji's room should be different. It's okay to not like a character as a person while acknowledging that they're well written. Yeah, 100%. I also would argue that it probably gets defaulted immediately, but you could probably argue that Erika resealed them herself to frame Natsuhi. Like, I know she's like, I'm the detective, so I couldn't have done it, but like, that doesn't mean she couldn't have framed Natsuhi, right? Ava's seal was of the same type as Miss Erika's. That is because this method of sealing was one that Miss Erika and Ava conceived together after dinner. Erika said something about a scientific investigation and fished through the chemicals in grandfather's room, right? There might have been some kind of solvent in there. If you use that, you might be able to tear off the packing tape without leaving fingernail marks. Please allow me to speak. It is impossible to tear off any of the seals by any method without leaving marks. This is so ass. Please allow me to speak. There were no suspicious marks on any of the seals. Therefore, it has been proven that nothing was done to any of the seals. Repeat it. Dude, Burn Castell just dropping the red on everything here feels so unfair. All of Erika and Ava's seals were not tampered with in any way that was hindered their ability to act as seals, such as being scraped off. So, like, right, because Burn Castell allegedly, again, I don't really trust any of their motives, Burn Castell allegedly is trying to prove that a human did this. And she's just dropping red truth all over the place. Why? And that's the question you gotta ask. Why can't she just say Nazi committed the murders? She's definitely creating an illusion. And because she's creating an illusion, who's to say that an agent of hers, Erika, did not reseal them herself, and then she's the only one who has claimed that those seals were not broken? What if she resealed them herself? Eleanor isn't my only enemy. There's also her subordinates, Gertrude and Cornelia, and also Erika and Burn Castell, and even Lambda Delta, the one who hijacked Beto's game. Everyone in this cathedral is an enemy. That fierce rush of red immediately repelled my feeble truth. It's obvious why. I don't have any alternative truth. Even at this final stage, I have nothing. Were the seals that you had all that you had to discuss? You promised to give it everything you've got. If I only knew a truth that could prove Aunt Natsuhi's innocence. If I can only make a theory that weaves its way through Erika's red. Damn it. I didn't know anything. Detective cannot lie, maybe? I mean, yeah, there's definitely, like, weird rules around the detective. But I don't trust this detective. Do you have any chance of winning? I left it at home. Mind if I go back and get it? I have already lost. I am prepared for my fate. I promised that I'd kill you, so I won't let anyone else do it. I'll definitely keep that promise. Also, this is the Beto in the game. The Beto above the game is, like, soulless and just, like, waiting around, so I don't understand the connection between those two as well. I'll never trust your promises again. Huh? When did I ever make a promise to you? And what was the lie? Ah, this is an allusion back to what she wanted him to remember. After hearing you say that, hell might not be so bad. Kill us, Burn Castell. Lambda Delta. I can't get enough of that laugh. Beta let out a shrill cry, overcome with laughter. It was a broken laugh, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Battler's words would no longer reach her ears. What promise did Battler make to Beatrice 6 years ago? She kept on laughing insanely like a broken record. Is it over? Pitiful. I truly am disappointed, Ushiromiya Battler. Kill me, Delanor. Slice me in half with that red longsword of yours. Let's assume that there exists some method X that can lead to someone to the second floor of the guest house without passing through the lounge. Erica claims that the windows and such were sealed, but she can't prove that she sealed all possible methods of entry. There's a possibility that Erica was unable to seal entrance X because she couldn't find it. This is a Delano law, right? Yeah. Nox's third is forbidden for hidden passages to exist. As a detective, Miss Erica sealed all entrances. Passages that the detective cannot find are hidden passages. Therefore, there are no entrances that she cannot find. I present the possibility that Erica's lookout in the lounge wasn't perfect. During the 2 hours Erica spent there, she really observed everything without looking away for a second. It might be possible for someone to have passed through the lounge during a small gap without at least Erica seeing them. Lady Erica's lookout in the lounge was perfect. There was no small gaps or carelessness or times where she looked away for even a second. Please allow me to speak. Therefore, during their entire meeting in the lounge, only Rosa went up to the second floor. I think you could posit that Rosa could have done this. Did we eliminate Rosa's ability to have done this? But was that really Aunt Rosa herself? There's a possibility that someone disguised themselves as Aunt Rosa. Or maybe she was actually holding a large suitcase with someone hiding in it. Oh, man. Nox is 10th. It is forbidden for a character to disguise themselves as another without any clues. There have been no hints suggesting that someone had disguised themselves as Rosa. Furthermore, Erica has confirmed that she wasn't carrying any luggage large enough to hide a human in. Aunt Natsu was being threatened by someone. The uninvited, unknown guest X is the true culprit. How can you be sure we're the only ones on this island? The true culprit is someone else. Yeah, who's making those phone calls? Are they Nazi's delusions? Nox is first. It is forbidden for the culprit to be anyone not mentioned in an earlier part of the story. Maybe they were killed with poison via remote murder. With a strange drug that can make a cut. No, that's Nox's, like, fourth, I think. Yeah, that's Nox's fourth. No strange drugs or technology exist. Yep. There's a chance that there existed a murder device X in the cousin room and Genji's waiting room that made a remote murder possible. It had some secret mechanism that still hasn't been discovered, and I think we haven't said the possibility that Rosa might have done it and then killed herself. Then again, she couldn't have killed Genji, right? Nox is 8th. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. Reminded that Beto never denied small bombs? I remember that. That was funny. Anyway, there exists a culprit other than Aunt Natsuhi. If you want to deny that, try and repeat in red that none of the appearing characters were the culprit. Nox is 6th. It is forbidden for an accident or intuition to be employed as the detective technique. You say that everyone except Aunt Natsuhi has an alibi? You're forgetting one person. Who's going to prove that Erica herself has an alibi? That's Nox's 2nd, right? 7th, excuse me. It is forbidden for the detective to be the culprit. Unless she's caught red-handed, you should never be able to deny the possibility that Aunt Natsuhi is innocent. Can you even deny further possibilities? Like if a piece of evidence X that Erica hasn't discovered proved Natsuhi's innocence? He's getting owned. Nox is 8th. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. This tale is filled with malicious lies. The tale itself has become a trap to capture Natsuhi. The tale should be constructed only from impartial truths. Nox is 9th. It is permitted for observers to let their own conclusions and explanations be heard. I was the culprit, so maybe I gave George and the others a slow-acting poison to make them die after midnight, then silently slit their throats when I returned at 3 a.m. I could have done it so quietly that Erica wouldn't hear. Nox is 8th. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. Everyone committed suicide, so there's no culprit. Unless Battler figures out how to bypass these, he has no shot. I think you actually, you blame Rosa, I think. You can call that Rosa... No. Wait. Yeah, you could probably argue that Rosa did it. I think that's the only thing you've got right now. All victims' deaths were homicides. Oh, nope, that actually undoes it. That actually undoes it because that means Rosa couldn't have done it because she died. Erica didn't personally examine the corpses, right? It should be possible for people who aren't the detective to make a mistake when examining corpses. Are you a Rosa creature? Rosa creature? Rosa Beatrice? I don't know. Know that no examination of the corpses should have been mistaken. Could have been mistaken. And maybe there were body double corpses. I think it is actually very likely that Natsuhi did it. I think of all the humans, if you look at all of these as an overarching thing, I think it's very possible. Like Natsuhi, I think it's Natsuhi or Rosa. I think that's, or, oh, I have my other theory that nobody actually is dead and everybody faked their own deaths, Dino Spumoni style, to try to undo all of the debt that they were all under while still getting away with the fortune and leaving Ava behind as the one to kind of accept the headship. But I think with what we've seen with how affectionate Ava is towards George and Hideyoshi, I don't think she would give that up just for the Ushirumi family headship. But I do think there's a world where that happened. Nobody died. In reality, they all just went to live on these like other lives. But Battler doesn't want to do that because Angie is still at home. Know that no corpses exist except those of characters who have appeared in the story. Then how can you claim that Uncle Kraus is dead? Doesn't that violate Nox's something or something else? The red truth is simply truth, and there's no need to provide evidence or proof. Oh, come on. That's so unfair. Damn it. In the face of these insane arguments, any attempts to overturn the truth where Aunt Natsuhi is treated as the culprit were completely meaningless. What if Battler has evil murder secondary personality, which did kill everyone? I actually thought that too. I have a theory about that. That has gotten denied in red in certain cases, that Ushirimiya Battler is not the killer. But we also know that Ushirimiya Battler as a name is kind of an unreliable tool because it's been mentioned in the 4th game that Beatrice asked Battler to remember a sin of 6 years ago, and there was basically an implied thing that there might be 2 Battlers because there's a Battler who was born of Asumu, and then this Battler that is currently participating in the game was not born of Asumu. And so I think there's some chicanery there, and then Rudolph keeps talking about Battler's birth and the conditions around Battler's birth. And I think we're going to learn something that either that Battler has an evil twin, maybe that's the 19th person calling, Battler has split personality where, like, yeah, when he goes to sleep, he continues acting and doing stuff. There's very big possibility that Battler is the killer. Each time I brandished my desperate blue truths, Delano and the others' red truths knocked me onto the floor. It was getting hard to even stand back up again. Does this mean my body is telling me that I'm about to surrender? The truth where Aunt Natsuhi is the culprit? The red truth is getting more and more perfect. Each time I think I can slip through a chink in their armor, Delano smacks me down with the red longsword of Nox. Virgilia said that Natsuhi didn't do it, though, in red. Why doesn't she present that? Beto, that's enough, Battler. Now the endless torture that torments me, no, us, will finally end. Let us fall together into the depths. I don't want to see Beto like this. Her Majesty, as the ruler of the Golden Land, her enthusiasm as my rival, are all completely gone. She's just a pitiful woman who's been trampled over and lost all hope, with tears streaming down her face and a tragic smile that I can't bear to look at. Does your truth no longer exist? No, I have one last thing. And that is a different truth, where Natsuhi is not the culprit? That's not it. All I can do is prove that Aunt Natsuhi is not the culprit. After that, I can't show what the real truth is at all. One of the Nox commandments was about it being forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. Were there clues of a second personality? No. There were no clues of a second personality, but there were clues of a second person. But even so, maybe at least you'll be saved that way. Why? I can show you without a doubt that Aunt Natsuhi isn't the culprit. However, I cannot show a different truth. If Erika's truth is dispersed, the crime will return to darkness, and there might still be room for you to exist. Yeah, if you can do it, but if you can't show a new truth, that means you're incompetent and useless as a player. I'll have you vanish from this game board for all eternity. At that point, the game master is Lambda Delta, and she is there too. This probably doesn't mean losing a single game, but being banished from the game for all eternity for losing. From what the witches have said in the past, I can faintly imagine the place pieces are sent when they're banished. It's known as the depths of oblivion, an eternal darkness that lies on the far side of an eternal oblivion and where there's no concept of life or death. I'm gonna disappear, aren't I? However, Beto will remain. He is considered as a sinner by Beatrice, which can be explained through observing his double's actions by Beto. Yeah, like, that's the idea, right? As long as Beto remains, no matter how suspicious Aunt Natsuhi is, there will always remain space for the witch to be the culprit. In other words, room for Aunt Natsuhi to not be the culprit. As long as that space exists, someone will eventually expose the truth. It doesn't have to be me. Anyways, eventually, someone will smash this fake truth to pieces. I understand that the time had come to abandon myself for the sake of this other person who would eventually appear. For the sake of the real truth. The peace battler's sacrificing himself. Well, it looks like I'll have to break my promise to kill you after all. Don't leave me as the only one alive. I'll disappear with you. Let that be your final tribute to me. I beg you, if you just do this one thing, I don't need anything else. Have you used up everything you have? I really am disappointed in you, Ushirimiya Battler. Quickly, perform his requiem. That way I'll have an open field with which to expose Natsuhi's sin. These guys really are interesting. Beatrice. Ushirimiya Battler. But I've gotten tired of this. You aren't needed in our game. Do it, Delanor. This is the end. If you still have one last bit of power, let me see you muster it now in your last moments. Is he gonna say... Yeah, is he gonna say Natsuhi's not the culprit in red? The last trump card Vergilia gave me. Erika, this takes your theory back to square one. If you can, why not go ahead? Ushirimiya Natsuhi is not the culprit. The red truth is simply truth, with no evidence or proof needed. This will make Delanor stagger. Even if that's all it does, it's the first and last strike I can make. Nox is second. It is forbidden for supernatural agencies to be employed as a detective technique. Oh no, it still loses. My red truth was blown away by Delanor's red longsword? In this court, if anyone other than witches is going to speak the red truth, they'll have to construct an appropriate proof for it. Erika's been following this procedure, right? True, Erika hadn't used the red herself even once so far. She always had Baron Castell, a witch, repeat her statement. Well, Vergilia said it, though. Vergilia? So I guess Vergilia just told him that to be like, look, there is a way. Battler, there is a way. You have to find it. I'm not in this trial. I can't say it. You can't just say it. You have to find it. But there is a way. Your red truth isn't something you obtain for yourself. It's a supernatural truth given by a paranormal being. In other words, it isn't reasoning. It's no better than a random thought. In that case, if I have Vergilia say the same red truth, where's Vergilia? If you were to present that red truth, you must construct an appropriate argument. Can you do that? No, it's impossible. I just have the truth that Aunt Natsuhi is not the culprit, without any basis or evidence. See? Real truth is a very fragile thing. Does real truth exist? And is it necessary? Even without it, the tale will continue on. Battler. Come on, Battler. Prove the red you have shown. If you cannot, this is goodbye. Then, goodbye. Sorry, Beto. Don't say that. Thanks for sticking around with me. It was such a blood-stained tale. But it was fun. It was fun. The trial is now finished. This is Acheron's voice actor, everybody. This. This. Me when I'm a frog in Yu-Gi-Oh! With that, the trial for the 5th game ended. The detective, Furuto Erika, accused the culprit, Ushimiya Natsuhi. There are 3 riddles that the detective must explain. The first is the who is the culprit? As previously stated, this is Natsuhi. The second is the how did they carry out their crime? During the hour between 2400 and 1 o'clock the next day, Ushimiya Natsuhi went to the cousin room on the 2nd floor of the guest house and the servant waiting room on the 1st floor of the mansion. There she carried out the murders. It is only possible for the crime to have taken place during that hour, and for that 1 hour, alibis have been proven for all characters except Natsuhi. Okay, but why did Lambda Delta, who's supposedly fighting for the side of the witch, tell Natsuhi to hide in the closet, to essentially damn her to being condemned as the killer? What is her real goal? From the sky, a massive red longsword, even greater than the size of the one Delanor held, came crashing down like a thunderbolt, piercing through Battler's heart and pinning him in place while he still stood. In that instant, Beatrice became a golden splash and faded away, and her former minions disappeared as well. Is this why Beto is so sad above the board? Is it because Battler died? And the heartless witches looked down at the cathedral center, laughing coldly. All that remained was Battler, with the red longsword sticking through him, and Delanor. Rest in peace, Ushimiya Battler. What a shame. I thought you were a more capable person than this. Battler blew bubbles of blood, closed his eyes slowly, and died. Whoa. Delanor stared in silence, then turned on her heels when she saw his life leave him. After that, all that remained was the corpse of this massive red grave marker, and lit by the faint glow let in from the cathedral skylight. And then there's the third riddle the detective must uncover. The final riddle. The why. Why did they commit the crime? The motive. In third-rate mysteries, there's no need to uncover this. After all, even if you don't expose the motive, the culprit will just confess it when all's said and done. However, Furuto Erika was first-rate, so she would expose even this. Natsuhi was being confined in the parlor, under everyone's watchful gazes. Then Erika made use of everyone to diligently and persistently search all places, even Natsuhi's room, for clues about her motive. Well, now that we have all gathered, just what is it that drove Ushimiya Natsuhi to commit these terrible murders? Through my investigation, I, the detective Furuto Erika, have discovered the general outline that explains this. I would like to announce it now. Everyone remained silent, urging her to continue. Erika tossed some of Natsuhi's possessions that had been confiscated onto the table. First, These are past diaries that were discovered in Natsuhi's room. They have barely been used at all in recent years, but they describe in detail the period shortly after she became a part of the family. Most of them were locked, but in order to find the full truth behind this crime, I used my authority, which everyone has acknowledged, to destroy the locks on all of them. So she just grabbed her diaries? If we're barbaric, what does that make you, murderer? A criminal like you has no right to privacy. And this is what I found from these diaries. She just on a whim was like, I'm gonna read her diaries. Natsuhi ended up married to Kraus due to special circumstances. I imagine all of you here know much more about this than I do. Natsuhi and Kraus were not married because of love or as a normal arranged marriage. Oh, did he get her pregnant and they had to get married? If anything, it was more like taking a hostage. That's not true. This is written on the 24th page of this red diary. I am a hostage being imprisoned by the Ushiromiya family under the guise of marriage. However, if everything can be resolved this way, Natsuhi, right here you've already acknowledged that you were a hostage. Kumasawa, you have served Natsuhi since the time she first came here, right? Could you tell me about what it was like at that time? Yes, that's correct. I did catch wind of something similar to what you described. I think that by now. Only Dr. Nanjo and I know of the details regarding Madame's marriage. Very true. That was during Kinzo's golden era, when he did whatever he pleased. He defeated all of his enemies and expanded his financial power. Natsuhi's family was one of those enemies. Oh. As though the time to talk had suddenly come at hand, Kumasawa and Nanjo openly delved into territory that should never have been touched upon again. This was concerning the period during which Kinzo was most feared for his ferocity. It had been said that though Kinzo had many assets and connections, he held a grudge after being locked down by members in the elite as being an upstart. Because of this, apparently, Kinzo wanted to find Kraus a wife from a noble family and use this to raise the Ushiromiya family's status. Then, he overcame Natsuhi's family in a financial struggle, proposed that a marriage be performed as a method of reconciliation. And that person he picked was Natsuhi. Natsuhi had been raised to be clean and pure in a family of Shinto priests, making her a truly noble lady. By choosing her, not only did Kinzo cause them the worst possible humiliation, he also won what he considered to be a nice trophy. So, that marriage proposal was humiliating to Natsuhi from the very beginning. Regarding the aforementioned facts, both Kumasawa and Nanjo's claims just now match with the contents of these diaries. Therefore, since the time Natsuhi first took the name Ushiromiya Natsuhi, she has held a strong resentment against the Ushiromiya family. What do you have to say, Natsuhi? Do you acknowledge this? I wonder if that's true or if that's just true in this world because the red truth has made it this way. All of the cold gazes turn to face Natsuhi. Yes, it's true, I thought that at first. I thought I was being forced into a marriage without love, a hostage under the guise of a bride. However, my husband never viewed me as a mere hostage. He understood what I had gone through and gave me compassion and affection. My husband was the only person who could understand me. I see. That makes sense. And there are many scenes in your diary showing that Kraus knew of your difficulties and showed kindness. However, on page 47 of this diary, you describe these moments as being unpleasant, correct? Let me read aloud. When Kraus tries to show kindness, it only makes me feel more wretched. Sometimes, I think he might even be trying to humiliate me further. Therefore, we can tell that Natsuhi-san repaid her husband's kindness with contempt. Wait! Yes, I may have thought of that at the beginning. Back when I was still overwhelmed with unease. I couldn't accept his kindness and wrote him my distrust from time to time. But I eventually realized he was sincere, and grew to accept his feelings. Well, nothing like that appears in any of these diaries. I never even wrote it down. Those feelings were so secret. Judging by the many diverse bits of evidence and testimony, it is clear that you despised your husband, and there exists no evidence that you eventually accepted his feelings as you claim. I loved my husband. You can't find any testimony or evidence that can be used to elevate that statement to the level of red truth, right? Does anyone need evidence to say they're in love? You can't trust anything besides the red truth. Statements that aren't red don't count as evidence at all, and they can't be trusted at all. Well, you're saying stuff that's not red. All non-red letters are falsehoods that exist to deceive me. The letters in the diary aren't read, though. Why are you just believing those?
愛してる
I love you.
白い文字で
Who would believe that when spoken with the white text?
書くない言葉なんて
No non-read words can ever be trusted. She's betraying herself here by saying this.
この世で信じ
All
ら
I
れ
can
る
trust in this world are the red truth and the pieces of evidence I offer to my master to gain it.
供物の証拠品真実を語れ
You
る
lying human who can't speak the truth. Humans lacking the red truth have no right to speak of love or the heart of truth. Did you know? Men aren't as stupid as you women think they are. Men never really take it seriously when a woman says, I love you.
かわいそうな人
What a pitiful person.
本当に
I see that you've never truly loved someone.
探偵に恋愛は不要
Romance is unnecessary for a detective. She's such a hypocrite? Yeah.
恋愛という単語
I don't think I've ever used the word romance except to explain a motive for murder.
あなたが
No matter what you say, we loved each other.
私が
I should be apologizing to my husband for always writing down my complaints and nothing else.
しかし私は
But I have devoted my heart to him.
たとえ
Even I can't prove it. That's the truth.
却下します
Rejected. You just don't know when to give up, do you?
証拠と
By now, due to evidence and testimony, it's clear you hated both your husband and the Ushirumiya family.
そうよ
That's right.
私は
I can't even count the number of times I've heard you complain.
あなただって
Oh.
秀吉さんの陰口を口
And
に
you've never talked behind Hideyoshi's back?
主人を殺した
You killed my husband. How dare you say that?
死になさいよ
Die and
主
apologize.
人に詫びてきなさい乱暴はやめ
Please, cease your violence, Ava. This is now the precious moment where I question and convict the culprit.
あなたのものではありませ
It
ん
is not yours, okay?
さて
Well then,
彼女は数
over the next several years, she appeared to have gotten used to her new way of life.
実際
She
は
definitely watches young Sheldon. Where's the Sigma Erica clips? If I were Nazi, I'd be like Northern Lion playing Shut Up and Kill Me. Yeah, like this is worse than death at this point, huh?
そんな彼女の中
An
に
intense hatred still lurked in your heart. Taking that into consideration, there would be nothing odd at all about deciding to take revenge. Don't act like you know what I'm thinking. Each time Erica read Natsu's diaries, one after another, she exposed more of Natsu's emotions during those painful days. Natsu hadn't written them to leave those words behind. She had written to forget those memories and seal them away. That's why she had written down her feelings during those painful days, locked them up, and sealed them away for all eternity. Okay, here's a follow-up question. Why didn't anyone ask about the knock at the door? Who caused the knock? Why didn't anyone ask about that? Do we just not care anymore? Does Lambda Delta not even care about winning? I don't think Lambda Delta cares about winning. I think Lambda Delta wants to kill Beatrice. I think the two other witches just want to kill Beatrice and are using this game as a means to do it. However, Erica claimed that these were Natsu's true hidden feelings that had been locked away and concealed. It doesn't matter? I think it does matter, because you say, oh, Natsuhi, yeah, like, the human side is trying to allege that a human could have committed the murders. Which is true. A human could have committed the murders. But you still have to explain how that knock and that note happened. Because even if the murders were done by a human, that note was left by Beatrice. And if you can't disprove that, it has nothing to do with the murder, but who cares? You're not trying to just prove that a human murdered. You're trying to prove that the illusion of the witch is not real. That note appearing and that knock happening perpetuates the illusion of the witch. In my opinion, I think you need to debunk that before you say the illusion of the witch is no more. And I don't know why Lambda Delta just completely gave up on that. She set it up in the first place to be something to try to win the game with. And what is she just like, I don't care anymore? I scoop. I just exit. And that makes me think that her motive wasn't to actually win the game on the side of the witches, but to kill Beatrice. Allegedly, her motive is to stay in a stalemate with Baron Castell forever so that they can hang out. But it feels more and more like Lambda Delta is really trying to kill Beatrice. So, I mean, that's what I posit, is that even though it has nothing to do with the murder, it still perpetuates the illusion of the witch. Since it had already been concluded that Natsu was a murderer, everyone accepted Erica's claim. By this point, the red truth wasn't even necessary. Now, I imagine if in that trial they said that, Baron Castell would have just said, nope, you're wrong. It was left there by Natsuhi. Red. Period. As long as the reason seemed plausible, everyone would believe it. No matter how much Natsuhi might object, no one would believe her. No one could accept the truth Natsuhi spoke of, about the days she spent loving her husband. There's a little bit of a weird... I mean, it'll probably come back around, because they've been pretty good about this. But there are a lot of weird inconsistencies in the game that Baron Castel and Lambda Delta are playing. And I don't know if I'm just supposed to buy into that, or if I am supposed to be questioning it. The pen of the gods that composed the truth had been given to Erika. And so what? Who gives a damn about your past? You're a murderer. Stop. I can understand how Natsuhi felt. I always thought this day would come eventually. Poor thing. Poor thing. I think she's just one pitiable victim of father's wild life. I know of the pain in Madam's heart. I always tried to support her, but I failed. And look at what has happened. I don't even understand the emotions of love and hate. You will, someday. It can become a reason to live, and also a reason to kill. Is Aunt Natsuhi really the culprit? Well, now that you mention it, there is just one person besides Natsuhi that might be the culprit. What? Hey, are you serious? Why didn't you say something that important sooner? Natsuhi, the truth is, there is one person for you for whom the crime was possible. If you truly claim that you aren't the culprit, it means that person must be the culprit. Huh? Who is it? Who? Ah, Kinzo. Ah. Earlier this morning, Kinzo went outside through the window of his third-floor study, and his location is unknown. Isn't that right, Battler? Yeah. Just like Natsuhi, Kinzo has no alibi whatsoever. The truth is, for this crime, it was possible for Kinzo to be the culprit as well. I just assumed that he never existed in the first place, so I totally forgot about him until just now. Allow me to apologize. She didn't look shy or apologetic in the slightest. Erika bowed in an unpleasant manner as ever. She held a grudge ever since her defeat in the study battle. Natsuhi, you gained Kinzo's trust and are the person who served closest to him, right? So shouldn't you know better than anyone else? This incident is actually the crime of the family head, carried out by Ushirimiya Kinzo. You dare call father a criminal? Don't worry. I have prepared more than enough evidence and testimony to explain the why done it if Kinzo was actually the culprit. If you say, for example, that you have put yourself on the line to cover for Kinzo's crime, I am more than capable of supporting you. Ever since that late period of the author Ellery Queen, even the theory created by the detective can sometimes change the plot itself. You really can't afford to be careless in this day and age. I won't let you. Treat father like the culprit. Natsuhi, calm down, place your hand on your chest, and think carefully. If you accuse Kinzo of being the culprit, this entire case will be resolved. You will no longer be held accountable for another person's actions, and your honor will be restored. In other words, by pushing the crime onto Kinzo, Natsuhi would be saved. However, I have been entrusted with the honor of the Ushirimiya family by father. Did you really think that I would defile father's honor? The Ushirimiya family honor? Just to clear away the false accusations made against me? Of course, Natsuhi knew that she wasn't the culprit, and she knew that Kinzo wasn't. After being framed herself and pushing the blame onto Kinzo were both unacceptable, unbearable outcomes. Are you sure? As I have already established quite thoroughly, alibis have been proven for everyone except you. If you will not accuse Kinzo, then this time it will be really clear that you are the culprit, and that will become the truth, right? If you intend to label me as the culprit and call that your own personal truth, then do whatever you like. I am sure that God knows of my innocence. Eventually, he will prove it. If it came to a choice between her and Kinzo being framed, Natsuhi would sacrifice herself. Perhaps that was her way of protecting the Ushirimiya family honor. Natsuhi. And I even gave you a chance. Stupid woman. The future where your name will eventually be cleared doesn't exist for any of you, not for any of the pieces on this board. Natsuhi had made her decision. If they were going to call her the culprit, she would let them. She boldly rejected the thought of selling Kinzo's honor to gain a momentary truth where she wasn't the culprit. And therefore, the tale was woven with her as the culprit. In the future, if the accusations against her are proven false, this tale will probably be rewritten. However, That future will never come. I think. Truth is a fleeting thing. Even if I am a good person until my death, if some heartless person after my death overwrites the records and say I wasn't a good person, and if that is shared with everyone else, then even all the goodness in which I lived my life could be overwritten easily. And so I think that I won't live as a good person for all eternity. If you can claim that Kinzo is not the culprit, you will need an alibi proving that the crime was impossible for him. Otherwise, we cannot truly be certain that you were the culprit, Natsuhi. Erika is probably known for a long time. Kinzo is nothing more than an illusion used to make the inheritance problem more uncertain. He would be very hard to prove that he was an illusion. The only way to do this would be to confirm Kinzo's death. But as has been made known by the Red Truth in previous games, Kinzo died a long time ago. In the 5th game, his corpse hasn't even appeared. In a situation like this, it would be easy to absolutely prove his death. If Kinzo's death was confirmed, it would practically erase that defeat in the study. It was the only way Erika had of removing the humiliation of that loss. And there was something that could confirm Kinzo's death almost as certainly as real proof, and that was the confession of the culprit. It would mean having Natsuhi herself acknowledge that Kinzo no longer existed in this world. That way, it would be acknowledged that Erika's reasoning in the study was correct, and that loss would be painted over, and it would be rewritten as Erika's victory. Valor hung suspended by Delanor's red longsword. Beto had disappeared by having her existence denied, and her minions had gone too. In this cathedral that they had disappeared from, only Natsuhi and the witches convicting her remained. So, you still claim that Kinzo is alive and remains somewhere on the island. That's correct. Father is in good health. No matter what anyone says, I will not change my statements. The Red Truth from the previous game says Kinzo is already dead. But that's not enough to satisfy you, right, Baron? Yeah, that's right. I'm after a perfect victory. So there's nothing interesting about getting a checkmate just because Kinzo's death has been confirmed by the Red. I want to win by forcing Natsuhi to say she's resigned. Then why don't you try it? Show us what you've got. Oh, is Lambda Delta baiting? Dude, Lambda Delta might come in with a slam dunk here to win the game. This could be an entirely long overextending bait where she just slam dunks Erika through the hoop. My master, let us now achieve a perfect victory. Of course. Natsuhi, you say Kinzo is certainly alive, but you don't know where he is, correct? I will say, while I don't like either of the two other witches, I like Lambda Delta a lot more than Baron Castell. Yes, that's right. Father left through the window and his location is unknown. He is so troublesome sometimes. Lambda, I'm gonna make Kinzo's location from midnight until the morning absolutely clear. From midnight until morning, Kinzo stayed in the same room. Well, that's true. He was a corpse after all. No, I'm sorry. That's right. Totally right. I won't butt in. Sounds interesting, so keep going. From now on, I use the word Kinzo to refer to the living Kinzo. After all, Natsuhi claims that he's alive. I'll say more with the Red Truth. Kinzo does not exist anywhere outside the mansion. Isn't that right, Erika? Yes, Master. I searched for Kinzo all over the premises outside the mansion. However, I was unable to find him. Because of the detective's authority, Erika could find all clues. Therefore, if Erika was unable to find a hint that Kinzo existed outside the mansion, it was the same as proving that Kinzo didn't exist outside the mansion. When did she have time to do all this? Therefore, Baron Castell repeated that truth of Erika's. Kinzo does not exist outside the mansion. Hey, Natsuhi. If Kinzo does exist, that means he must be somewhere inside the mansion. Do you have any idea where he might be hiding? Did Erika even sleep? No, it appears as though she did not sleep. She climbed up the outside of the house, she taped up the windows, she listened all night, she searched the premises, and it's all written away by having the detective's authority, which in some ways makes sense. I don't know. It's a bit of. I think if I have any complaint about this episode, it's not Erika's character. It's this concept of the detective's authority. How could I know? After all, think of the weather. It led to a lot of good stuff, though, like Nox's commandments and stuff, so, like, I'll absolutely let it slide. I'm not going to harp on it, but I do think it's a bit inconsistent. There would be nothing strange about him leaving the courtyard, to hide somewhere in the mansion and dry the rain off. From this point forward, I'll repeat the same thing several times. I'll give you many chances for an honorable surrender. If you're too stubborn, you'll lose even your true honor. No matter how you threaten me, I will not give in. I just love teasing pieces like you. Then let us continue. For the aforementioned reasons, it is unthinkable that Kinzo could have been somewhere outside the mansion. So, first off, I performed an extensive search of the 3rd floor, where the study is. However, there was nowhere that he could have been hiding. We couldn't find any trace of Dad on the 3rd floor. So then, where's Natsuhi? I don't know. If he isn't on the 3rd floor, perhaps he's hiding in the basement. Ah yes, the basement. The boiler room, that underground storage room. Every part of your suspicious basement was also included in my search. Yeah, I searched too. I didn't see Father anywhere. I'll say it again. Where is Kinzo, Natsuhi? In that case, he's probably on the 1st floor or the 2nd floor. I see. Process of elimination does tell us that, doesn't it? We then thoroughly searched the 1st floor. And the result? Nothing. What if he went to the gold room? What if he went to the gold room after he found out the gold was, I guess that technically counts as outside the mansion. Nothing. We were unable to find Father. I'll say it again. Where was Kinzo, Natsuhi? You gotta give it to Ava for being a dedicated hater. Ava's one of my favorite characters. I think she's so great. Then he was probably hiding on the 2nd floor. Again, when I say great, I don't mean she's a good person. She's a great character. How should I know where Father was hiding? Are you sure about that? Did you really not know where Kinzo was hiding? Madam knows where Kinzo was hiding? That's insane. That can't be true. Both Shannon and Cannon knew that Kinzo was already dead, so they didn't have a clue how Erika would use a phantom of a person who didn't exist to corner Natsuhi. Kinzo is nowhere outside the mansion. Kinzo isn't on the 3rd floor. Kinzo isn't in the basement. Kinzo isn't on the 1st floor. Therefore, the only place Kinzo could exist is on the 2nd floor. I accept that red truth. Natsuhi, Kinzo should be somewhere on the 2nd floor. Will you still not tell us where he's hiding? No matter how many times you ask, it won't change the fact that I don't know. Erika, start from the beginning and go in order. Investigating the entire 2nd floor. Use the detective's authority to avoid missing a single clue, and to see through all types of hidden doors and hidden rooms. Yes, Master. That Nazi is pretty dumb, isn't she? She still can't see where we're going with this. No need to talk more than is necessary. Come, Erika. Take everyone with you and begin the investigation. Is his body gonna be in Natsuhi's room, dude? Erika used her detective's authority to take everyone, even Natsuhi, and go up the 2nd floor to search every room, starting at one end. Even for rooms that were thought to have nothing at all to do with the crime, Erika did not relax her search in the slightest. Her search was thorough in every single room as they moved through them all. So you still won't tell us where Kinzo's hiding? Stop saying that. How many times do I have to say that I don't know? Natsuhi, even if we do keep searching, we'll never be able to find Kinzo at this rate, right? Of course. Kinzo doesn't exist. No matter how long the search continues, it's just a waste of time. This was known by Erika, the Witch's Peace, and Natsuhi, the one who knew the truth. In that case, the search will end in the room at the far end of the corridor. In other words, it will have been proven that Kinzo wasn't in any of the rooms except that one. What do you think about that? He isn't on the 3rd floor, or the 1st floor, or the basement. And he isn't in any of the rooms on the 2nd floor except the one at the end. So if he really did exist inside the mansion, it had to be proven that he could only exist in that room at the end. In other words, this was Hempel's Raven. Because it had been established that a living Kinzo couldn't exist anywhere except the final room at the end of the corridor, that automatically meant that a living Kinzo existed in that final room. And in that room at the end of the corridor was... which room was at the end of the corridor again? Lambda Delta was munching on a refill of popcorn. That's Natsuhi's room. You're ready for the craziest blue truth you'll ever read, by the way? Oh, okay. Hold on, can I predict it? The craziest blue truth. Well, let's just wait. Do I need to say this in red? Of course. Kinzo does not exist anywhere outside Natsuhi's room. Well then, that means this room is the only place left. It means Kinzo isn't anywhere outside this room. Isn't this my room? Where exactly in my room do you claim father is hiding? In a rage, Natsuhi unlocked the door to her room and pointed inside. Of course, Kinzo was nowhere to be seen. Do you see father anywhere in here? Look. I see. Looks like he isn't there. Did he realize we were coming and escape out the window? If Kinzo wasn't in the last room, it meant that he didn't exist anywhere. There was no living Kinzo outside the mansion. There was no living Kinzo inside the mansion. Therefore, no living Kinzo existed. However, Erika didn't make that argument. She had pointed that out herself without making a checkmate. It was because Baron Castell didn't want to win by cornering Natsuhi with the red truth. She wanted to force Natsuhi to accept a humiliating resignation. I have not only been searching for Kinzo himself all this time, I have been looking for signs that he hid somewhere between midnight and the morning, and no such signs have existed. In other words, from midnight until morning, Kinzo was always holed up in the same room, and that was Natsuhi's room. It means that the checkmate of the red truth has finally cornered the piece known as Kinzo's Phantom inside Natsuhi's room. Hey Natsuhi, this means you were with Kinzo in this room until morning. Do you still claim that you don't know where he was? I'll acknowledge it with the red truth. During the night, between midnight and morning, a living Kinzo could not have existed anywhere outside of Natsuhi's room. I permit you to use this truth to advance your argument about how he could have existed in Natsuhi's room. A plea bargain. Hey Natsuhi, even someone as stupid as you must have realized your fix you're in now. This is your last chance. Make Kinzo the culprit. Call the Ushiromiya family head a criminal, and crush the head's honor to protect yourself. I think... Alright, here's one. Before they reveal it. Here's one. Ushiromiya Kinzo. It has been said that nobody could mistake an imposter for Ushiromiya Kinzo. But what if... The man from 19 years ago, the supposed unborn child, or the supposed murdered child of Natsuhi, was, because he was meant to be the family successor, named Ushiromiya Kinzo. And so, a lot of the time, and so this Kinzo that existed inside Natsuhi's room is either the corpse or perhaps the individual Ushiromiya Kinzo. I'll show you that you can have the guts to do that. I'll change the plot into one of a tragic heroine taking the blame to protect the family head. Father is innocent. I cannot call father a criminal. Now, I'm guessing that boy's name was Aki because he knew that it was Natsuhi's favorite season. But who knows? She's refused the deal. Okay, Bern, do it. During the night, between midnight and morning, there exists no place for a living Kinzo to exist except inside your bed. What? And what do you mean by that? After conducting a thorough search of this room and a detailed scientific examination, I discovered that Kinzo did not exist anywhere in this room between midnight and morning. However, your bed is the only exception. Ugh, gross. A shocked silence dominated the room. Natsuhi completely forgot to close her open mouth. Last night, around the time the gold was discovered, so probably about 11 o'clock, Kinzo escaped from the window on the 3rd floor and snuck into bed in your room. And, as an even more unfortunate result from my investigation, it has been proven that you were also sleeping in that bed. I'll repeat it. From midnight until morning, a living Kinzo could only have existed in Natsuhi's bed. And last night, Natsuhi also slept in that same bed. Wow, look how close they were. You two were so close to each other that you slept sharing the same pillow? Blue truth. Therefore, it is suspected that Ushiromiya Kinzo and Natsuhi had sexual relations with each other? So that's gonna be... That is Baron Castell's move to have Natsuhi admit that all this is BS. Why else would a man and a woman share the same bed all night long? How rude to think that I would do such a thing with father that I respected so much. I won't allow you to say such things. Natsuhi, use the red truth to counter this blue truth. Of course, since you aren't a witch, there's no red that you can use. So I'll speak with the red truth in your place. At least I will if you can show me convincing proof. How could such proof even exist? How low are you willing to sink to mock me? Natsuhi tried to attack Erika, but Ava pinned her arms behind her back so she couldn't do anything. How unsightly. In order to take revenge against the Ushiromiya family, you first schemed to take control of everything the family owned. For that reason, you used your body as a weapon and ensnared Kinzo. Ew. I never did anything of the sort. I've never given my body to anyone except my husband. I understand why you would want to deny it, but testimony from several witnesses already made it clear that you've had repeated secret meetings with Kinzo. Whoa. After all, last night you went to say goodnight to Kinzo. With the two of you alone in his study, right? I've collected multiple bits of testimony regarding clear traces of sexual intercourse. Are you insane? Who was it? Who said something so ridiculous? Goda? Shannon? Was it Ava? Yes, you must be behind something this ludicrous. Who was it? Who? I've received testimony from those involved. Wow, this is pretty fatal. No room for doubt now. Hey, Natsuhi. Looks like you don't even have a scrap of honor left now. But I'll give you one final chance before I build you the worst of all possible fragments. Go ahead and say that Kinzo wasn't there, okay? That's right. You sure are stubborn, Natsuhi. The Ushiromiya family has already been torn to ribbons, right? Are you really that desperate to confuse the inheritance problem by pretending Kinzo exists? This is my final challenge in protecting the honor of the Ushiromiya family, which father entrusted me with. My husband's business will definitely succeed. Until we can use that to repay our debts, I cannot hand over the inheritance of the Ushiromiya family. I will protect father and my husband's honor. That is my mission. Wanting to protect the honor of the dead is admirable. He's not one of the dead. We're talking about the honor of a convenient illusion inside Natsuhi's head. The real Kinzo never once ordered Natsuhi to protect that honor. As Natsuhi screamed, she fell down to her hands and knees. She no longer had any way to reject the fake truth that Baron Castell and Erika had weaved. By my name as the Game Master Lambda Delta, I acknowledge Lady Baron Castell as the victor of this game. If anyone has any objections, state your name now. Who could object? Of course, there were none. All of those who might have objected have been erased. I would have just broken and remained a husk if that was thrust onto me with no way out. Almost like Beto is. No objections? Baron, this is your victory, and a wonderful victory it is. Now you must weave up the fragment of the truth. Sure. I'll go weave up the truth. This is the truth of this sad, pathetic tale. Though I did want Natsuhi to acknowledge her crime while half laughing, half crying. After all, that's standard in the genre, right? Gosh, evil. Dude, I still think Battler needs to come back and be like, what about that knock? Or not come back. Or someone needs to say something, dude. After being forced into a marriage she hadn't wanted, Natsuhi developed a grudge against the Ushiromiya family and was filled with desire for revenge. From the trial synopsis, page 3. Natsuhi, also hoping to take revenge for the financial submissions of her parents' family, had been forced into the Ushiromiyas, schemed to capture the Ushiromiya family wealth. Knowing that the wealth of the Ushiromiya family was, in practical terms, under Kinzo's personal control, she initiated sexual relations to curry favor with him and managed to ensnare him. Baron Castell Docs, page 682. Okay, very cool. I'm just reading some stuff. The curry favor with Kinzo, Natsuki repeatedly imitated Beatrice, the witch of Kinzo's delusions, and engaged in sexual acts. Kinzo saw his long-lost mistress in Natsuki and was easily ensnared. Furthermore, by chance, she was sometimes witnessed in disguise by the servants, and this became part of the foundation for the legend of the witch. Oh. Some of the servants said that he acted like Beatrice. However, late at night on October 4th, 1986, Battler discovered the hidden gold. The relatives were in an uproar and decided that Battler should succeed the headship, so Natsuki planned the crime. He murdered the children in the so-called cousin room, tried to frame Battler for it. Furthermore, Genji was murdered for opposing this scheme. Later on, Hideyoshi was also murdered. From this point on, she displayed the strong intent to indiscriminately murder all those involved. The following outlines the details of the crime. Natsuki decided to commit the crime. She asked Genji to assist her, but was refused, so she murdered him. That was when Genji came and said the phone call was coming. She then murdered her husband Kraus in his own room. Afterwards, she went to the so-called cousin room on the second floor of the guest house, waited for Rosa to join the rest, and killed George, Jessica, Maria, and Rosa. She damaged the necks of the corpses. Afterwards, because there were people in the lounge on the first floor, she waited in an empty room on the second floor. She hid in this empty room until the people in the lounge dispersed and went to bed. The people in the lounge dispersed just after 3 a.m. Natsuki left the empty room and escaped from the guest house. She returned to her personal room, where she met up with Kinzo, who had been hiding there. She stayed there until morning. Kinzo left the room early the next morning and concealed himself somewhere near the guest house. Afterwards, Kinzo saw his chance and carried off the corpses of the 6 victims one by one, hiding them. Unfortunately, these hidden corpses have not been found. Natsuki, who had failed in her scheme to cast suspicion on Battler, changed her plan to include the murder of all present. Predicting that one of those present would eventually want to take the rest in a private room, Natsuki concealed herself inside a closet in one of the guest rooms. At about 1 p.m., she murdered Hideyoshi after he entered the room. From the time the others became aware of the incident to the time that they carried Hideyoshi's corpse out, Natsuki once again concealed herself in the closet. Furthermore, as proof of this, a button from Natsuki's clothes was found in the closet. Afterwards, she left the closet and tried to return to her room. However, Furuto Erika found and questioned her first, and she confessed to the crime. Due to the results of Illusion Trial number all that, we announced that the following has been determined. The Ushimi and Natsuki did admit to her crime. For 13 months following this announcement, related docs may be perused at the Great Court Legal Office's first subsection. Great Court Deputy Chief, Head Inquisitor of Heresy, Delano Ray Knox. Let's all assume I did it. Oh, that's right, I did it. Number 5. That's what you wanted to say, right? As though she'd given up and decided that it'd be useless to try to talk her way out of this any longer, Aunt Natsuki screamed that out. It was a sad incident. I wanted to believe that, despite the pitiable circumstances that led to her marriage into the Ushiromiya family, Natsuki just might have been able to grasp a sliver of happiness, together with Uncle Kraus and Jessica. However, by Aunt Natsuki's own doing, Uncle Kraus, and even her beloved daughter Jessica, had been heartlessly killed. It was even harder to believe that grandfather had been an accomplice and hid the corpses. However, judging by the clear testimony given by several people who knew him, grandfather's mental state for the last few years has been far from what anyone would consider normal. Perhaps, possessed by a mad devotion to the mistress he had lost long ago, grandfather might truly have believed that Aunt Natsuki was a reincarnation of Beatrice. Where is grandfather now? Like Erika had theorized, did he really believe that he could revive Beatrice by carrying out murders following the epitaph? Succumb to by Natsuki's cajolery? If I am jury, I will believe Natsuki is guilty. Everything makes sense. It really does all add up. Right now, is he holding some kind of disturbing ceremony with the bodies he carried away? Are you satisfied now? This is what you wanted to make me say, right? Aunt Natsu sobbed as she spoke. This is your revenge, isn't it? You, the man from 19 years ago. This man from 19 years ago that Aunt Natsu kept mentioning was supposedly someone who had caught her in some sort of trap. However, she only mentioned that this man from 19 years ago existed, and she most certainly hadn't tried to explain what had happened. I'm sure that man's underling is one among us here. I'm sure that right now, that man is ridiculing me through one of you. Then tell me, are you happy now? Has a bit of that pain and suffering you've endured for 19 years gone away? I finally understand. The reason you've cornered me so far is because you've wanted to make me acknowledge that, right? Natsuhi, other than us, there's absolutely no one here. Please stop this insanely desperate charade, and quit pretending that someone who doesn't exist actually does. Erica laughed mockingly, but as Aunt Natsuhi looked at us, no, as she looked at some being behind us, she hung her head and shook. Then, she confessed to her sin. I committed murder. So you finally acknowledge your crime directly. No, this is not about what has happened today and yesterday. I will confess to a murder that occurred 19 years ago. Oh? The adults all whispered together, wondering what this was about, because they had never heard about a murder case 19 years ago. 19 years ago, I committed a sin. I couldn't forgive it. That baby. Baby? Now what are you talking about? On that day, 19 years ago, Father entrusted me with a baby. Since I still couldn't bear a successor of my own, Father told me to adopt a child, and he made me hold a baby that he said had been brought here from an orphanage. Do you have any idea how humiliating that was to me as a woman? Is this baby canon? Dude, could this baby be canon? Yeah, this was brought up before, Ditz. It was, this is the baby that Kinzo gave her. With a mix of conflicting emotions of anger, sadness, regret, and possibly defiance, Aunt Natsuhi confessed. Her humiliation as a woman when she was no longer expected to bear a child, and also the indescribably unpleasant feeling of being made to hold an unfamiliar baby. It caused her great sadness and rage, and before very many nights passed, it ate a hole in her heart. Isn't Canon 16? Oh yeah, he is a little younger, right? Shannon's closer to the age of the cousins. The voice definitely sounded like Battler, but this is a voice pack that's added in, and it is based on the PlayStation version, I think. It did sound like Battler, though. And then I sold my soul to demons. It happened when I went on a walk through the rose garden to the harbor, along with a servant holding the baby. I wanted to be alone, but that female servant holding the baby faithfully followed me everywhere. I was unable to even tell her to stop following me, and therefore unable to escape from the child's crying. Oh, Natsuhi was walking. Natsuhi was walking with the servant. That day marked the beginning of 19 long, headache-filled years. Then we faced the cliff from across the fence. If by taking that baby and throwing it into the rocky beach far below me, I could undo it all. I really did listen to that demon's temptation. Then, for the smallest of moments, I thought of how wonderful it would be if I really could do that, and lent an ear to that temptation. At that time, the servant holding the baby stepped on a large rock, twisted her ankle, and staggered. She leaned against the rough fence, and at that time, I thought I heard the fence creak loudly. I told her to look out, and I tried to grab her shoulder. No, I shouldn't be so vague. I'll repent. I confess. At that moment, I'm sure that as I told her to look out, with both hands, I reached for that servant's shoulder, and with a thud, pushed her away hard. The rough fence snapped from the base, and the servant, along with the baby held in her arms, fell down towards the rocky beach below. Even though I remember that moment vividly, for some reason I recall a vague and very strange feeling. It almost felt as though instead of falling, the two of them were silently swallowed up into empty space. I didn't even hear the sound of them crashing into the rocky beach. No, I'm sure I heard it. But because I wanted to think that they disappeared, I must have erased that sound from my memory. And then, for an instant, I thought it was a dream. It was high enough that I couldn't see the two of them below me just by leaning over. So I didn't know whether they fell or a few seconds before that had actually happened to me or not. I must have been wishing so strongly that the child would fall that I just had a daydream. Trying to make myself believe this, I hurried back to the rose garden. Then, I decided to let the servant take care of the baby, choosing to take a rest alone in the garden. Hold on. So, we don't know if she imagined it or not. Then, Father asked what had happened to the baby, and an uproar began over the disappearance of the servant who had been in charge of it. Eventually, the broken fence was discovered, and 2 corpses were found at the bottom of the cliff. Okay, well, there you go. The child apparently had been here for reasons that couldn't become known, so its existence was hushed up. And the official story was that the servant had had an accident on her own and died. That's right. I stole away 2 innocent lives in one go. As for the poor servant, her family was graciously compensated. Her aged husband, who didn't know the truth, accepted this even though he grieved over the unfortunate accident. Then, just a few years ago, he died of old age. I confessed the truth over his grave, apologizing. But until this day, I've never apologized to that baby. Yes, that's what you're after, isn't it? So right here, right now, I'll confess to my crime. I, Ushumiya Natsuha, did 19 years ago push you off a cliff and try to kill you. But you didn't die, did you? You're still alive. And you still call me mother. You came to this island and took your revenge on me, didn't you? For those 19 years, you knew that the one you should have called your mother pushed you off a cliff. And you must have lived a very hate-filled life. And now you've taken everything I gained since pushing you off that cliff. 18 years of my life and smashed it all to pieces. I no longer have my husband and daughter, and I've lost even my honor. I am being called a murderer. No, I really am a murderer. Yes, that's right. It all went according to your plans. I am now regarded as a killer. How's that? Is this enough? For your revenge? My husband and daughter have been killed. I've been made to look like a murderer, like an adulteress even. After seeing me living in disgrace like this, are you satisfied? Yes, I'll bet you're quite satisfied. Because my family, my honor, everything has been stolen from me. Oh. After all this, do you still claim that you were framed? Seriously, you just don't know when to give up. Can you hear me? You cursed child from 19 years ago. Are you satisfied now? You've stolen everything from me now. What else could you want? Please, just forgive me. Huh? Adler, did you say something? It's all useless. But, Adler-kun. Yeah. It's useless, isn't it? All useless. Oh. Battler died outside the game. No, the Peace Battler did die. Battler. Issa still act in character. Is the text getting bigger? No, I don't think so. All the goats. There you are again. 5th game. End of the Golden Witch. Right, episode 5, The Answer. We're, of course, going to do the tea parties. I'm going to just take a break, use the restroom, get some water, maybe grab a snack. I encourage you to do the same. I am very curious. So Battler said Densen Dameda. He didn't die in the story world, or whatever we want to call it. Part 5 tea party is peak? Alright, hell yeah. I mean, it's all peak, right? Did he figure something out? He must have figured something out. So, I'm gonna run an ad. I'll be right back. 3 minutes. Alright, I'm back. I got some ice cream. I forgot to grab water. Crap. Okay, I grabbed it. She was so strong. I believe in Natsuhi that she's innocent. I mean, we know in red that she didn't do it. She's guilty of killing the baby 19 years ago. But she did not do the murders of October 4th and 5th. Tea party. You've done well to make it this far. Have you enjoyed your stay on Rokonjima? The Golden Witch has granted you an invitation to her tea party. We hope you choose to attend.
Erika, Doranor.
Go to Lanor.
Hi,
Yes, master. You called? I want you two to stay in this fragment and explain everything in the remaining first through fourth games. That pitiful transient witch who supports the illusion of the witch no longer exists herself. Expose the naked truth thoroughly. Oh, whoa. Leave it to me, my master. There's no riddle that I cannot solve. Of course. That's why you're my piece, my double. Baron Castell wore a massive and horrible smile, which Erika shared. But Beatrice's illusion of the witch would disappear, and the results in all of the previous games would be painted over. Why does she want to do this? It had been crushed in every way possible, and only the naked truth remained. Such a weak truth was no better than fish in the chopping board for Erika. It's possible to explain all of the past 4 games with Natsuhi as the criminal, or with certain irregularities based off of the theme. I won't let anyone say it's the crime of the witch Beatrice again. I'll start compiling it together all at once and then present the first-rate tale to you. You mustn't leave even a single fragment of Beto's legend of the witch behind. Yeah, they want to get rid of Beatrice. At least Baron Castell does. The rumors among the servants, the way people talked about unexplained events, the illusion of the witch that worked alongside the illusion of Kinzo, deal with all of them completely. Of course, I'll get to it right away. We now have the furniture in custody. We're hurrying to identify their vessels. Oh. The 7 Sisters of Purgatory had already been taken into custody. These noisy sisters who had served Beato now faced nothing but denial. What sort of illusion were they based upon that allowed them to manifest? Everything would be exposed and denied. Eisenhorn Jungfrau has already begun its investigation. According to the most recent results, there is a high probability that they were constructed during the 1960s in the vicinity of New York. An aid has already been sent to that location. 1960s? The 7 Sisters of Purgatory are made in USA? Even though they bragged about being furniture connected with King Solomon and serving a 1,000-year-old witch, they're a total sham. Who was it? According to the report, there's this group of big-time swindlers who make money by selling fakes to rich fans of the occult. Oh no, Kinzo, you got robbed. Because they deceived millionaires to try to resell the fakes as though they were real. There's a chance that they've been falsely deified by enthusiasts in the field. We are rushing to find confirmation and further details. So Ushumiya Kinzo was a sucker who would pay big bucks for fake occult objects. And that's what the 7 Sisters of Purgatory really are? That's hilarious. A total sham, just like Beato's illusion of the witch. Though they call themselves the 7 Deadly Sins, they're actually cheap fake souvenirs. Well, from the very beginning, I figured they were nothing more than paperweights sold at some shady souvenir shop. Paperweights? Have you confronted the 7 Sisters with that truth yet? No, not yet. Yeah, they're just tearing it down piece by piece, which I don't know why they're doing that. I don't know what they stand to gain from this. They still seriously believe they were created by a great sorcerer over 1,000 years ago. I'd like to confront them with perfect evidence and the truth right away, and let them know that they're mere paperweights, worth less than $30 US. When you do, I wonder what their faces will look like as they lose all hope. I can't wait. Call for me when that happens. I'll come to watch with the best black tea and dried plums. Beato's illusion of the witch had already been penetrated. And it's been proven that everything was simply the result of human delusions. What kind of delusions created them, and what caused these in the first place? When these answers were proven perfectly and shoved in the face of those concerned, the illusion would vanish and be completely annihilated. This is what they meant by execution. An execution is not a show. As a general rule, it is not made public. This is an inspection by the Great Lady Baron Castell, member of the Senate, so she can observe the Great Court is performing its duties satisfactorily. Okay. There's a whole ass hierarchy up here in this world. So are they saying that by perpetuating the legend of the witch, those involved are in violation of this, like, code that all of these stand for? Do you, as a mere Inquisitor of Heresy, wish to deny her this right? Yeah, that's right. I am just observing as a representative of the Senate to make sure you follow the proper procedures when you carry out your work. This is all just in bureaucracy. We are currently preparing to take Virgilia, Renova, and Gap into custody as well. The Chichester Sisters Imperial Guards are conducting that investigation. Of course, we will then detain and execute those three connected to Beatrice. So Beatrice is some kind of fugitive. It wouldn't surprise me if Kinzo was some fugitive of the magical world. I wonder where this is going. Delana, what is the true nature of the Chichester Sisters? We believe there is a high likelihood that their vessels are weapons used in the crimes. For this purpose, Senior Aide Gertrude has performed a special team. We are currently investigating all cases. I'm looking forward to the Chichester Sisters' execution too. One at a time, or all of them at once? No one's stupid enough to put an entire can of tea leaves in a pot at once. You've got to enjoy it slowly, one spoonful at a time. Let's have their executions on consecutive days. For the furniture and the witches, one by one. I'll send you an execution show every day. Wonderful. After all, there really are a lot of them. Looks like we'll be able to enjoy ourselves for a full 2 weeks. Maybe we can let them decide which ones go first. Make sure you think up something great for the execution concept. I'd like to enjoy executions based both old and new, from east and west, every day. Winchester? Oh, I didn't get that at all. Because they were guns, or they were used in the executions. So anyone who died by the Chester Sisters was just shot with a gun, is the implication. I do appreciate comments like that, but I didn't get that at all. And so, you know, just be careful with things that could be spoilers, please. Because it's clear that you've read all this before. Not everything is as obvious as it is. Not everything is as obvious as it is after you have read the novel. It's the name of the guns that Kinzo collects. Yep, and I made zero connection to that. And now I realize that because you said it. I wouldn't have made that connection. I recognize those two facts separately. I did not make a connection between them. I still didn't, even when they said this. We believe there's a high likelihood that their vessels were weapons used on the crimes. Still didn't make that connection. Not as obvious, you know, as it is after you've read all the novels and have been in this world for a while. The rules state that the method of execution is to follow great court regulations. Leave it to me, my master. I will most certainly prepare you a fascinating execution show. Oh, and you'd better quarter at least one of them. Of course. I shall make a list of the best forms of execution from all countries, from Europe to Asia, which were used by kingdoms east and west for crimes no less than treason against the king. I'd like to think up some execution methods myself. Pondering that will be a perfect way to relax on those sleepless nights. I'll iron out my ideas and send you a letter soon. Certainly, master. Then we'll have the Burnt Castell style one as the grand finale. At the very, very end, when all the illusions are broken and Beato's magical compendium has been completely crushed, I shall present my master with the finest of executions that she desires. The execution of Beatrice. Thank you, Erika. Thanks to you, it seems I'll be able to forget the pain of my illness for a little while. Interesting. You're just perfect, my piece, my double, and my adorable daughter. Your words are too good for me, master. Illness. Is her illness boredom? It could be. Erika, I'll give you honor and a reward. At that reward is the greatest symbol of Beatrice, the portrait from the reception hall. Take that off, smash it to make firewood, bake a cake with that and eat it. Then I'll allow you to put your portrait up in the remaining frame. Wow. Thank you very much. It is a great honor. You will eradicate and erase Beatrice's name and all traces of her. Until that is all finished, I will order that you be made the master of the sealed-off Rokkenjima. By the name of the Witch of Miracles, Baron Castell, I proclaim that you will be given the rank of Witch until that day. From now on, you will call yourself Erika, the Witch of Truth. The Witch of Truth? Thank you very much. I vow to work even harder so that this honor will not be wasted. Even though she was nothing more than a piece, she was being granted the honor of calling herself a witch like her master, if only for a brief stretch of time. Erika was so moved that her actions had been acknowledged in this greatest form that she trembled. Delanor, continue to aid Erika, and report on her progress to me. As you wish. By the way, where's Lambda? She's over there. From the guest seating on the second floor, she pointed downwards. Lambda Delta could be seen beneath Battler, who hung there, dead and pierced by the red longsword. Ushimi Battler. You were an interesting guy, and you might have become even more interesting, but too bad. What a wonderful way to die. Erika, you can hang Battler's corpse in the mansion reception hall. The next time I come to visit the fragment, welcome me in front of it. Certainly. I'll make this foolish man an eternal monument to my master's victory. That sounds wonderful. Really tasteful. Maybe you can coat him with plaster and make a beautiful white statue. And it'd be wonderful if you decorated him all cute. Yes, Lady Lambda Delta. I will strive to answer your expectations. Congratulations on becoming a witch. Though it'll be just for a while, I'll welcome you as a friend. Erika was so overcome with emotion that tears came to her eyes. Because for a piece, no greater pleasure exists than having your work acknowledged by your master. In the end, I'd like to have Beato's stuff too. Then I'll decorate the reception hall with her. Galaxy Express. The one that isn't Night on the... You know, I read that back when I wasn't a witch. I always thought it strange that humans who obtain eternal life would become so cruel. At the time, I honestly couldn't relate. After becoming a witch and living 1,000 years, I fully understand it. That writer could understand our cruelty really well, in the truest sense. Where'll you go next? I bet we say farewell with our backs turned, right? That's because I don't want to let you get bored. Thanks, Baron. But you can be sure I'll count to 100 and then start searching for you again. You really don't let a person get bored. That's why I like you. Love you. Let's meet again somewhere. However, we may not be reunited for another 100 or 1,000 years, if ever. That's okay. The Sea of Fragments is tiny to a pair who love each other. The third man? No, Children of Paradise, of course. If you could escape the poison of just a single evening's worth of boredom, each time you smashed one of those countless fragments that glitter like a starry night, even you would want to count the stars in the sky. Oh, not bad. The Voyager witches travel across the countless glittering futures of possibility and gobble them up, trying to escape their illness called boredom for as long as they can. Okay, her illness was boredom. The tiny, tiny fragments created by the human known as Beatrice had now been gobbled up by the two witches. and had lost its glitter. The two who had earlier called themselves rivals in front of Beto now stopped that charade and laughed together playfully. Ah. So, I was right with regard to that. They are not in a game against each other. They work together to just crush dreams, basically, huh? Erica, new ruler of this fragment. Weave the truth and create the tale that leads up to this world's demise. The next was the 6th game, right? Yes, it's the 6th game. Decide the title for episode 6 yourself. After all, you're already the spinner of this tale, as well as the master. Thank you. Actually, I've already decided on one. Oh, she's gonna be around for another episode? Already? Then let me hear it. What kind of title is it? Yes, episode 6. I'd really like to leave you hanging for a bit, but I'll tell you. Come on, stop being a smartass and tell us. A newbie witch like you shouldn't be teasing your seniors. Episode 6, Checkmate of the Golden Witch. The Golden Witch, though, that's, that means she's not gone. Because that could be implied... That could be implied as the Golden Witch is checkmating, or the Golden Witch gets checkmated. Okay, so... Lambda Delta and Burnt Castell wanted to take down Beatrice so badly, and it appears as though... It appears as though her crime was impersonating a witch. It appears as though the human Beatrice... It appears as though the human Beatrice has committed the crime of impersonating a witch. And that was not okay in the world of Baron Castell and Lambda Delta, who are clearly pretty high authorities in... They said Baron Castell's in the Senate. They have control over this, like... They have control over this, like, police force. That can go enforce that. They're arresting and taking in and executing some of the people and pieces who are creating this charade of a fragment. So kind of interesting. Let's go here. I know this one's kind of long. Curious where this will go. In the cathedral devoid of people, a figure could be seen still staring up at the heavens, its chest pierced with a long red sword that pinned it in place to the ground. That figure was Battler. Ironically, it looked just like what he'd done to Beto with blue wedges in the 4th game. Battler had died quite some time ago. No, in this place, the concept of death means nothing except that one has stopped thinking. Therefore, in a sense, Battler was not dead. After being defeated in a fight over the truth and surrendering, he no longer had the strength to think of a way to resist. That's what made him dead. Delanor's massive longsword, which had been left in place of a tombstone, fastened Battler to the spot even after his death. This was all being lit by a faint light seeping out of an incredibly high skylight. Quiet footsteps rang out across the still cathedral. Beto. From the darkness behind a pillar, a woman slowly stepped forward. It was Beatrice. Just like they'd been the whole time in the Golden Land, her eyes had no light in them, and were still muddled over with gray. The person was once unable even to drink black tea to her satisfaction by her own will, but thought it was slow, and thought there was no life in her eye. And though there was no life in her eyes, she was, surprisingly, walking. Then, with slow, deliberate steps, she reached Battler, who was still dead, pierced through. Then, she slowly touched Battler. She tugged on his sleeve. However, Battler showed no reaction. When she realized that it wasn't sleep, but death, the witch with the hopeless gaze let her head hang even lower. Then she quietly whispered, "You liar." Beto softly touched Battler, then she pressed her forehead against Battler's chest. There was no longer any heartbeat. It wasn't just because he had surrendered. It was because the witches had chased him from the game board. So from now on, Battler would never return. So from now on, the Golden Witch Beatrice would have no reason to exist. Thank you.
嘘つき
Liar.
さよなら
Goodbye.
そして
And
ごめんね
sorry. Then the Golden Witch completed her task and scattered as a spray of gold. No, I feel so bad for her. I want to see where this goes and how she gets redeemed or not, or what happens. In the Golden Land, the gray rain gently continued to fall. There was a faint aroma of good black tea. Beto stared blankly at its surface. There was Regalia, continuing her knitting, along with me and Delanor talking to each other. This is a recollection from Battler's memory, which Delanor's sword must have given to him as he pierced him. A recollection of that time Delanor had come to visit the tea party in the Golden Land. Same way with me. Next time we cross swords, I won't hold back. Bring it on. I'll be your opponent. Come at me with all you've got. I promise. With everything I've got. Delanor, huh? I thought she was an emotionless killer doll without a heart, but maybe she actually is pretty approachable. Though of course neither of us will show any mercy when fighting over the game board. For a while, we gazed over the rain-drenched rose garden as we quietly enjoyed our tea. Still, it really is terrifying. So it really is terrifying the way you fight. Nox's 10 Commandments, or the Decalogue, wasn't it? Ten Commandments created use. I've actually not seen all 10 of these. It is forbidden for the culprit to be anyone not mentioned in the early part of the story. It is forbidden for supernatural agencies to be employed as a detective technique. It is forbidden for hidden passages to exist. It is forbidden for unknown drugs or hard-to-understand scientific devices to use. Nox's fifth must be the racist one that Thorn alluded to, because it's not included. Nox's sixth, it is forbidden for accident and intuition to be employed. The detective cannot be the culprit. Okay, we've seen all these used. Fundamentalists call any infringement upon these commandments heresy. Revisionists point out that many canonized geniuses have violated these rules. Classic rules of the mystery genre, right? Yes. They are commandments conceived by my father. Hidden doors must not exist. That's Nox's third, right? That means there's no need for detectives to even look for hidden doors. Sounds pretty ridiculous. Baron Castell said it herself. She said that because they were forbidden by Nox's third, even searching for hidden doors was a waste of time. I'd like to counter that by saying it probably isn't so uncommon for a rich family's mansion to have a hidden door or two built into it. But apparently that sort of rule works perfectly well in the mystery genre. By the way, there exist many wonderful mysteries in which hidden doors do appear, where hidden doors are the theme. Of course, this is limited to novels which have the premise that hidden doors exist. If that premise doesn't exist, hidden doors must not exist. So because that premise doesn't exist, there's no need to search for hidden doors. I think that's probably the essence of her ridiculous argument. It's like the old detective trying to expose the truth, and the illusion trying to confuse it with a mixture of truth and lies, are getting blended together, leading to a bizarre form of argument similar to a devil's proof. Making a closed-room murder seem to be accomplished by a witch with magic is fantasy. Exposing that it was a human's crime done with tricks is anti-fantasy. Examining all possibilities to expose the nature of those tricks is mystery. But is it also mystery to claim the possibilities with no hints supporting them are unworthy of investigation? Let's say a hidden door is hidden in a way that there would be no clues. Would claiming that a hidden door therefore exists, even though a detective couldn't find it, be anti-mystery? Alright, that's enough of that. This argument is not too far of a digression from the riddles I'm actually supposed to be solving. My fight is very simple. I'm only fighting to explain how it was possible for a human to carry out these crimes that they were supposedly carried out by a witch. This whole discussion about mystery and anti doesn't serve any purpose. That's why I didn't have any particular interest regarding these rules known as the Noxus Decalogue. Ooh, more Umineko. Hey, Shiro. We are in the episode 5 tea party. We've been going for a while. Do you dislike Nox? It doesn't work for me. There's something strange about making it possible to deny the existence of all hidden doors without investigation. It's about as dubious as a devil's proof. Even though it's supposed to be the exact opposite of fantasy, it somehow feels like it's the same kind of argument. Ah, I shouldn't have said that. Your dad was the one who made them after all. Do not worry. After all, there are some who say it is nothing more than a silly game. The Decalogue feels like something very arrogant to you, right, Battler? To be honest, yeah. If an actual detective said he didn't need to look for hidden doors because they must not exist, everyone would start looking around on the floor to see if some of his screws had come loose. In that case, Battler, let us say that the third commandment didn't exist. In that case, what would happen to closed room mysteries? What if Nox's third, hidden doors, didn't exist? In other words, hidden doors would always work just fine as the standard trick for closed rooms. This does not refer to hidden doors with hints or foreshadowing. It refers only to doors that even the detective cannot find because, of course, they are hidden. Battler, you often fight by using a devil's proof, assuming the existence of an undiscoverable element X. That's what this is about. That'd be horrible. This closed room mystery genre wouldn't be worth reading at all. If it were no longer worth anyone's time, it would cease to exist. Wait. Is it fair to say that hidden doors have been hinted at the Ushumiya mansion? Because you've got the underground passageway that goes to Kuadorian that we saw in episode 4. So I don't think it's that ridiculous to say that hidden doors might exist. No one would want to try solving the riddle from the beginning. Not if they knew an answer might just be an unforeseeable hidden door. Unless you have some guarantee that no hidden doors exist, you don't really feel like trying to reason it out. That and Battler has said like 10 times, rich people have hidden doors. So true, yeah. Like it has been kind of foreshadowed and hinted at. So Nox's third is necessary. Without that, it wouldn't be worth reading closed room mysteries. And if you didn't feel like trying to reason it out, what would that lead to? It means you wouldn't even want to read it. That's it. Humans are weak creatures who can't even think unless they have proof that reasoning is possible. That reasoning is possible. In other words, they need encouragement to let them know that they can solve it if they work hard enough. Yeah, this game is giving you none of that, by the way. That might be true. It's the same with exercising. If you're told to run around the campus 10 times, you can tough it out. However, you don't know how many times you're supposed to run around it, you'd probably get tired out before you made it around 3 times. The same thing goes for thinking and reasoning. Humans view a problem differently depending on whether or not it's guaranteed to be solvable. In detective novels, there's always a scene where the detective announces that he's discovered who the culprit is. That's a sign saying, the hints have all been given in the previous parts of the story. So dear readers, please try to reason it out. I always thought it was just a classic line, but I guess it does also have that effect. To put it harshly, until the detective says that, readers won't feel like trying to solve it, no matter how much they love solving mysteries. Weren't you like that yourself in the previous games? Yep, I was. Now that I hear it, maybe it really was the case. Maybe my fight against Beto really began in the second game. At first, I didn't seriously try to tackle the closed room riddles Beto threw at me. After all, I knew nothing except that people had died, and windows and doors were all locked. I mean, seriously, talk about having no hints to go on. So I refused to argue on the grounds that I couldn't fight, because the lack of clues made reasoning impossible. After that, didn't Beto sneer at me, asking whether I'd repeat that over and over forever in an endless repetition of moves? At that time, Beto said this: "Of course not. I'll give you the thing people like you always demand, The reason you always stop thinking and then moan about it is lack of information. If you are then given information, you start doubting whether the information is true or not by denying the basis. Isn't that convenient? What clever little words to hide your own incompetence. Then she said she'd give me certain information that couldn't be denied and created the rule called the Red Truth. Once we reached that point, the curtain finally rose on my battle with Beto. So, that's when I finally had a guarantee that I could solve this tale if I tried. And I stepped up to the stage with her for the first time. Beatrice, she's a strange person. The riddles are the only holes witches can live within. He began to give you the Red Truth, a method by which those riddles could be solved. You could say the Red Truth is a hint Beato gives me, so that I can compete in this war of reasoning. Like candy, because I've been given hints. It's like she's saying, try and solve it, for it can be solved. An enigma that's guaranteed to be solvable can't be called a true enigma. Isn't this almost as though Beato herself is admitting that she isn't really a witch? My, that does seem logical. She truly is a strange child. Beato gave no answer. With gray eyes, she did nothing but blankly gaze at the steam rising from her black tea. My father created the Decalogue to act as a crutch for the power of thinking. It most certainly wasn't made as a way to arrogantly decide things. A crutch for the power of thinking. That's right. By Nox's 8th, it is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. This does not only mean that one is forced to avoid making theories that are not supported by clues. If you turn it around, it means that the one proposing the riddles is forced to display the clues that lead to the solution. In other words, if you follow the Decalogue, all riddles must have hints, and therefore it's guaranteed that finding the solution is possible. See. So this is what they meant by a crutch for the power of thinking. If you can believe that it is solvable, you start wanting to have a go at this riddle. If you're capable of believing that hints do exist, you get fired up about rereading the story to search for them. I'll admit that it might have the power to give courage to those trying to solve it. You seem to think that the Nox Decalogue is a series of restrictions imposed by the one who made the mystery, but it is also vital for the readers. By using the... It is the most important scene in the entire game, this one. But it is also vital for the readers. By using the Decalogue as a crutch, we were given the courage needed to use reasoning, as well as the willpower to reread the tale several times in search of the clues we know must be hidden there. Like the lid of a jar in a jam that's too tight or won't open. Like Mom always used to say, if you think you can open it, then if you think you can't open it, then it really won't open no matter how hard you try. Same thing happens in sports. They say whether or not you have a strong image of yourself and believe you can win no matter what has a large impact on the records. In that case, the Nox Decalogue isn't really a set of arrogant and strict restrictions. You can also see it as a way to encourage readers who are trying to solve the mystery, by telling them to give it their all since it's definitely solvable. That's an interesting way to interpret it. Still, I've heard that not all detective novels around the world follow the Decalogue at all times, right? When you bump into one of those, won't you feel tricked? Even the Decalogue is nothing more than a single interpretation and cannot be applied to all mystery stories. So, among fundamentalists of my father's work, it seems there are those who harshly criticize works that violate the Decalogue and call them heresy. There's no end of arguments like this in the mystery world. Was this or that famous detective novel really a fair mystery? In other words, one that followed the Decalogue? That sort of argument is already an eternal theme of the mystery world. In fact, in mystery discussions, arguments like these sometimes become even more heated than discussion of the actual tricks. I can understand why they'd want to criticize it. They try to solve it, believe it's solvable, and follow the Decalogue, but it's actually not made to be solvable like that at all. I can understand how that'd get pretty annoying. I have phlegm in my throat, dude. It is so bad. That's right. When fighting with the Decalogue, there's just one thing you want guaranteed from the beginning. In other words, you want to guarantee that this detective novel will adhere to it. If a work labels itself as an orthodox mystery, then you have nothing to worry about. However, the mystery genre contains many unorthodox subgenres within it. Does that mean trying to use reasoning in an unorthodox detective novel is a complete waste of time? Looking at it that way, it really does feel arrogant. This is kind of an unorthodox detective novel though, right? Does that mean this doesn't follow the Decalogue? I also find it extremely sad that my father's Decalogue has been used... Whoops. Has been used as such an arrogant weapon. And again, you just fought against Beto using the Decalogue as a weapon. Can I take that as proof that the game world of Beatos follows the Decalogue? When I asked that, there was a strange silence. Virgilia, Delanor, and of course Beto all remained silent for a while, almost as though my question had touched at the core of something. That is something I cannot answer myself. Why? This is a game that this child made. A game to decide which of the two of you will win. This child has called it a confrontation between mystery and fantasy. But unfortunately, she never said it was an orthodox mystery. That means you have no guarantee that it follows the Decalogue. But at the same time, Miss Beatrice has said that this game is a contest between you and her. In other words, there's a chance that you could win. In other words, you're trying to say that the reasoning is possible. If you ask this child, she would probably say that reasoning is possible. However, just as she is the challenger and you are the challenged, the two of you are different creatures. Something Beto might have proposed, thinking it is solvable, may or may not be solvable for you as well. For example, let's say we propose a simple riddle that any Japanese person would know. However, if the person we're telling this riddle to is a foreigner with a Japanese-English dictionary in their hand, it might be almost impossible to solve. In other words, it's possible to have a one-sided solvable problem, which might be easy for the questioner, but extremely difficult for the person trying to solve it. By the way, do you know of the foreign riddle? Why do dragons sleep all day? The answer is to battle the night. That's kind of funny. It's a riddle from the English realm, so it might be a little tough for a Japanese person. For that reason, I cannot say for certain that this tale is something you will be able to solve. However, I can promise you one thing. I will guarantee it with the red truth. What? Beato wanted you to solve it. So she made this game. The riddles of this tale, solvable. That alone I will guarantee with the red truth. So the one-sided solvable, the one guarantee that all those who try to use reasoning desire. This could be one-sidedly solvable. If you know, for example, what Beato knows about the sin of 6 years ago. Right? Like, that could be one thing. Or this might be solvable if you are a native Japanese speaker, not an English speaker like myself. I don't know if my father's Decalogue will apply to that answer or lead you to it. However, when you run into a tight spot and want a compass for your reasoning, please try using my Decalogue if you remember. It might give you renewed courage, and might possibly even lead to some new discovery. Thank you. Yeah, Virgilia is quite useful. She is the best support. Thank you. If I'm truly stuck, I'll think about your fighting style. Are you sure it's okay to help out an enemy like this? Pay that no mind. I came to this tea party without a gift. I hope you enjoy this in place of a snack. And if you come face to face with me again, there probably won't be time to speak of such things so casually. This tea party gives me hope with the episode 5 ending. Yeah, there's a lot being said here. Nox's Decalogue and Virgilia's Red Truth. Beato wanted me to solve it. Because, like, in a lot of ways, right, Erica's using the Decalogue as like a, you know, gospel and as a weapon. And a lot of the stuff that she just claims is taken at face value, but I don't think that's all necessarily true. So she made the riddle of this game solvable. In other words, Beto wants me to be capable of solving it. Isn't that proof that reasoning is possible? Of course, that's from Beato's point of view, and it doesn't necessarily mean that reasoning is possible for me. Compared to before now, when I didn't even know whether reasoning was possible or not, the one line might give me a great deal of courage. At least, it has the power to silence any negative thoughts about all that's being used. Unless the other party assures you that the reasoning is possible, you won't do it. It's almost like love between shy young people. Love? Yes. Unless you have proof that the other person loves you first, you don't want to love them back. Right? Both boys and girls want to hear someone else they say they love them first. That's their dream. If they're in love, they don't want to love the other person unless they're sure this person loves them back. And after all, there's nothing as painful as one-sided love, and the scars of the heart left behind last as long as time. Because they are afraid of that pain. They want proof that the other person loves them first more than anything else. I see. That's an interesting way to explain the relationship between writer and reader in a detective novel. Yeah, maybe you could liken detective novels to that. Both the writer and the reader first want the other party to say they'll solve it, or that it can be solved. Until the writer is assured that the reader will certainly have a go at the riddle if they propose it, they don't want to write their story. The same goes for the readers. Unless they are assured that they will certainly be able to solve the riddle if they try, they don't want to read that story. Well, there's one really famous riddle in this story, and that's the riddle of the epitaph. And I guess what this is saying is Kinzo is writing that knowing it is solvable. It's not just gibberish. Because they don't want to write what they consider a masterpiece and be hurt when no one reads it. Because they don't want to reason about what they consider a masterpiece and be hurt when they realize it was all useless. By that argument, it really isn't a stretch to say that it's like love between shy elementary or middle school age kids. Even though they really do want it, they don't have the courage to reveal their feelings, so they wait uncomfortably for the other person to confess. And by the time summer ends, nothing's happened. More than that, sometimes the girl even ends up going out with an entirely different guy. That's what my first love was like. Along with these one-sided feelings they can't express, they lament the passage of summer that will never come again, and the days of their youth end. The writer who wouldn't write until he gained the support of readers goes for all eternity without releasing his maiden work. The reader who waited for the writer's rise to fame goes their whole life without knowing the joy of the mystery genre. Battler, when does this, the chicken or the egg type of shy love, reach the level where it can progress into mutual love? Well, that's probably when things start to pile up. It starts as a relationship between friends, they communicate with each other more and more, and then the two both reach the level where they're sure that I like this person and they surely like me. Well, then they probably just naturally become a pair of lovers. My impression up until now was that relationships starting with sudden confession of love tend to break up more often, whereas pairs who never actually confess to each other but realize that they've always been together usually stay together for a surprisingly long time. In other words, this happens once the two of them believe in each other and a relationship of trust is born. Is that what you're saying? It's a bit odd. I've always thought the mystery genre was a battle between the writer and the reader, but maybe that's not quite right. Yeah. It's something that cannot go on without a relationship built on mutual trust. A relationship with love. So, you're saying our relationship isn't one of killing each other, but one with love? Though it doesn't look like anything more than a pair of elementary schoolers bullying each other to me. Regalia joked at us middle-aged, in a middle-aged woman sort of way. Still, though I'm not expecting friendship or a trusting relationship, I can accept her as a rival. Beato is fighting at full force, trying to make me acknowledge that she's a witch. So I'll respond to that and go all out, trying to deny that witches exist. How can you be sure that Miss Beato is fighting at full force? Can't you tell by looking? It isn't as though she's proclaimed in red that she's fighting you at full force. And yet, you still have no doubts? You are the one who said you wouldn't believe anything except the red truth. Surely this is that stage Battler mentioned earlier, where communication increases and you learn not to doubt your relationship. Regalia and Delanor giggled together. One guy, multiple women, and the topic is love. Wait a sec, isn't this the worst possible information for getting made fun of? When When I tried to bring back a proper mood for a tea party in the rainy golden land by clumsily searching for a more noble subject, Virgilia saw right through me and laughed. Even amidst this, Beto kept looking downwards with those gray eyes, staring into her black tea. Yeah, that's right. Virgilia and Delanor have given me so many hints, and yet I barely thought about it at all. By now it's all too late. Let me think. Now that everything is too late already and I've already got an endless amount of time on my hands, let me think. One more time, let me think about the red truth Virgilia gave me and the crutch of the Decalogue that Delanor lent me. With the red truth, Virgilia guaranteed that at the very least, Beto left enough room in this tale for me to achieve victory. The red truth guarantee will once again give me the power to start my heart beating. And there's the crutch of the Decalogue which Delanor lent me. Delanor herself warned me in the beginning that the Decalogue isn't so almighty that it can solve all riddles. However, she said something about how it could be used as a method to solve. No, to take on riddles. Let me try it. Though there's no guarantee that this tale is a mystery or fantasy, let me believe that I'll definitely be able to solve it. That it's a solvable tale, a mystery, and let me take it on one last time. When I came to, I was suddenly in that strange tea room where I'd often argued furiously with Beto from across that table. Of course, Beto was nowhere to be found. It was just me, isolated and alone. That's okay. Even so, I won't stop thinking. Okay then, what were Nox's commandments again? I'm sure Delanor explained most of them when slamming me with them. Of course, even I recall them vaguely. What was the first one? Allow me to speak. Nox is first. It is forbidden for the culprit to be anyone not mentioned in an early part of the story. When I muttered about what the first one was, as if answering my question, Delanor's subordinates appeared. Without bothering with an unnecessary hello, she told me nothing more or less than what I wanted to know. Yeah, that's it. The first. The culprit has to be one of the people mentioned in the early part of the story. In other words, the culprit must have already appeared. As early as the first game? True, that's the most basic of basics in the mystery genre. Classic assumption. A classic assumption? Have I really been keeping to that assumption? With each new game, the number of people in this tale keeps increasing. That violates the closed circle rule. By that point, everything gets screwed up. Did I even give up on the inside, thinking that the true culprit or mastermind must not have shown up yet, and that reasoning was therefore useless? If I read this tale as a fantasy, new characters kept showing up, to the point where even having demon kings or gods or creators appear wouldn't be strange at all. Even if this true mastermind first appears in one of the last episodes, I'd have to accept it. However, if I read this as a mystery and stick with that conviction, then there's no need to worry at all about anyone who shows up later, because Nox's first clearly states that it's impossible for the culprit to be anyone who appears later in the story. Of course, there's also what both Delanor and Virgilia said. There's no guarantee that this story follows the rules of the Decalogue. So, of course, I can't deny the possibility that the culprit first appeared in the second game or later. However, this is one way of thinking. This time, I'll forget about the Devil's Proof completely, and try to borrow the power of the Decalogue in my thinking. After all, I've already said myself that I won't be able to reach the truth without a multi-angled outlook. In that case, that means the culprit in all of these repeating games is one of the 18. From the very beginning, there was no need for the illusion of a 19th person. Even the first of Nox's commandments denies the existence of an unknown person known as the Witch from the very start. If I had followed that to the truest sense, I might not have suffered so miserably in the second game. In Nox's second? Nox's second, it is forbidden for supernatural agencies to be employed as a detective technique. Delanor's other subordinate appeared without a sound, and gave me an answer to my question. That's right, a detective can't go around using magic. So, if this is a fair battle, does that mean that, like the detective, the culprit also isn't allowed to use magic? Allow me to speak. Know that you are free to interpret it as you please. Yeah, that's right. Sure, I'll interpret it my way. If this game is a battle between me and Beto, then because this tale is solvable, no elements will appear that make it impossible to solve. In other words, things like magic mustn't appear. When they do appear, I shouldn't suspect that the mystery element is breaking down, but I should instead question why it was shown, and suspect witnesses and observers. I think that's huge. Suspect who sees the magic. That's right. That was Beto's greatest weapon in the second game. Depictions of magic, which couldn't exist in a mystery. By showing me that, she forced me to think that this tale wasn't a mystery. And therefore, that reasoning was impossible. So I surrendered. However, if I had believed unshakably that it was a mystery, it would have been completely obvious to doubt the witnesses who claimed to have seen the magic. Also, at the end of the first game, it was revealed that this tale was passed on to people in the future by a message bottle. Someone had written about this crime, this tale. In other words, this entire tale is a world that includes the personal opinions of an observer, namely, the person who wrote those messages in a bottle. In other words, the observer isn't God, it's a human. Therefore, there's no guarantee that the description is truly impartial. By the end of the first game, it was already clear that we've broken the constant promise of the mystery genre, that the story itself must be seen through the eyes of God. For that reason, it's possible to doubt even the observer, as well as the witnesses. If I could have doubted this much, then no matter how many seemingly unsolvable displays of magic appeared, I wouldn't have had to blindly accept them and give up. However, that begs the question, is it even possible to solve a tale written by an observer who is not impartial? If I get obsessed with this, all my reasoning will end here. However, I had to believe. I had to believe that Beto was trying to fight me through this tale. Because it's a fight, that means I've been given a chance to win. By giving me that, doesn't mean that reasoning is possible? Okay, I like where he's going with this. This part is tough. Unless I believe that the cruel witch took on the risk of losing to try to have a fair fight with me, I can't get past this part. Just like Virgilia said, it's like love. If I can't believe that Beto is fighting me head-on with everything she's got, I won't be able to reason any further than this. Sure, I'll acknowledge it. Unless we acknowledge that we love each other, we won't be able to get any further. When Virgilia ran out of patience with the two of us, shy and incapable as we were of acknowledging that out loud, she gave me that red truth instead. That was the red truth saying, Beto wanted me to solve it, and made the riddles of this game solvable. What the hell? It's like, Sato-san in Class A says he likes you. Like hearing a love confession via a friend. I really am pitiful. Reasoning is love. If we don't love each other, the reasoning won't start. In that case, how can we say we love each other? If you think you can solve it, just try. You're incompetent. Like hell you can solve it. Yeah. According to George, people like this are called Sundora. That brutal witch is finally starting to look a bit cute. If I meet her again, I want to say, you're such a Sundora. If I meet her again, somewhere. Tell me the other parts of the Decalogue. I don't care about the order. Give me something that seems useful. Allow me to speak. Nox is 8th. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. Allow me to speak. Nox is 6th. It is forbidden for accident or intuition to be employed by the detective technique. It must not be solved with clues that aren't presented. And it must not be solved by relying on accident or coincidence. If this tale is made to be solvable, we can read this the opposite way. In other words, clues must be prepared so that the case can be solved, and it has been made in a way that can be solved without relying on coincidence. If I can believe that Beto is challenging me to a fair game where reasoning is possible, then I can be sure of that. In other words, Beto has already left me clues, hints, and messages in this tale. It isn't from the Decalogue, but Erica or someone said this. There are 3 riddles to be exposed in a mystery. Who done it? Who is the culprit? How done it? How did they do so? And why done it? Why did they commit the crime? All of this means that clues are related to these 3 riddles are already present inside the tale. No, strictly speaking, it's like this. Because she wanted me to solve these 3 riddles, Beto scattered hints about. Though whether I'm capable of catching these or not is another matter. Even if you think a riddle you propose is easy, it might be difficult for the person trying to solve it. In that case, it's only natural that there'll be a difference in how difficult each person finds it. Therefore, As Beto goes through each succession game, she watches me closely and tweaks the game as needed to get a good arrangement. When Beto realized that I'd completely surrendered in the second game because it was too hard, she secretly worried. If I surrendered and lost the will to fight, the game would no longer remain on an even footing. Therefore, in order to make me regain my will to fight, from the third game onwards, she set things up in a way that made it easier for me, giving me tips on how to fight and a few hints. I think a big hint she gave was that the epitaph was solvable. Virgilia and Renova obviously appeared so that they could help me. As though we still had our usual crazy magic shows, she gave me the metaphor of the brown tube trial, as well as tips on how to fight back. I finally understood how to fight, and most likely at the end of the fourth game, Beto managed to have the all-out showdown with me that she had probably wanted. Then, Beto acknowledged that my abilities had become full-fledged, and entrusted me with her heart. Entrusted me with explaining this tale, didn't she? In that case, it was really dumb of me to boycott most of the fifth game, just because I was so disgusted with those two witches. It doesn't matter who the game master is, all I need is to search for the truth in Beto's games. On the contrary, I should probably thank those two witches just a little for continuing the game in Beto's place, now that she's gone and left everything to me. Of course, I doubt those evil witches were trying to do anything of the sort. Culprit, crime, motive. The answer to these three ultimate riddles, the hints, must be scattered through the previously shown tales. There's probably a very faint light, trying to find beads that have fallen onto a sandy beach. They're definitely there, though. However, they're so faint that unless I believe strongly, there's no way I'll be able to find them. Please, allow me to speak. What's up? Go back through the tale. You know you will be given them as long as you don't lose sight of the truth's faint light. Right now, through this tale. Know that for reasoning to be possible, a trusting relationship is required. Yeah, I know. In fact, maybe I finally noticed just now. It's something that's been repeated over and over again throughout the tale. Persistently so. Without love, the truth cannot be seen. This is the game kind of nudging you to say that you have enough info to find the answer now? Yeah, naturally. Naturally so. How was the stage play? Slowly the tea room dissolved into darkness. Then, as though I was slowly sinking into a pitch-black sea, I passed through the crevice of the long journey I'd taken with Beto. It was peak? Hell yeah. I can also tell you I solved the mystery in episode 5. Whoa. I passed through the crevice of the long journey I'd taken with Beto, and kept falling and falling. I'll try to check it out, yeah. It was a bizarre experience, like crossing over the boundary of sleep while still conscious. So I can solve the mystery from here? The several tales before became faint bubbles. No, were they small shining fragments? And were scattered like stars amidst a pitch-black sky. I kept sinking on and on into that. Maybe at climax we could watch it, especially if there's another one. The tales up until now, one after another. Virgilius guided Dante to Mount Purgatory and brought him to the feet of the eternal lady who waited at the top, Beatrice. Therefore, the innermost depths lay not at the bottom, but at the peak of Mount Purgatory. The eternal lady had been waiting there for Dante the whole time. Then I knew. I finally reached the truth. To the depths, no. To the peak of Mount Purgatory. Idiot. You really are an idiot. He woke from the sleep of death and... Whoa. Lyric song? This shit is solvable. What am I missing? It's definitely too late at night for me to try to solve this now. What am I missing? The evidence is all there. This is a solvable mystery. He woke from the sleep of death, and bit by bit his sense of pain came back to him. On Battler's face, which still looked up at the heavens as he hung there, pierced by the longsword. Remember, without love, the truth cannot be seen. Without love, the truth cannot be seen. They have said that a lot. On Battler's face, which still looked up at the heavens as he hung there, pierced by the longsword, a suffering and alive expression gradually returned. You really are an idiot. A huge idiot. Battler noticed. This whole time, Beato had been snuggling up against him, sleeping. And when he had held her, he knew that it was not Beato, but her crumbling remains. There's definitely some kind of love between Battler and Beato. But I think something. I wonder if I should cook on this for a day and then come back and let this play out. Beato just tried to hold the form as fragile as ash. Then, like a sandcastle made on a beach, washed away by a small wave, it fell apart and lost its form. At Battler's feet lay nothing but the ragged remnants of Beato's dress and a pile of ash. No, on top of that pile of ash, he could see something sparkling gold. It was the husk of a single gold butterfly which had been torn to bits. And so Battler knew, I've definitely reached the truth. However, I wasn't able to do it while Beato still remained in this world. Beato, you really are an idiot. I've finally reached the truth of this crazy riddle you've created. Just like you wanted. I didn't lose heart, and I finally made it there in the end. So why? Why did you lose heart without waiting for me? You believed so strongly, didn't you? That I definitely reached the truth? So why? Why couldn't you believe with me? And wait, you aren't the one who's been forcing endless torture on someone else. It's me. I've been the one putting you through such cruel torture. You resisted until the very end and kept on protesting to me. And even though I've now finally reached that truth, to think that you couldn't wait any longer, and that it's all too late. You idiot. Why did you lose heart? Before me? It's my fault. I forced her to endure this torture. In fact, she's been doing a wonderful job sticking through it for so long. Over and over and over again, you kept on protesting to me. And because I was so incompetent, it was as though I couldn't understand the truth. Your riddles are too twisted. Why couldn't you say it? More simply, so she kept presenting him with closed room murder mysteries. Closed room, no way in, no way out. We know that some form of a human Beatrice existed in Kuadorian when Rosa was a child. And actually, the way that Beatrice died was very similar to the way Natsuhi described the servant and the baby dying 19 years prior. But the timeline doesn't add up there because Rosa was young. Like, really young when that happened. Like, maybe 10. And that was definitely more than 19 years ago. I'm trying to think, because, like... there's very few characters that would really matter here. Scream of pain filled the sad cathedral. The sad witch who wasn't able to communicate the truth to Battler. The sad man who wasn't able to understand the witch's truth. Battler's howl of anger and sadness rang out for that pair. The clock hung in the cathedral showed that it was midnight on October 5th, 1986. Time was up for everything. You're kidding me. Don't set something like a time limit on this difficult riddle you're so proud of. No, I understand. Even though there was such a faint chance that this miracle happening, you prayed for it to happen. You're just like grandfather. You prayed for and bet on the power of a miracle, one so unlikely that it was totally impossible, less likely than finding a bead you've dropped on a sandy beach. And that means I've now truly arrived at that miracle. However, your time didn't last long enough. If I hadn't reached the point even a little sooner, if I could have seen the truth, even if I had been right before time was up, I might have been able to save you. But right now, I've been run through pathetically. I can't even hold what remains of you. As I attempted to pull the long sword out, I tried stretching out my arms and kicking my feet, struggling to at least touch her remains, but nothing worked. Shit. Damn. At that time, I noticed a golden glint on the palm of my hand. It was a single wing from a gold butterfly. That small fragment of gold was the only piece of Beato that was permitted to touch. I cried with all my strength, gripping that fragment, and pressed it against my head, apologizing. Why couldn't I reach the truth earlier? Then I pressed it to my chest, promising that even now, I would never again lose the truth. When I pressed my hand against my chest, the sword piercing my chest, cut my wrist, and blood dribbled out. The blood spurted through my fist, and it must have soaked that gold fragment with my red blood. It must have been the only way of telling her that I'd found the truth she wanted me to know about. Okay. I mean, there's the thought that they're blood related. Again, I did throw kind of a wild one out there that Beato might be his actual birth mother, because we know Asumu was not. But, like, I don't understand what that would be the sin of 6 years prior, what he would have done at 13. I clutched the wing of the gold butterfly with my freshly bleeding hand and pressed it against the red sword that pierced me. There's definitely something about that. It's about Battler's birth. It's about Battler's relationship to Beatrice. They're the same age. So she wouldn't be his mother. They're approximately the same age. So she wouldn't be his mother. And if it had to do with his birth, she wouldn't be his sister. At this point, Ushiromiya Battler knows, and he understands. He's found this tale's everything. At that time, it seemed as though a faint golden light leaked out of the gaps in his clenched fist. The two witches had their backs turned, and Erika was laughing at Battler's corpse. That really is pathetic, Battler. I'll make your foolishness into a statue, and for all eternity... Huh? Oh, he's so back. At that time, Battler's chest, no, The red longsword that pierced Battler began to sparkle gold from deep within his chest. That bright golden light began to change the red sword's color, turning it gold. What's going on? Battler is... What is this? Battler coughed up blood and groaned. His consciousness came back. His will to live, his will to fight came back. The red longsword that pierced Battler could no longer be described as such. By now it had become a golden longsword. Then, slowly, gradually, it pulled itself out of Battler's chest. It finally pulled itself free and started dancing through the air. Then stood up in front of Battler's eyes as though it knew who its master was. Battler, crawling on the floor moaning, grabbed the golden longsword, and though it looked painful, he slowly rose to his feet once again. Is he gonna have some kind of golden truth now? This sure is an elaborate act. Is this one of your tricks, Lambda? That glow. It couldn't be. Lambda stared wide-eyed at that bright golden glow in awe. When she noticed that Battler's resurrection wasn't part of a script Lambda had thought up, Byrne also frowned slightly. Sorry, retrials will not be permitted. Chester sisters, eliminate this resurrection illusion. Understood. 45, 410. Firing permission granted. It's unable to target. If error code 999. 999, you say? Impossible. The Chester sisters hesitated, unable to carry out Baron Castell's orders. Lambda, what kind of farce is this? The illusion of the witch has been completely destroyed, and the trial ended with our victory. Sorry, Byrne. You'll have to stick around a bit longer. Isn't that right, Ushiromiya Battler? Bless Lambda Delta. The long con. Yeah. Sorry to keep you waiting, Erica. Byrne. Now it's time for my truth. Request for a retrial accepted. Oh? The Assembly of Witches retracts the adjournment of the Court of Illusions. Objection? The trial has already been concluded and the results have even been announced. Objection overruled. All verdicts are overshadowed by new truths. Objection. Not only has Battler been banished as a player, he also doesn't hold the rank of witch. He isn't qualified to call for an appeal. Objection overruled. He already does have that. By the name of Lambda Delta, Witch of Certainty, I acknowledge it. Ushiromiya Battler, I acknowledge you as the new Golden Witch. No, as the new Endless Sorcerer. Oh. What did you say? Battler? Battler got the rank of a witch? The rank of a witch, which she had desired for so long, had been granted to Battler so quickly. And on top of that, this wasn't anything temporary. This was an official, proper authorization by Lambda Delta. Erica couldn't accept it, and her face turned bright red. Looks like that kid's game really will keep us entertained until the very end. Sure, I'll play along. Erica, you handle this. The red truth you've created with me is perfect. The construction of truth that makes Natsuki the culprit is perfect. Battler certainly won't be able to break it. Of course, my master. There's no need to worry at all. Anyway, Chester sisters, my master ordered you to fire, right? How long is it going to take you to carry that order out? Error code 999. An access code is required to target the territory lord. Yeah, I told you he'd do it. Territory lord? Who controls this fragment? I do. Territory lord. You don't mean... Battler is... Yes. Ushiromiya Battler has been authorized as the official territory lord of this fragment. Yes, that's right. So you still don't understand? You don't know what this gold sparkle signifies? He's reached it. He's reached it. Battler has. He's made his way to the innermost depths of all truths. That means Battler's understood everything about this world, this tale, this game. In other words, he's reached the position of the game's master. I'll bet you don't want to believe it, right, Baron? I don't want to believe it. Okay, I'll test Battler to see whether he really understands everything. Erica? Too bad, Erica. Just when you were finally appointed as the territory lord of this fragment, you've been deprived of that title. The new territory lord of this fragment is Ushiromiya Battler. Is it awful? Hey, don't you feel just awful? How's it feel to be deprived of that title just when you finally gotten it? How's it feel? Ah. If you think you can disprove my theory, just try it. It's impossible. Impossible, impossible, impossible. The theory I've created has no holes. It's impossible to deny that Natsuhi is the culprit. Oh? I can construct a theory with someone other than Aunt Natsuhi as the culprit. It may be that your truth is impossible to disprove. If so, that means that your truth won't be able to deny my new truth either. Battler spoke with the red truth allowed him by his status as a sorcerer. A sorcerer? A culprit other than Natsuhi? How's that? Delanor? Let's see where this delusion of Battler's takes us. Slowly, Delanor stepped forwards. In her hand was the red longsword of the Decalogue. She also had a blue short sword. In Battler's hand was a golden longsword. Two rivals once again. No. For the first time, they truly confronted each other. Battler, I've been waiting. Sorry to keep you. You did not. Your return was sooner than I anticipated. Kill him. Delanor. Delanor's form disappeared in an instant, as though her slow, dignified movements from before were only a lie. Bison walk speed versus dash speed. The curve drawn by the longsword of Red Truth burned itself into the retinas of those who saw it. Before anyone had enough time to follow that curve, it was already approaching Battler's chest. Lady Erica's reasoning has solved the fifth game. No new facts exist to overturn the truth created by this reasoning. It's possible to show a different truth by using a different interpretation. When multiple truths exist in parallel, the authenticity of both is questioned. In this closed-off world, it's possible for differing truths to exist at the same time. Furthermore, as long as multiple truths exist, it's possible to claim that any of the truths are the single truth. In other words, even if I can't overturn Erica's reasoning by questioning its credibility and conquering it, I can defeat it. Burn's reasoning is perfect. You won't be able to overturn it easily, but still. If you can present a theory on par with hers, the fight will come down to a verdict. That means either one of the truths might be defeated and denied. What a laughable script. I'd expect nothing less from a demon script. Then let me ask, what is the theory with someone other than Natsuhi as the culprit? Battler's golden longsword drew both red and blue curves at will. It's possible to construct it using the revenge of the baby from 19 years ago. The one from Aunt Natsuhi's confession. Okay, sure. Nox is first. It's forbidden for the culprit to be anyone not mentioned earlier in the story. He was mentioned earlier in the story. A person first introduced in the fifth game cannot be named... Oh, I see. He's talking about for the whole murder. Oh, are we going to solve this whole ass murder? What if the baby from 19 years ago was among us since the very beginning? For example... What if it was me? Okay, well, we thought that might be the case, right? Oh! Wait. It could be that Beatrice was Battler's mother. Oh! Because this baby was handed by Kinzo to Natsuhi. Does that still work? That could totally work, right? Actually, it could be the Beatrice that was locked up in Kuadorian, right? And it could actually be Kinzo's child. Actually, I think this all could work. Godatrice? I think this all works. Just give me a minute to cook. And I know it's late, but give me a minute to cook. Yeah, I think this works. I'm just trying to connect all the dots. So, I'm going to say a couple things here. You know what? I know where we go. And if you know me, you know where I'm going with this. Flashbang. Flashbang incoming. You already know. You already know where we're going with this. Okay, we don't need 108 font, though. Give me a 34. I've been waiting for this. All right, I think I might have it. I just need to make sure all of it makes sense. 1986, 18 arrive on Rokkenjima. And I will say, Battler saying that almost snapped me back into my senses because I've been saying this for a while. And I just didn't remember that I've said this. I've been saying this forever. Why can't I type? Hello? Why can't I type? Okay. Also, baby is given to Natsuhi. Hold on. I can't do this elegantly in Notepad. I might just have to draw pictures. I can't do this with words. I can't do this with words. I might just have to draw pictures. Okay. So, check this out. 19 years ago, which is 1967. 1967. Natsuhi... Okay, if I'm just going to write words, that kind of defeats the purpose. 1967... Natsuhi is given the baby by Kinzo that supposedly came from his orphanage. Same orphanage that raised Canon and Shannon. The same orphanage that everything. What if this baby is not from the orphanage, but is instead the child of Kinzo and the Beatrice that's being kept... I don't know why I'm drawing this way. Kinzo and the Beatrice that is being kept in Kuidorian. She's being kept in Kuidorian against her will, potentially, because she reminds Kinzo of the love that he used to have, or his delusions that he used to have, or something like that. So this Beatrice has a child via Kinzo. Hence, this is Ushiromiya Kinzo's child or grandchild, probably grandchild. So actually, it might go a step further, wherein, again, this might lead to the... How exactly would this work? How exactly would this work? It's essentially... maybe the lineage doesn't quite work. Maybe this, because like he could be Kinzo's direct child. Because I don't remember what was said in red. I don't remember if it was said in red that he is Ushiromiya Kinzo's descendant, or if he is Ushiromiya Kinzo's grandchild. Because we know for sure that Baby Battler is not Asumu's. Not Asumu's. Right? That has been stated in episode 4. So we know that his mother is not Asumu. And at no point was it actually said that his father is Rudolph. So, what if this child... Maybe not the child that was given to Natsuhi, but maybe the other children were also given similar children. Maybe Kinzo had multiple children with this Beatrice surrogate. And gave them, because he's eccentric, right? Wouldn't put it past father. He gave it to his kids. He gave it to his kids to raise. And the one Natsuhi raised supposedly fell off a cliff with a servant and died. There's no evidence of that. They said the bodies were found, but that could totally be a cover job by Kinzo to scoop that baby back up and pass it on to Rudolph in this case, right? Ava was already getting after it with Hideyoshi. Ava already had George. This was actually after Ava had George, right? So this was Ava had George. And Kinzo being very picky about his lineage. Obviously hates Maria. Probably didn't like Natsuhi's birth child, Jessica. Definitely doesn't like Natsuhi. We know Natsuhi was acquired almost as like currency in like a financial takeover to give to Kraus. He hates Kraus. I mean, he hates everybody. He hates everybody who's related to him. Ava and Hideyoshi are having a kid. Maybe he doesn't believe in George. And so he passes, again, down one more to Rudolph. Now, here's where I don't know what happens. Here's where I don't know what happens. Because did this baby that was passed to Rudolph... Because, again, Rudolph said, Battler, we got to talk about your birth, and this, I might die for this. But, like, the baby that was passed to Rudolph, was it given to Asumu? Or was it raised by Asumu? Or not? Was there actually a Battler born of Asumu that this baby then swooped in, killed? The Battler that came to the family conference 6 years ago doesn't remember the sin that he committed with regard to Beatrice, who might have been... What if that Battler ran into the Beatrice of Kuadorian? What if that Battler ran into the Beatrice of Kuadorian and Beatrice was like, my child, hello? And he's like, I don't know you. My mother is Asumu. My mother, I'm born of Rudolph and Asumu. I have no idea who you are. Get away from me. You strange woman of Kuadorian. So in forsaking his mother, in other words, he was committing a sin. That is the Battler born of Asumu and Rudolph, the one that is actually Kinzo's grandchild. The other Battler, the one who is Kinzo's child that he had far later... Now, I don't know why Beatrice also appears to be 19. They might be brother and sister instead of mother and son, and there's another woman that, like, Kinzo had a kid with, and then that person had two kids, Beatrice and Battler. That's a possibility. But it's something like that, where through that orphanage, Kinzo was actually fathering successor candidates, and he would have them like act as servants to try to see if they were worthy. That's why some of the servants get to wear the one-winged eagle crest, right? Maybe they're actually descendants of Kinzo, and then some of the servants aren't, like the ones that get hired off-site. But a lot of these kids that come through this orphanage are actually have Kinzo's blood in them. And so Battler is one of these kids. Maybe not the one that Natsuhi chucked off the cliff, but Battler, that we know, is one of these kids. And for some reason, don't have the why, but for some reason, he decides to take the place of the other Battler. Could be for greed, could be for ambition, could be to avenge... Oh! What if it's to restore the name of his birth mother, Beatrice? What if it's to dispel, not dispel, but like, everyone said, oh, Beatrice was Kinzo's, filthy mistress, the alchemist of the Ushiromiya family, just a mistress that was like this person. Well, what if this Battler that I'm going to call Tall Battler, because the evidence that he's a different person comes in, he came to the family conference 6 years ago, and then, whoa, Battler, you've gotten so tall in 6 years. Who would have thought that one of the earliest lines might be one of the biggest pieces of evidence, that he might actually be a different person? So this Battler, and I've kind of thought this for a while, right? Like, this Battler's a different person. And the person that he is the child through the orphanage that Kinzo fathered with a Beatrice, whoever the vessel, the human for Beatrice is who Kinzo had this Battler, Tall Battler, with. And Tall Battler is on a mission to restore the name of his lineage, his mother, Beatrice. And then if we look at the riddle of the epitaph with some of that in mind, behold the sweet fish river that runs through my beloved hometown. Blah, 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 blah. Behold the sweet fish river that runs through... What is the name of that orphanage? I don't know if we'll find it. Fukuin House? That's 6 characters long. That the key? That's also 11 characters long. Is that what you remove the key from? Is that the solution to the riddle of the epitaph? That Kinzo has this other lineage going on? The Sweet Fish River running through my beloved hometown. Running through the Fukuin House, perhaps. I don't think I can connect all the dots, but I think that's to do with it. I think this battler that arrives on the island in 1986 is a different battler. Probably one of these children from the Fukuin House, but still has Kinzo's blood in him because Kinzo is fathering children through this orphanage and using that as a secondary means to choose a successor because all of his fuck-up kids cannot satisfy him no matter what. Where Kraus is, like, Ava is the closest one, but at the end of the day, Ava is a woman, and Kinzo hates women. So, like, this family, Kraus birthed a girl. Unforgivable. And killed the baby that he gave them. Unforgivable. This is born from Ava. Unforgivable. Rudolph maybe received the baby because this battler who's on the island did remember stuff. Like, did remember stuff, so that's where I really can't get the disconnect. And then Rosa's just ultimate bottom tier, like, woman who had daughter with husband who is not present. In Kinzo's eyes, that is like a 0 out of 10. So I think you take Rudolph's line, and it's either Kinzo handed the baby to Rudolph and said, raise this child, or this child got swapped in by something. Like, Kinzo actually did some kind of, like, quote-unquote magic trick. And I'm sure I'm missing, like, one detail that connects all of this together, but I feel like I'm really close with all of this. All the adults in the story are so ass. And it actually even kind of, like, complements that, like, the last family conference where Battler discovered the gold. The last family conference had Battler with all the adults, right? With the people of, like, his generation, effectively. I wish Beatrice was real. Me too. Nox's 8th. It is forbidden for the case to resolve with clues that are not presented. Were there ever any foreshadowing showing that you might be the baby from 19 years ago? Yep. Okay, I have cooked everything that I can. Let us plate and present and see how close I was with everything they're about to say here. And I feel at least a little good that I've been echoing some of this from the beginning. Do you think Battler is the culprit? I do. I think Battler is killing people. If anyone's dying. Because I still hold on to my theory that everybody might not be dead. Is a possibility. But I do think that Battler is killing people to... And the motive is going to be to acknowledge Beatrice, which is his birth mother. The feeling that Dad was hiding something in both the first game and this game. In particular, in this game, it was made clear that there were some special circumstances having to do with my birth. Battler proposed that he might be the baby from 19 years ago, and announced that he'd reconstruct the crime with himself as the culprit. As Delanor cautiously held her sword at the ready, she gazed the distance between them. Now that Battler had inherited the position of this world's territory lord and attained the rank of Endless Sorcerer, his movements surpassed human understanding. Go to Triche is gonna be... Yeah, just wait. By now, the physical distance between them probably counted for nothing. After all, their extremely agile battle was surprising to the point when the concept of distance made any difference. A good start. Let us hear your theory with Battler as the culprit. Yeah, I'll let you hear it. I'll prove this explanation also works, and that you can't be certain Nazi is the culprit. If you're supposed to be the culprit, that creates several contradictions. I'll use the contradiction to reap your feeble truth. I, Frudo Erica, the detective and the Witch of Truth will... This time, Erica stepped forward. In her hand, there appeared a scythe like one a Grim Reaper might hold. A ruthless scythe for reaping everything that threatened her theory. It's only possible for the crime to have taken place between 12 and 1. During that 1 hour, you were in the dining hall of the mansion. Therefore, it was impossible for you to commit the crime. Is this the two Battlers theory? It has not been specified that the time of death was between 12 and 1. Therefore, it is possible that the crime didn't occur between 12 and 1. There's a restriction on any murders in the cousin room. From 1 until the discovery of the crime, it was impossible for any criminal action to occur in the cousin room. Delanor now. Nox is 8th. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. If the crime actually was carried out in the cousin room, clues must have been shown. Because clues were not given to the detective, who was on the watch for any abnormalities inside the room until morning, such a crime is impossible. By the time of the crime's discovery, you mean the point at which I let out a scream and everyone gathered there? Even if it wasn't possible to kill them before that point, it was possible to kill them afterwards. Oh, true. Battler used the blue flash to deflect both of the red truths that Erica and Delanor had flung at him. Erica's eyes went wide. After all, what he said was completely absurd. At that time, they still hadn't been killed, even though corpses with their necks sliced open were laying right there. The death of the 4 in the cousin room has been proclaimed with the red text. Are you trying to use the illusion of the witch? Are you trying to resurrect George and the others using the concept of magic, even though they were dead at that time? I see, since you believe they were dead by that point. It probably looks as though the dead have been brought back to life to you. So this might look like magic in your eyes. Based. In that case, I won't be the one to take the next shot at you. Cool. How often do I have to say it? The deaths of the 4 people in the cousin room have been proclaimed with the red truth. Furthermore, those corpses were witnessed by a large number of people. Furthermore, it's already been proclaimed in red that no examination of any corpses would lead to a mistaken result. Take that, dead people. Oh. When was that red truth made? Have you forgotten, miss? The fierce shower of red was blocked by a magical barrier set up by Renov, who suddenly appeared right in front of Battler. Now that Beto was gone, the demon should have been able to manifest themselves in the real world. However, he existed here, and calmly dealt with Erica's attack. Renov, how did you get here? Well, who cares? This all works out nicely. Now there's no need to go looking for you. I'll capture you here and deny your existence too. I'll leave it to you. Teach her that you can't control everything with a single, arrogant truth. Wait, was Battler... was Battler raised in Kuadorian with Beatrice? No, because the timeline doesn't work. Rosa saw Beatrice and Kuadorian at approximately 19 years old when she was like 10. Was Battler raised by Beatrice in Kuadorian? Was Beatrice the servant that fell off the cliff?
Yes.
Now I'm just stabbing. Yes, Your Majesty. Wait. I'll leave it to you. Teacher, you can't control everything with a single arrogant truth. Yes, Your Majesty. Well then, allow me to be your opponent for a bit. What do you say, miss? In that case, when do you claim the Red Truth Death Proclamation happened? Are you saying you can pinpoint that? You can't pinpoint it, so you can't deny that the Death Proclamation was made at the time of the crime's discovery. When this court was opened, Lady Lambda Delta made a proclamation. She said this was a midnight answer session. The death proclamation was made at midnight on the second day. In other words, at the end of the game. That does not deny the possibility that the murder occurred after the morning of the second day, after the so-called discovery of the crime. Then, you're saying that the victims were alive at that time? Even though their necks were sliced open? Did you see that yourself, Miss Detective? True. Our current understanding is that no corpse will lead to a mistaken examination, no matter who performs it. But no rule named so far has prevented something other than a corpse from being called a corpse. Erica swung her scythe recklessly, but Renov blocked everything with elegant gestures made with the shield on one of his hands. So at that point, no one was dead? There weren't even wounds on their necks? In that case, why did Battler scream? Battler, better watch your feet, little girl. Ushirimiya Kinzo is already dead at the starting time for all games. I think the Red Truth is said after the game progressed is a really lame mechanic, not gonna lie. I agree with that. There's a couple things in this episode, particularly the detective's authority, the Red Truth thing that you just mentioned, and also there's a whole ass, and they might get to it, there's a whole ass thing with the knocking and the letter being left that never got dispelled, but still attests to the illusion of the witch. Like, yes, it has nothing to do with the murders, but it totally makes it seem like there's a witch. And I think you would have to dispel that if you're trying to dispel the illusion of the witch. But they might get to that. A pitch black hole opened beneath Erica's feet and swallowed her up. She could possibly see through to the other side of the hole. It was the same thing you'd see if you looked down out of the skylight on the ceiling of this cathedral. Leah. Yes. Regalia could already be seen in midair inside the cathedral. Wait, they are doing a team-up attack on her. Hell yeah. Smothered mate, get her ass. As Erica fell from the heavens, Regalia was right below her and caught her on the end of a divine spear that sparked blue. Shouldn't you rethink your reasoning? Kinzo doesn't exist. Therefore, the way for the bodies to disappear in your theory is a failure. Correct. Unless someone other than Kinzo makes corpses disappear, your theory fails. I need to know if the Umineko... Aura, I am going to finish before climax. I tell you this. And we are going to play this game. This is nothing. I mean, I'm already gonna start episode 6 on Wednesday, so I mean, I think we're gonna get there. Regalia's blue divine spear skewered and pinned Erica in midair. Erica struggled, filled with hatred, but she couldn't get it out easily. Then, all around her, several small, fast things clanged off the walls and enveloped her. The stakes. Hell yeah, good to hear. We are the Seven Sisters of Purgatory. Know this, foe of our master. You lowly paperweights. After George's death, his corpse was never moved. After Jessica's death, her corpse was never moved. After Maria's death, her corpse was never moved. After Rose's death, her corpse was never moved. After Genji's death, his corpse was never moved. After Krause's death, his corpse was never moved. Therefore, the corpses couldn't have vanished after being discovered. Your theory about Kinzo carrying the corpses always fails. But so what? Even without Kinzo, I can explain how the corpses Kurudo, Erica, I have to revise my theory. I do. The detective does. Erika was probably capable of escaping this even with Kinzo's existence denied, but making only a small revision to her theory. However, to her, having to revise a theory she had already created was extremely humiliating. Looks like you toyed around with your plan too much in order to corner Natsuhi like that. You played around too much with your reasoning. At this point, your master is the only one who can speak of Kinzo's death with the red truth. This is what you get for playing around in the witch's darkness. Know that, Furuto Erika. Of course, even Erika had doubted Kinzo's existence from the beginning. However, it had previously been impossible for anyone to deny his existence in that trial, except for Baron Costello and Lambda Delta, who had sided with each other. And because of the willful silence of those two, the truth about Kinzo had truly been unfixed. And yet, to think that Battler had become a witch, a sorcerer, and capable of using red without proof. However, she had her own Inquisitor of Heresy, who could also use red without proof to counter. Glenor! Nox's second. It is forbidden for supernatural agencies to be employed as a detective technique. If you would show that Kinzo died with the red truth, then I demand that you display proof of a human's truth that could be used to make that point. Forgive me, damn geezer. Overcome it, Battler. Don't let my corpse stop you. Presentation of evidence. I'll present a corpse that could possibly be identified as Ushimiya Kinzo's. Can you prove this corpse is Kinzo's? No matter how much it resembles him, unless you can prove that it is him, it is possible to claim that it was a substitute corpse from someone else. Can you show that it was Kinzo's corpse with the truth of humans? In this case alone, and with the red truth specifically, no counter-argument will be valid. Oh, any counter with the red truth will be invalid? I guess that works. It may be true that the existence of third-party corpses has already been denied with the red. However, if saying that with the red is forbidden, Battler has nowhere to run to. That's right. In this closed-off Rokonjima, there is no objective way to show that the corpse is grandfather's. And if this itself suggests the possibility that the corpse is a body double, this is unidentifiable corpse cannot serve as proof in Kinzo's death. Checkmate? Are you kidding me? My theory does not waver. Delanor had settled off the red truth as a means of proving that Kinzo's corpse had been shown. Even with the power of witches, Battler couldn't argue back. How are you going to prove that the corpse was Kinzo's if the red truth is sealed? It's impossible. It cannot be done. With red or blue, right? Dude, if Battler was raised in Kuadorian... I almost fell out of my chair. It's the golden truth. I was just yapping about something. So, I do want to say something. I know this is really hype, and I will get to this. But if Battler was raised at Kuadorian from a baby, because when he fell off that cliff he didn't actually die, or if there was another baby in his place and he was raised in kind of solidarity, wouldn't flying in a plane be the scariest thing in the world? We literally called it like 20 minutes ago. Yeah, I mean, I thought that one was kind of obvious that it was coming. But wouldn't like flying in a plane be like the scariest thing ever? And that's why he was so freaked out, like flying from Nishima, and he was on the boat, like freaking out. He'd probably never have been like on anything, right? Like he was just raised in complete solidarity. The golden truth. Then, when Delanor met with Battler's golden flash, she was unable to fully block it. With either her red or blue, she was blown backwards into empty space. It was direct hit without any miscalculation, though she had always seemed as firm as Small Giant before now. She had finally blasted away and slammed against the wall as though she was the slender girl she appeared to be. Delanor, what are you? I mean, he had a gold sword. What else was it going to be? A splendid gold truth. It is valid. Gold truth? The golden longsword, which had been drawing red and blue trails before now, finally drew a curve that retained its divine golden color. The truth it showed was neither red nor blue. It was gold truth. What is that? Lambda, does this follow the rules? Yeah. Gold truth? Valid. The gold truth can only be used by the territory lord of the world. No, only by the game master himself. What did you say? Gold truth. A divine truth woven in a different fashion than the red truth. Its strength is on par with the red truth. It may sometimes be inferior, but it is sometimes superior. The glitter is proof that Battler truly understands Beto. I've shown it. Shown that the corpse is grandfather's. Yes, gold truth accepted. Unless Lady Erica's theory undergoes some revision, it will be destroyed. What the? I would have screamed louder, by the way, but it is midnight over here. I don't want to wake my roommates. Erica cried out in pain. It was the pain of her body being pierced. It was the pain of her own theory being defiled. I see. It's like, and then there were no acroids. Just when did this? What a crazy mashup of great works. Battler, it would be excessively unrefined to say any more. Even without saying another word, you fully made your truth about the corpse's disappearance understood. I see that thing you're thinking of doesn't conflict with any of the red in this trial so far. So, Virgilia's saying with that golden truth, Battler totally understands Beto. That's what I was talking about earlier. Beto's truth, her world is her world. And everyone has that ability. Everyone has the ability to dictate what their truth is. And I think that's the essence behind the Golden Witch. Your truth based around the revenge of the man from 19 years ago has been completely understood and processed. I proclaim your truth has now been established. What? What the? Why is that, Great Lady Lambda Delta? He still hasn't explained everything. I still have many ways to argue back. Like Hideyoshi's closed room, the seal on Natsu's personal room, the button in the closet. Do you really still think you're capable of defeating Battler's argument? Only Erica, the one who was supposedly so intelligent, couldn't understand. She couldn't understand that Battler had already reached the real truth. Because of that, Grandfather's absence has been verified. Aunt Natsu and Grandfather has been removed from the dishonorable relationship between Natsu and Grandfather has been removed from the equation. Aunt Natsu is pure and faithful. I won't permit this vulgar tale you're all so fond of. Battler. Furthermore, because we've raised doubts about the time of death for all who have died so far, the alibis for everyone besides Aunt Natsu go back to square one. If you try to argue that crime was impossible for everyone except her, that won't work. Delano, who must have risen to her knees at some point, slowly stood up. The flash from the golden longsword was still buried deep in her chest. Though pain didn't show in her expression, her awkward movements clearly showed how serious the damage she had taken was. Even though she herself knew that the match was long over by now, Delano didn't abandon her duty. However, in the cousin room, you witnessed corpses that were impossible to misidentify. Are you trying to say that was a lie? Noxus 7th, it is forbidden for the detective to be the culprit. The detective is obligated to keep an objective point of view. Your theory would mean you violated this obligation. Fruto Erica is the detective, and the me in this game isn't one. And by Noxus 9th, it is permitted for observers to let their own conclusions and explanations be heard. Noxus 8th, it is forbidden for the case to be resolved without clues that are not presented. Until now, you have been the detective. Was it ever shown that you were not the detective this time? And that you were an observer capable of inserting his own personal ideas? Unless it was, you do not have the right to falsify your point of view. In this game, when I figured out the device connected to the Epitaph's riddle, I witnessed Grandfather. As I had already been shown in red, Grandfather doesn't exist. It was impossible for me to witness him. He just established himself as an unreliable narrator. Therefore, it has already been shown that my viewpoint wasn't objective. That is a powerful move. It is possible that it was just a sheet or something fluttering in the wind and rain, which you mistook for Kinso. It cannot be used as a foreshadowing to form a basis for Nox's 9th. Mistaking that one for another is a right permitted by all observers. There's the red truth that Beto showed during the 4th game. No person would mistake Ushirimiya Kinzo by sight. The red truth Beto used to counter my blue truth claimed that something disguised himself as Kinzo and made it seem as though Grandfather had appeared. In other words, on this island, all illusions that might lead to someone to mistake something for Grandfather, including someone else pretending to be him, most certainly cannot work. All of Aunt Nazi's schemes to make it seem Grandfather existed were hidden in the relatives' blind spots. All of them clever tricks like, he was here just a minute ago and he's in his study alone now. They never tried to make anyone mistake something they saw for Grandfather. There are no contradictions. If they had tried to dress one of the servants in Grandfather's robe, it probably would have been seen through in an instant. It has been guaranteed that none of the characters in this tale would mistake something for Grandfather by sight. If someone claims to have seen Grandfather despite that, it becomes a lie. Allowing lies to be contained within their observations is a right granted to everyone, except for just one person, and that person is the detective. Because of the right granted by Nox's Ninth, anyone is allowed to mistake a sheet in the wind for something else and tell about it. However, mistaking it for Grandfather in particular is not permitted in this game due to the red truth. So once you claim to have seen Kinzo, it was no longer misrecognition, but intentional. In other words, this proves that the observer was not objective, is what you're saying? In this case, unintentional misrecognition is not permitted by the rules of this game. However, it is possible to intentionally lie about seeing something you never saw, and that is an action not permitted to a detective, who is obligated to maintain an impartial perspective. So Nox claimed that Battler was the detective in previous games, and there is a rule that the detective cannot be the culprit. So if we're saying that Battler is the culprit, that probably gets mishandled unless it can be juggled between double Battlers. He is saying that it is possible that it could have been him, but he is not admitting guilt. He's not saying it is me. He is just saying it's possible that it could have been me. This is also a super important game mechanic, but I think you get this already. Time to reread everything? Yeah, for real. Forgive my crazy argument. It's all finished now. No, it's okay. Because men like you exist in this world, you will surely protect the fragile truth from any kind of pride. You will surely protect the real truth from the tyranny of any plausible truth. That might claim to exist as the sole truth and try to exterminate all fragile truths. Battler's golden longsword drew a massive blue arc as though splitting the heavens. I'm glad I could fight with you. Therefore, my perspective in this game is based upon the 9th, not the 7th. The fact that I claim to have seen Grandfather is proof. Yeah, that's actually huge. The noise that rang out across the cathedral was the sound of Delanor's longsword clattering to the floor. Simply letting go of it was the same as resigning to the proud Delanor. Though the blue trail Battler had drawn was aiming right for the top of Delanor's head, it stopped a hair's breadth away. If it hadn't, Delanor would probably have been annihilated without leaving a single scrap of flesh behind. Oh, he's booping her like he did Beatrice. I resign. I give up on denying your truth. I've paid my debt. Let honor be to your father. The Decalogue was neither arrogant nor judgmental. Honor to my father. Delanor sat down on the floor and completely abandoned her will to fight. What are you doing, Delanor? Lame, pathetic. You stupid half-wit murder doll. You tainted the honor of your own father. Shame on you. You still call yourself Mystery's wedges? Will you surrender to magic? The history of the mystery genre won't allow that. You're the one that doesn't understand what mystery is all about. If you see mystery as nothing more than a weapon which will sneer at your opponent intellectually, I won't let you ever say so again. This is so good. I'm at the edge of my seat. I present a truth that conflicts with yours. Aunt Nazi was threatened by a phone call over the internal line sent by a man from 19 years ago. Me. His goal was to make Aunt Nazi look like a murderer. From the beginning, this has all been a drama of revenge intent on framing Aunt Nazi. That's wrong. It's a drama of revenge against the Ushimiya family that Nazi thought up. Your theory outright opposes mine. You still can't pull out that blue spear that's sticking through you, right? Yeah, that's right. From Erica, I haven't heard of a single way for the corpses to disappear that doesn't involve Kinzo. Looks like your theory's about to be denied, doesn't it? The spear is just... Ugh. You paperweights, get out of my way. The deep piercing blue spear and the 7 red stakes tormented her theory. They won't come out. They won't come out. I acknowledge the mistake in Erica's reasoning and the need for revision. What? Master? Watching Erica's face contort with pain as she struggled to escape from the spear, Baron Castell spoke this with a disgusted expression. Faced with the facts, Baron Castell had acknowledged Erica's loss herself. Erica gazed at her master, who was no longer confident in Erica's own victory. She with a mixture of shock and despair. I don't give a damn about your pride. How long do you intend to shame yourself like that? You, my double, who's been granted the same blue hair as me. How long do you intend to hang there, pierced through like that? I guess I'll have to descend myself. Looks like I didn't need a piece after all. Ah, what a pain. What a pain. What a total pain. I don't need a piece. I'll just throw it away, yeah. That disappointing, regretful, discouraging, hopeless letdown of a misfire. Do it quickly, filth. Didn't I tell you to revise that pathetic theory of yours? Yeah, Burn's really cruel. I'm not a fan of that Burn Castell character. Yes, Master, I'll revise it. I'll revise my theory. As Erika's face twisted in humiliation and tears streamed from her eyes, she withdrew and revised her own theory in accordance with her master's order. Mumbling quietly, she made various revisions with the Blue Truth, had them acknowledged by Lambda Delta, and finally had the Blue Spear smashed and was freed. Though that Blue Truth did indeed explain how the corpses had disappeared. Couldn't conceal its desperation. It was a bit of a truly shabby reasoning. My master, I've taken it out. My theory is perfect. Are you kidding me? It's horribly pathetic. But I'll forgive you. Because your face and your theory are so lame, it's funny. Erika was taunted by her master, who wore an ugly expression. She thrashed about on the floor, crying bitter tears. The wounded Delanor stepped out before her, as though shielding her, and she spoke to Baron Castell as well as Battler. Regardless of how pathetic it might be, Lady Erika's revised truth is valid. Yeah, that's right. Regardless of my truth, yours can exist at the same time. That's what this world is like. No one can disprove them. So even if there are various truths, and even if they contradict each other wildly, they can exist at the same time. Here, as many truths exist as you can imagine. No one can just deny that all on their own. Oh! Multiple truths can exist. The baby flew off the cliff? The baby flew off the cliff, and the baby didn't fly off the cliff and was raised in Kuadorian. And the baby was given to Rudolph instead. All of these truths can exist. Ace, whoa! Thank you for the raid. Hi, Raiders. Welcome, welcome. It's late, but hope you're doing good. Air Raid, how's it been going? It's been going good. I hope you've been well as well. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. My name is Rysair, tournament organizer and VTuber. Largely play visual novels and fighting games on this channel. Hope you're having a good evening. Hope your stream went well. Thank you for the raid. To all the folks, I know it's late. Oh, hell yeah. I know it's late. If you gotta go, definitely go. We're only going to be going for another 15 minutes or so. This is almost done. We're at the end of Umineko Chapter 5. There's a lot of spoilers in here. Actually, probably what's on the screen is probably a spoiler. But yeah, if you're into Umineko, you can stick around for the end of this episode 5. If not, have a good day and be good to one another. Thank you for the follow. Also, Dember220. That happened a while ago, but I was locked in. I missed that. I apologize. Hope you're still here.
Hi.
Yes, that is true. I won't let anyone deny Lady Erika's truth. Delanor, as long as I'm here, I will protect that truth. No matter how pathetic it is, I will not laugh at the truth. The words of Delanor, whom Erika had previously looked down upon, led Erika to once again thrash about on the floor, sobbing. Can't wait to find out more about Battler. Gonna lurk? Enjoy reading? Heck yeah, thank you. Yeah, Delanor is sick, and because no unique truth exists, everything is covered in darkness. Therefore, while both my theory and Erika's theories are impossible to deny, neither is a unique truth. They are vague, and while neither can be denied, neither is certain. As there has been no decision, the illusion of the witch still exists. The only one who will be permitted to expose it is neither Erika nor the rest of you. It's me alone. I won't let anyone expose Beatrice's illusion except me. The verdict is revised. Because of the truth presented by Ustrumia Battler, Erika's truth is no longer unique. However, Erika's truth is impossible to disprove. Therefore, both of the truths exist together. The conclusion of the 5th game is rescinded. Game goes back to being even, and I transfer the position of Game Master from myself to the Golden Sorcerer, Ustrumia Battler. Ustrumia Battler, step forward. I appoint you as the new Game Master. Will you accept? You will, right? Do it now, you new endless witch. You gonna refuse? I don't know. Yeah, I'm the new Game Master. I'll weave the 6th game. Erika, let's settle things for good this time. Stand up. Yes, I will stand. I'll make you regret giving me a chance to clear away this shame. My master, please give me an opportunity to fight with Battler again in the 6th game. Sure. Of course I'll give you a chance. Wow, incredible. She said, I'll give you a chance. Is this a miracle? From the Witch of Miracles herself, Baron Castell? Erica, you've miraculously managed to escape with your life. In the 6th game, Battler's game, expose the truth no matter what, unless you want to be tossed aside in the darkness of oblivion. Yes, my master. Eleanor. Of course. I will give it my all in the next game as well. I won't pretend to be a guest any longer. Together with Eleanor, I'll tear your game to bits. Sure? I'll invite you to my 6th game. Sorry, but that title of yours, Checkmate of the, isn't cutting it. It's your game. You can decide the name yourself. Just bring it on. I, Furuto Erica, am a detective before I am a witch. I acknowledge you as the new master of the game, and I issue a proclamation of war. I'll definitely expose it all. I'll kill you. Golden Sorcerer. Ushumiya Battler. Yeah, come at me with all you've got. Just watch, Beto. I'll take charge of your game. And in this next game, I'll prove that I completely understand all of your riddles. It's peak. Oh my god, it's absolute cinema. What an amazing story so far. It's so good. I'm consistently impressed more and more with this story. That was so good. 7-hour stream. Thank you everybody for sticking around. I hope you were glued in like I was. I only just started to learn about Battler and I'm hooked. Yeah, Battler's great. So I think I'm locked the fuck in. I think I'm pretty close with my theory. I think it might not be for sure that Battler is the killer. But he might be. And I definitely think that theory that either Battler was raised in Kuadorian or was given to, like... Because he was raised with his grandparents, it said. Asumu died not too long into Battler's life. I floated in here by the time the Golden Truth was presented. I was so happy I was in time for peak. Hell yeah, welcome, welcome. New features is just tips, right? We gotta make a tier list before the end of the stream. What is episode 6? Dawn of the Golden Witch. Good morning. Now the curtain shall finally rise on the game presented by that Battler-sama. Will Battler manage to successfully and spectacularly fill the enormous role of Game Master? Let us bear witness to this fight from the opposite side of the chessboard. There's no longer a difficulty level. This is no longer a hint, but a confession. Not gonna lie, I think writing out all your unanswered questions will help you a lot. It's not a bad idea. Yeah, there's a lot of jumble up in my brain. Okay, let's find this tier list. That was so good. Tier list up to episode 5. There are so many characters. Holy man. Let's get some music. I already know it. You already know what we're gonna play here. This thing on loop. Alright. So, unfortunately... Wait, were these dudes even in this episode? Hold on, yeah, we got Delanor, Erica. I guess they're just showing everybody. Yeah, because, like, Sakutaro's here. I don't even know who this dude is. Oh, these are the randoms, like the witch hunters. Alright, so we, of course, have our top tier. Top tier might expand. Does top tier expand here? I mean, it's the GOATs. They're just too good every episode. These two characters. Battler in this episode was absolutely outrageously peak. Just so good. Yeah, you got to make the non-involved here, right? Bystanders. Which these didn't show up. We'll just grab everybody who didn't show up really quickly. That's pretty easy. Because we'll make a ultimate tier list at the end that has everybody ranked on, like, total impact of the series. I've been watching Lurking since episode 2, and ever since I've been hooked, and I really love your enthusiasm. Thank you so much for the Uminekos. Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you. I'm just glad I have this to share with people. I've been meaning to do this for years, and I don't remember what finally caused me to bite the bullet. But I was like, you know what? I'm just going to do it. And I'm so glad I started because while it monopolizes my stream, I think it's totally fine. Okay. Solid gold tier. We, of course, have to have the buffer because they are just so far and above everybody. You know what? There's not a buffer here because we have the... let's do Nox's first. Amazing character. Delanor, amazing character. Oh my god, I loved this character in this episode. You know who else cooked this episode? Vergilia cooked this episode so hard. Let's see. We've got neck tier, which is going to be pretty much everybody who got to do nothing because they were immediately dead. Oh, you're a bystander. Yeah, Delanor is so good. Neck tier also includes Maria. And we've got... Delanor's too young, but she may become a good wife. In time. Jessica, got it. And Rosa. Rosa is also in neck tier. Okay. And then we've got... We need more tiers, of course. You already know we got more tiers. So we've got... beef. Steak. Culprit tier? Oh, hold on. There's I can't, dude. I can't with this character. She is F tier. We got Jesus fucking Christ tier. Where I gotta put Erica. Amazing antagonist. Amazingly well-written antagonist. Good lord, though. This is a personal opinion tier list. This is a personal opinion tier list. Get out of my face. I cannot. We have the neck tier, which was kind of whatever. We have Eggs, Benedict, Arnold, which is going to be the Chester sisters, who totally betrayed Beatrice and started working for the other group for some reason. Like, hello. I think we're going to put this one on the redemption tier. Actually, we need a buffer. Maybe redemption tier, but this is actually where I'm going to put... Can I get rid of this ad? Thank you. This is actually where I'm going to put Lambda Delta. Lambda Delta was really good this episode as a game master. Also in this tier is probably Renove, Gap. They were really good this episode too, dude. Like I'm calling this like redemption. I don't know if redemption is the right word. Yeah, you know what? They came back at the end. They cooked a little bit. Can I please? Like, is this just not gonna happen? Can I make the font a little smaller? No. Can I zoom out? No? Okay, whatever. Is what it is. You're a bystander. The goats also betrayed, right? These held true. These were the true redeemed. Redeemed? Perfect. All right, redeemed. We've got stake tier. The stakes really, you know, they had a pretty cool role this episode. They're going to be lower naturally. Can I put the phone on a tier? Okay. Steak is going to go down a little bit. Probably under Eggs Benedict Arnold, but above Neck. Also really good in this episode was Natsuhi, dude. Natsuhi was so good this episode. As like, I don't know, I really like Natsuhi this episode. I think a lot of what she did was pretty cool this episode. Oh, this is the steak tier. Is redeem like I was mad first, but now you're super cool with me kind of tier? It kind of means two things. I really did not like Lambda Delta from the start. If you look back at my other tier list, which you can find on my Twitter if you scroll through the ship post. If you scroll through the ship post, I had her really low because I had her and Burn Castell as kind of a one unit. And yeah, it was I really liked her this episode. And these two popped up at the very end and cooked. So they redeemed themselves in episode. Renove's always been one of my favorite characters. But yeah, like hell yeah. Baron Castell was okay. Probably need another tier. This is like where Baron Castell would go. I think like these girls didn't get a chance to do much. They can go in steak tier. Kraus was okay this episode. Maybe we can put him, he's definitely below Natsuhi. Maybe we can call this like no reservations. That's not gonna work. Bizarre foods. Okay, and it's written really weird too, but I'll take it. I'll just call this Bizarre Foods because he had that scene in the vacation with Natsuhi, and like, I don't know, he kind of did all right here. He kind of redeemed himself this episode. He wasn't as good as he was in previous episodes. KFC tier? No, JFC. Jesus fucking Christ, this character sucks. Moon tourism tier. Yes. Agreed. Ava was pretty good this episode, as she always tends to be. Hideyoshi, you know what? We need a tier that's like here. Why are you here? And that's gonna be Canon, Shannon, Rudolph, Kiri, Nanjo. Okay, let me not do Rudolph and Kiri like that. They're maybe like here. Because they did some pretty good stuff. You know who Kinzo kind of cooked this episode? Actually, I think we need to make another tier. Because actually, Kinzo was really good this episode. Kumasawa, why are you here? Goda, why are you here? Genji is in neck tier. Again, did nothing this episode. Genji's got something cool coming up. I can feel it. He threw like a shuriken at one of the butterflies the one time. In episode 3 against Eva Beatrice. And then this guy got cooked. I don't know where to put him. He didn't do much. I don't know. Let's do like... we can't call it... This is like... They were like the super best friends this episode. Crimson Red Thread. Excuse me. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the challengers. What do we call this? I don't want to just call it beef. Friend zone tier? No, you can't. You can't call it that with the accusation that they had like sexual relations. You can't call it that. Like, what's a very famous imaginary friend story? Clifford the Big Red Dog. Yeah. Okay, and then this, we can't just call it new. So these were like participating members. Calvin and Hobbes based. These are like participating family members that did like a little bit more than the rest of the family. In fact, Kraus should probably be here. These tiers should be flipped. I think. It should be like maybe like this. And then this is Moon Tourism. And then this is like they had like a speaking role, but they're like villager number 2. These are the understudies. All right. Let me just make sure this makes sense. Battler was the best character in this episode, free. Beatrice was incredibly good this episode. And then Delanor, and then Vergilia. I think that's a pretty safe top 4, with Lambda Delta being 5th this episode, which is super out of character for me. In fact, though, I think we might have to... We might need another tier. Like, Beatrice, I'm not gonna even lie, might be one of my favorite, like, fictional characters, like, period. I don't know. It's, like, crazy. She might be one of my favorite fictional characters ever. This is gonna be this is Ultimate Marvel versus Capcom 3. They came in with the Team Hyper combo at the end, and it was actually so sick. Vergilia was also a part of that, but she did way more this episode. Okay, so then we're gonna put... So my top 5 is these 5 this episode. I think that's pretty fair. I think these 5 being my top 5. Episode 5. Then the Nazi Kinzo stuff. Kinzo was really good this episode. Dude, Kinzo in the study when he's like, go on, boy. Show them how I would jump out that window. That shit was so fire. And then these 2, and then like this. Yup. Yeah, and then unfortunately a lot of this stuff just kind of has to... They just kind of have to exist because they are in the episode. And then like these dudes did nothing, right? Actually, we can... I know exactly... We can call this shh. Because they all knew about the secret of Kinzo, but they couldn't tell anybody. So they're just shh. And then neck tier because they were literally like dead at the start of the episode. In fact, we can put Goda up like 1. And then, yeah, you just have to... Like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. I cannot put her at a lower tier. Like... Okay. Let me post this on Twitter, as I do at 1 a.m. on a weekend. Holy, this tier list is huge. All right. I am going to try to again put a spoiler on it, but it often doesn't want to do that. So we'll see if it actually does it this time. Umineko, episode 5 tier list. Spoilers. Right, it probably just posted again without the crap, but I don't know how to do it, so it is what it is. Posted at 1 a.m. Nobody's up. All right, let us wrap up this stream then. It worked last time? Okay, heck yeah. Maybe I just can't see it. All right, thank you all for hanging out in this 7.5-hour Umineko stream. I had a blast every minute of it. We're going to go ahead and raid out. A lot of people stuck around too. I do appreciate it. We're going to go ahead and raid out. Let's raid out to... Oh, Roy Shadow is preparing for the Sajam Slam. Street Fighter 6. Let's go ahead and raid him. Thanks for the stream. This has been amazing. Yeah. Oh, next stream on Wednesday. No stream tomorrow. I got locals. Next stream on Wednesday. Similar time. We'll start episode 6. All right. Bye, y'all. Love you. Make good choices. Be good to one another. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.